Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, what an incredible morning this is, and we're talking about working towards the recovery of the hospitality industry of Incredible India. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the day three of the fifth edition of the BW Hotelier Indian Hospitality Summit and Awards 2020. I'm Bhavna Bhatia, your host for the day. Well, we've had a memorable 2 days of the summit so far. We received a huge response. Indian hospitality paid close attention as the absolute best minds discussed and debated reimagining Indian hospitality. Well, this is the main thought behind the summit and will help define the future of hospitality. A lot of empowering and knowledgeable sessions and panel discussions are on the AVIL today as well. Let's spread the word outside and share the experience from the platform with a wider audience. I request everyone to join the online conversations using our hashtag IHA 2020. Before we get started, we'd like to thank our partners who've made this event possible. Our associate partner, Blue Star. Can we have their AV, please?
Customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust.
Well, that was Blue Star, our associate partners. Now a request for our beverage partners, Beanley. Can we have their AVs, please? Thank you so much, Winley, for being our beverage partners. And now I'd like to thank our knowledge partners, Indian School of Hospitality. Can we have their AV, please? Well, thank you so much to Indian School of Hospitality for being our knowledge partners. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're also proud to be associated with our industry partners, HPMF, Awesome, Hotrimai, IWF, GHTP, IFAC, NRAI, MEPA, and LCOI. Before we start, I would like to show everyone IHA's journey over the years. Can we have the AV, please? So, wow, what an incredible journey of IHA that was. So, ladies and gentlemen, moving to the third day of the summit of more power packed panel discussions, may I first call on screen Tanvi Ahuja, Marketing Head and Senior Strategy Head, BW Business World, to give the welcome address. Over to you, Tanvi.
Thank you, Bhavna. I would like to welcome all our audience today to BW Hotelier 5th edition of Indian Hospitality Awards and Summit, IHA 2020. Whether you're watching us live on bwhotelier.com or watching us live on facebook.com/bwhotelier or watching us live on bwtwitter.com/bwhotelier or joining the audience experience on our Vortex platform, I would like to welcome everybody today. Not only our audience, throughout the day today, we will be joined by our jury members, winners, speakers, and various other stakeholders. So I would like to welcome everybody, and I hope you all have a good experience today. The theme for this year for IHA is Reimagining Hospitality. Everybody knows with the pandemic situation and COVID-19, one sector that is affected the most is hospitality industry. Irrespective of how affected they are, they have still contributed by converting their properties into quarantine and isolation zones. So we must applaud that. However, the need of the hour is to now talk about reimagining hospitality, and that is what we will focus during the 5 days of IHA 2020, today being the third day. So let us today talk about reimagining hospitality in all aspects. Now when I talk about IHA's journey, this is the 5th year. I joined Business World when IHA was in its first year, and I have seen it grow multiple folds in the last 4 years. Every year we have gone a level above and bettering ourselves in terms not only of the speaker experience, but the jury experience and the audience experience and the winner experience. We have grown multifold every year, be it in terms of nomination numbers or speakers or the jury members. This year, we are proud to be able to take it virtually. It is a 5-day affair with 180 plus speakers. All 5 days, we are live from 10 to 6 with multiple sessions, keynotes, as well as an award ceremony every day. 5 days of IHA promises a very good experience and discussions on multiple topics focusing on hospitality. Just to add one point, we are live on multiple platforms across our social media domains. We are live tweeting, so there is no way that you can miss the experience. This is one of the most talked about and India's biggest hospitality summit and awards. And if I was to give someone the credit for it, it would be nobody except Mr. Bhuvnesh Khanna and the BW Hotelier team. Of course, all support functions have supported this project, be it the backstage, the front stage, the video team, the marketing team. But kudos to Mr. Khanna and his team for bringing this together. With this, I would like to now thank everybody for attending us today, attending the summit and the awards. Back to you, Bhavna. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tanvi, for the welcome address. And ladies and gentlemen, as she rightly said, the man behind this entire curation, I'd like to call now for the opening address, Bhuvnesh Khanna, CEO, BW Communities. Hello, Bhuvnesh.
Hi.
A very good morning.
You know what? I think I'm getting more than I deserve. It's never an effort by a single person. It's always a team person, right? I can't leave anything out. But thank you, Tanvi. I'll take those appreciations with both hands folded, right? But I must tell you, this event would be nothing without all of you across the industry. Bhavna, you've been a wonderful moderator. God bless you in all that you do, right? And we should keep having you back again and again, become a permanent fixture with us. Having said that, I have a long list of people to thank, right? I have to thank my sponsors. I have to thank Mr. Tyagarajan. I have to thank Priya. I have to thank Sara. I have to thank Mukundan Menon. I have to thank Blue Star. Blue Star, you're an amazing sponsor. You've supported us through thick and thin. Times are tough for your industry, I know, but even through that, you've come out. And what more? Um, I'm absolutely eternally grateful to Blue Star, right? Beanley, our beverage partner, young boys doing extremely well. They do a bit, trying to get investment and get into things. Support them, support Blue Star, Indian hospitality industry, support Beanley. Both of them have supported us. And then I come to my favorite man, without whom the Indian Hospitality Awards would not have been the same. Dilip Puri and his Indian School of Hospitality. The more I say is less. Dilip, you're a wonderful friend. You're a wonderful supporter. Your blessings and support have been amazing. I fall short of words, Dilip. Hats off to you. You're a cool dude. You're a cool customer. You're a Fauji Puttar. Every bit. Solid resilience, strong character, and amazing organizational school skills. Please understand, Dilip is a hotelier of yore. Before he started and branched out on his own to start the famous Indian School of Hospitality, Dilip was the managing director of Starwood for South Asia. Amazing man. Thank you, friend. I also want to thank all the associations. I want to start today. Yesterday I started with HPMF. I want to start with NRAI, Anurag Katriyar. Another amazing friend, silent customer. बोलते नहीं है ज़्यादा, नहीं बोलते हैं जब बोलना शुरू करें, but he's been an amazing support. GHTP, the IT association led by Harish Chandra. HPMF के बारे में मैं भूल चुका हूँ. Awesome. Rothin Banerjee, Prem Thakur. Excellent support. I mean, they are the Chief Engineers Association, right? Or Hotramai led by Anil Malhotra, right? Or and the founder of Hotramai, Mr. Rajkumar. He's like a father to me. I touch his feet actually. Nirmal Khandelwal. All these, they're my elders, right? They've always supported us. IFCA, Chef Manjeet Gill, again my father figure. Chef Sundarajan. Then ICF, the Indian led by Mr. Anil Bhandari, again a father figure, right? Amazing people in there, Chef DK, Vivek Sagar. So I can go on and on and on and on. The list is long. There's so many people who have come and blessed us and supported us. I also want to take a minute more. I want to thank all the PR ladies who have supported us. Not just ladies, men also. I'll start with Richa from ITC, Rakhi Lalwani and her team from Taj, Silky Sehgal from Oberois, right? Amisha Gudgutia, Ruchika, I may forget names. Then Rajshri Sen from Hyatt, Sumika from Radisson, apna Lalit se Gaurav, Abhinandan from Hilton. So I mean, I have extreme gratitude. Even Noel Rock, right? Afsha, then Kirti Dhingra, all these girls, all these ladies, all these men, amazing souls, right? They've all come through, held our hand tight. भाई मैं किसी को भूल तो नहीं गया, मेरे सामने लिस्ट नहीं है, अगर मैं भूल गया हूं मुझे माफ करना. IHG से वो लड़कियां बाहर बैठी हैं दुबई में, अंकिता and her boss Champarisa. I'll come back. Whoever I missed, I'm after all human. These are long hours. My team has toiled hard. Now I come to this very, very special moment that I want you all to watch, right? The COVID, I hate that word. Much as I may hate it, the fact is COVID is for real. It has affected our lives it has brought in this unprecedented lockdown where we've been under house arrest. It also has had its positives. So a lot of people, whole lot of hoteliers from top to bottom have stood out, right? But some of them are first amongst equals. I shall keep celebrating them. I may do a special one only for this, right? Uh, these are our unsung heroes, our COVID warriors, right? This came from our jury, our national jury. So, in which we thought about this. The idea came from Gautam Anand and then Kachur Saab, Bhandari Saab, Mr. Rajiv Kaul, everybody, Dilip, they all supported us. And we came out with this to celebrate these. These are not winners, right? They're all brought in their stories which are heard, but for want of space and slots, we are going to celebrate the unsung heroes. I hope you have all tuned in. Please watch them. Please appreciate them. Please celebrate them. And please encourage them and bless them. Bless this hospitality industry. Bless the travel and tourism industry. Bless the F&B industry. They need all your blessings. All right. Thank you very much. Let's start.
Thank you so much, Bhuvnesh, for that. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for bringing on the ones who've been tirelessly working from the very back. We are talking about people who are working behind the curtains and never come into the limelight. Let us take some time to recognize the exemplary work done by these unsung heroes of the Indian hospitality. Could we have the AV, please?
So these are celebrities, right? I'd really want to celebrate more. The list is long. Um, the hoteliers themselves have sent this list, but I would want to bring in more. Maybe I may bring in more soon, but I'll get back to you. I've forgotten a few PR heads as I am clumsy. My gray beard would tell you I'm getting old. I'm getting fairly old. Anjali Mehra, Nidhi from Leela, Divya Agha, uh, uh, Aradhana Lal, Akriti, Manisha Sharma from Sarovar, Ranjita Shaw. I mean, there are a whole lot of them. So, thank you, girls. Thank you, gentlemen, for supporting us. This show wouldn't have been possible without you, beautiful girls and boys. Right? Do well. Stay blessed. Let's move on to the next. Our next show is another wonderful favorite of mine. These are the doyens of the hospitality industry. Each one, bring that screen back. Each one of them is a gem, is a star. Bring that screen back, Kunal. So they're, led by Dilip Puri. There is Rajiv Kaul. There is Anil Bhandari. There is Suresh Kumar, Farhad Jamal, Shanta De Silva. He logs in all the way from Sydney. There is Rahul Pandit. There is Bhandari Saab. There is Veer Vijay Singh. ये आप लोगों ने कब नाम देखे, कब नाम सुने? आप इन लोगों को जानो और पहचानो कि ये वो खंबे हैं, वो पिलर हैं, वो स्तंभ हैं जिन पे ये इंडस्ट्री कायम हुई है. These are very tall names, These are such tall names. They're such tall leaders. Hear them. I don't want to take much more of your time. Let's bring in this show, my favorite show. Bring them in. Baki ka hai? Hi Dilip. Hi Rajiv.
Morning.
Morning.
Shanta. Suresh sir. Farhad.
Hi, Bhuvnesh. Good morning.
How are you?
Very well, very well.
Who all remain? I don't see Mr. Bhandari there yet. There.
I think we are missing Veer Vijay and Mr. Bhandari just joined.
Viru will be coming in. So Shanta
Morning.
comes in all the way from Sydney. Shanta, what time in the world is there?
Oh, not too bad. It's just 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. All right. Not too bad.
Yeah.
So let me figure out what's happening with Veer Vijay.
In the interest of time, Bhuvnesh, should we start? And as he joins in.
We should.
Okay, good morning, audience, wherever you are logging in from and whichever channel you're on. Thank you, Bhuvnesh, on behalf of the entire panel for having us on this session.
Thank you to you all.
Interestingly, we have had a session with this group before, so we are quite familiar about some of the things we want to talk about, but equally, we are very familiar with each other. And I'm going to quickly get into introducing each panelist just by their name and their former titles to give you a context of anybody in the audience, a few that maybe who don't know who these esteemed gentlemen are. So let me start with Mr. Anil Bhandari, former Chairman and Managing Director of ITDC, Mr. Suresh Kumar, the former President of Fortune Hotels, and a veteran of ITC Hotels, Mr. Rajiv Kaul, former president of Leela Hotels, Resorts and Palaces, Veer Vijay Singh, who's absolutely come in right on time and perhaps has his dog barking too.
I'll take care of that.
If a dog is barking, it's got to be Veer Vijay Singh.
So Viru is a veteran of Taj Hotels, former chief operating officer with IHCL. Shanta Kumar, former head for IHG for Southwest Asia, now based in Sydney. And Rahul Pandit, former president of Lemon Tree Hotels. The reason I introduce these gentlemen with their former titles is to give a context of perhaps the depth of the experience that they all bring to the discussion today. Um, if you may think of it in a way where perhaps they have a ringside view today of what's really happening in the trenches as our industry confronts this crisis and this pandemic. And while not being in the trenches, I think what it gives the perspective is you can see outside in. Many of our colleagues and peers who are fighting this battle in the trenches are in it and are seeing out. But I think this panel will have an amazing perspective of when you look at things for our industry, use the hindsight of your experiences, and then truly be able to advise counsel and what perhaps is going to be happening in the future, which would be of benefit to key stakeholders, which we'll address in the session, owners of hotels, leadership groups in hotels, guests of hotels, and of course, most importantly, the associates of hotels. I'm going to start straight away into the Q&A because we want to get as much time with each of these gentlemen. So I'm going to start with Rajiv Kaul, if I may, Rajiv. You've often spoken about, from the beginning of this crisis in conversations, what has changed, what is continuing to change, what will remain constant, what will be new. Perhaps from the perspective of a luxury hotelier or broadly, generically for the industry, can you reflect on that? That what have you seen already change, continuing to change, remain changed, and what kind of things can the audience look forward to in terms of hotels, luxury hotels, or broadly hotels?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Dilip. Delighted to be here. Bhuvnesh, congratulations on this mega show.
Thank you, sir.
Much has already been discussed about the pandemic, so today we hope to discuss and look at different dimensions. We all know that this is a different crisis from anything else that the industry has experienced. Business has been demolished. In fact, we have a zero revenue situation for over 150 days, and break even is still months away. So rooms, food and beverage, minor departments, MICE, everything, all revenue streams have been, closed, shut down. And what has changed? I mean, we all know it's a new era of social distancing, where cleanliness and sanitation is center stage. In fact, I was reading somewhere that Accenture said that every business today is really in the health business, because it either enhances or diminishes health. Food and beverage today, to the extent that it is there, dining is more functional than experiential. The emphasis is on contactless, or on, shall we say, distanced service, frictionless payment. So this is where we are today, which means that we need to survive. That's the first stage. You need to survive. So protect the business. As leaders of the business, you have to protect your business. You have to conserve your cash flow, manage your liquidity, eliminate expenses. That's what you need to do. And once we get past this particular stage, then hopefully we will enter, the revival stage, where business will resume. Domestic business will start with domestic business, start with, drive to destinations rather than fly to destinations. So that's what we are witnessing right now. The jury is out whether we are going to have a revival which is U-shape, V-shape, W-shape, but for sure, it's going to be subdued. Demand will be subdued till the vaccine comes. So what is today the real role of a leader, and let's say a CEO of a company? He is essentially today a chief calibrator. He's calibrating the extent of change that is needed in the business model. Because we are making several assumptions about guest behavior, guest preferences, which are yet to be validated. I mean, just to give an example, QR codes and contactless dining and various other things are being tried out. Now, in the luxury hotels, or let's say even in the upscale hotels, the feedback that's coming in is that a few guests may want it, but there are more guests who do not, simply because they feel that they trust the brand. And that's what it's all about, that they feel that, if there is trust in the brand, then they would continue to have an experience. So this is just one viewpoint. I think that many assumptions that we are making and changes that we are making, it's simply a work in progress. We will have to continue to tweak this as we go along. So we should be ready for this and keep an open mind, because ultimately we are all concerned with the safety of our staff and the safety of the guest. However, the guest makes the rules. So we have to remember that. All right. Now, what will not change? I'm only jumping into a few things which we've been hearing so much about technology. And, technology is omnipresent. Yes, the hotel industry has always been very slow to adopt technology. We have been slow to embrace change. But technology will always remain an enabler. We are a people business, that's not going away. So, this excessive hype that we have about technology, our business will remain people-centric. That we must remain, and technology will remain only an enabler. Likewise for, contactless service, etc. As I've already shared with you, that there are mixed feedback that's coming from the guest. I think clearly there would be opportunities for, perhaps at the lower end of the hotel spectrum, there may be some automation that may come in from a long time perspective. But by and large, after the vaccine, I don't see too many changes happening in the experiential side of the business. I think that will be true. If there is a contact, it must add value. Today we do have a number of contacts, guest contacts, where you can argue whether it's truly added, whether it's an intrusion or it has really contributed to the experience. So I think those elements will definitely be looking at. Food and beverage is one area which will definitely have to be revisited. Clearly, it has to be experiential, but there will be some changes which we can expect. Buffets and other areas, breakfast. I think in-room dining will make a big comeback, and the romance of in-room dining. What many of us, when we started out 30, 40 years ago, in-room dining manager used to be the number one in the food and beverage hierarchy, and today he's right at the bottom. So I think the circle is going to turn back again.
Okay.
Work from home is something which we have resisted for long. I mean, it's amazing how India has been the center for BPO for the world, but we will not have our back offices off-site. We'll continue to have everything on-site. So I think that's clearly something which is going to happen. There's been a lot of discussion about ancillary revenues, etc. Today, when you have no revenues at all, so ancillary revenues look very big and very significant. But I think the litmus test for that is going to be whether they are scalable. If they are scalable and they can assume a significant proportion, then it's worth it. And I think for the upscale and the luxury, the issue is going to be that, is it in any way distracting you from your key competence? Because that should not happen. You have to remain focused on your key competences. That's really. Of course, we have to be agile. We have to be innovative. But this storm will be over. Whether it lasts for 6 months, 9 months, 18 months, we can only pray that it is shorter rather than longer. But the storm will be over. The sun will shine. And I think as leaders, the leaders should be asking themselves, what is going to be your competitive position once the sun is shining? Are you, compared to your competitor, Are you running faster than him, or are you trailing behind? So I think that we need to keep an eye not just on today, but clearly keep an eye on tomorrow and the day after. And do not get tempted to eschew short-term gains for long-term losses. That would be my comment, Dilip.
Interesting. Really, this F&B becoming transactional and experiential is a challenge. Yes, Bhuvnesh?
One or two hygiene points. Veer, you need to check your volume. Farhat, you need to increase your volume. Suresh, sir, your lighting is very low.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, is it on?
Yeah, you can't hear us. You've just messaged, so just handle.
Okay, can we continue?
Yes, please. Sorry,
Okay,
apologies.
so I'm going to move to Rahul next, and Rahul is someone I would describe as the quintessential professor hotelier. His views are always very thought out, very deeply researched, with some very strong logic in them. And recently, Rahul, I read about you're articulating the point about how a $1 trillion tourism economy can fuel global GDP in really, really exponential ways. So perhaps you can share with the audience some of your thoughts on that issue, because it is very topical, that what can travel, tourism, hospitality really do now.
Thank you, Dilip, Bhuvnesh, BW, and all the audience who've logged in. India's asking run rate, Dilip, today is to provide 1 million jobs every month over the next decade. If we do not enable employment creation, then our demographic dividend is going to become a demographic disaster. Tourism has the potential to contribute 20% to employment and $1 trillion to GDP, providing a sustainable job stream. The fact that tourism generates more jobs than auto, technology, or financial services per dollar invested make it a strategic choice for attracting FDI. India also stands to benefit from a China plus one strategy being deliberated by most nations today. This tailwind, strong domestic consumption, and a low interest regime will accelerate India's push to become a $5 trillion economy. However, last mile availability of high quality, cost effective, safe lodging can really short circuit this ambition. So, what are the structural changes that we need to do to drive this growth? Two critical items. First is to establish tourism as a concurrent list subject to position it as a priority economic pillar. The second is to establish an exclusive cabinet committee on tourism led by the Prime Minister, with decision makers co-opted from the concerned ministries, industry, and civil society. So if we have this structure, what should this structure be focusing on? So I will just highlight three critical items. First is infrastructure status. No dominant economy today exists without strong supporting hospitality infrastructure. US with its 5 million motel and hotel rooms is an example. Similarly, China's integrated infrastructure drive from the 90s has ensured that today the hotel inventory in just Beijing and Shanghai exceeds the total branded hotel supply in India. Tourism in India needs infrastructure status to enable access to funds at a lower cost, longer tenure, and enhanced limits. And given today's situation, existing debt also needs a one-time restructuring using these provisions to protect businesses and jobs. And the Indian government has a precedent. The government took a bold decision in 2017, granting infrastructure to warehousing above 25 crores. The result was a multi-billion-dollar FDI inflow with the likes of Ascendas, Blackstone, CPPIB, ESR, Everstone, Logos, Warburg Pincus, creating multiple platforms. And the result has been that warehousing, which was just 100 million square feet in 2015, is 215 million square feet today, and it is on its way to reach 320 million square feet 3 years down the line, i.e. in 2023. Similarly, extending infrastructure status to a 20 crore investment threshold for development of hotels, transit infrastructure, capability building, and destination development would attract massive FDI and global institutional capital into our tourism sector. The second item is to have pragmatic development norms. We know that the cost of land in hotel projects in India is 40 to 60% of the total project value versus 15 to 25% in US and 10 to 20 in China. Additionally, our current development norms require us to provide for parking spaces which are 10 times higher than those in US or even Singapore. Given today's Uber customers, hotels in India today waste 12 to 15% capital building basements and stuffing them with mechanized car parks. So, grant of higher FARs and rationalized parking norms would substantially reduce the cost of investments, making them economically viable. And the last but not the least is to improve the ease of doing business environment. As an example, a developer needs 26 approvals to start a hotel project in Singapore. In India, depending on the state, one needs anywhere from 80 to 110. So the Cabinet Committee on Tourism has to facilitate creation of an online platform for single window submission, tracking, and time-bound approvals, making the entire regulatory process seamless. It also needs to create a self-certification mechanism for renewals and migrate physical verifications to a 3-year frequency. So if we think through this structural development agenda and enable tourism to come onto the concurrent list and have the PM guide the Cabinet Committee on Tourism, not only can we attract massive FDI to accelerate the country's economic recovery, but also unleash tourism's potential to contribute $1 trillion to our GDP and 20% to employment, providing India a very sustainable jobs stream.
Wow. So I told you, members of the audience, that was a really great lesson in tourism economics. I think, Rahul, you should be like the economic advisor to the tourism ministry, but amazingly articulated. And interestingly, when you said ease of doing business, in the opening address on the first day, Amitabh Kant made reference to doing it for the restaurant industry. He says, how quickly can we do things online for you? If that could kind of apply to the larger hospitality industry, it would. Let's move on to Anil Bhandari. Anil, I know that over the course of your career, you've worked as part of ownership groups, management companies, you advise and consult owners and management companies, and I know you have some really strong views on what impact is going to happen from owners or operators in this pandemic and after. So your views, please. I think your sound is not on.
Is that okay? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Anil, your voice is again gone.
Is it okay?
Yes, we heard you. Yes,
Hello?
go ahead.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I said, okay, let's repeat again. Thank you, Dilip. thanks Bhuvnesh and his team for doing an excellent job of conducting all these webinars. We all are getting very knowledgeable. We are getting enriched with the knowledge which is being shared in the industry. And I'm sure there are a lot of good and great ideas will come up. It was really heartening to listen to Rahul Pandit, what he has been saying. This has been the word for last so many years. I am reminded of my old colleagues, Mr. Inder Sharma and Gautam Khanna. We all used to go together and speak to the government in the same voice, that it is time that government should not be managing this tourism business, rather create a tourism board, which should be managed by professionals so that tourism could certainly develop in this country. Okay, friends, now I'll go back up to the subject, what has been asked. What lies ahead of the owners and management companies? Most of my answers can be summarized within 4 words: continuity, calibration, consolidation, and collaboration. Continuity. Hospitality is and has always been a dynamic industry. It is constantly reinventing itself to adapt to the customers' cultural and business needs. I do not mean that in a sense of rewriting history, but of bettering it. This time is no different. Hospitality shall continue to grow. Yes, the future of the industry is unpredictable. What lies ahead of us? A lot of uncertainty. Needless to mention, we had all have to and shall continue to have to adapt to a lot of new ways of thinking and working. But then this is what continuity is all about. The new normal seems to shift every day. Much has happened in past 6 months. First, there was a total shutdown of the hotel, while some hotels were operating and catering to the doctors, catering to the quarantine passengers, as well as to the health professionals. Owners and management companies had to adopt quickly to all these norms. Overnight, had to rethink operational procedures and safety of the guest and the staff. It is so evolving, this pandemic so evolving, you don't know what to do at certain times. Recent in a case, it happened in one of the hotels where 5 members of the staff found to be positive, corona positive. And they had to change the entire staff overnight. 100 members of the staff was changed. So you have to evolve. So we have to keep on changing with the time. It is such a difficult task. So friends, the survival of this business is linked to their revival. A lot of businesses are still finding it difficult to open. This issue we have key concerns over finances, manpower, sanitization, operationalization, and commissioning of systems, vendor suppliers, all have become critical to revival. It does not help that the guests are yet to come. Owners and management companies will not only have to follow stringent SOPs and training for safety, hygiene, and social distancing, but also allocate resources towards confidence building measures, renewed marketing and communication for customers. This is all for continuity. So friend, I'll move to the next, the calibration. Calibrated reopening and commissioning of assets aligned with the demand and the finances. Starting up with the plant and machinery would need special attention. Where possible, this should be aligned with the demand and the occupancy. Calibrated SOPs would need to be put into place to ensure that the stricter hygiene levels are addressed. New sanitization protocols are developed and adequate monitoring of such procedures is undertaken. This is essential to instill confidence in the guest as well as the hotel staff. Calibrated manpower, owners and management companies need to aware and sensitize the concern of their human resource. Empathy and understanding will be great importance. Management companies in particular will have to create a better understanding of their multi-skilling and training of personnel is required. Incorporating technology and processes to ensure a contactless experience, as said by Rajiv Kaul, for guests as far as possible will be at the forefront. Check-in and check-out contactless menus are only the basics. One must also ensure that the hotels do not start looking like hospitals. While keeping a close eye on hygiene and safety, they would also need to take care to bring life back into the properties. How to ensure warmth and make guests feel welcome when they even cannot see your smile. Body language and attentiveness will be the most important than ever before. It comes to the next: consolidation. Market dynamics are shifting rapidly. The greatest battle for owners and management companies is going to be financial management to ensure sustainability. This will require a deeper understanding of where money is going. This is very important to ensure effective marketing strategies, better vendor management, unlocking new revenue generating avenues, plugging leakages, basically identify and get rid of all fat. Never has been more important for all of us to be agile, nimble, focused, driven, and keep pivoting. Collaboration. In times of adversity, collaboration is the mantra. This includes not only the collaboration between management companies and the owners, but also the staff, vendors, and most importantly, the government of India. Whether they realize it or not, they are the key stakeholders in this process. They are part of our story, and they would need to play a very active and vital role in our revival. I repeat that. The government has to play a very, very active role in the revival of our institutions. A lot of you have already heard the need for incentives and support from government, but we would all have to rally together to persuade them to intervene and to also on an ongoing basis. I cannot emphasize enough that we can only thrive once we learn to work together as a team. This industry is built on partnerships. And going forward, all stakeholders in these partnerships are going to have to play their individual roles. The ones who are flexible and understanding to the others' needs will survive, others will not. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Okay, very wise words, Anil. Thank you for those. I think it was particularly interesting when you said hotels should not begin to look like hospitals. Before COVID, hospitals used to come to hotels, right? How can we improve our F&B and our services? Today, hotels are going to hospitals. So often what goes around comes around. I'm going to move to Shanta next. And Shanta, you've often spoken about two parts. One about the whole concept of trust in these times, and then you've spoken about the critical need for how technology and innovation will drive how we deal with this pandemic, and you've obviously got the experience of what's happening in Australia and perhaps in other parts of the world. So how would you react to using the concepts of trust or technology innovation in suggesting what happens in the future?
Thanks, Dilip. Firstly, Bhuvanesh, thank you for putting this together, and thank you for the opportunity. Really good setup. So thank you for that. And always love to connect with India, my favorite place in the world. Brings back great memories. So thank you for giving me that opportunity. I think it's no secret that we are in very challenging times. And the bigger challenge is we don't know where it's going, and we don't know when it's going to end. And we know, as they say, we are in a VUCA world. So the other day, thanks to the pandemic, I had the opportunity to listen to Jim Collins, the author of Good to Great, live, because they were doing it virtually. And he said something really interesting. He said, everybody's talking about a new normal. And he said, there's not going to be a new normal. What is going to happen is there's going to be a new not normal that will need to continue to be able to face uncertainty, volatility, ambiguity, and challenges, that there will be more changes coming. So it is up to us to be ready for an uncertain world going forward, rather than a new normal, a world that is not normal. And I think that's the challenge for us as leaders. And when I thought about that, there were a couple of things that I felt has helped me in the past, is helping me now, and will also help me going forward in reacting to situations like this, but also thriving on situations like this and facing the future with confidence. So the first thing is trust. I think we all know hospitality is such a people-driven industry that trust factor with all the people is critically important, because without trust, you can't achieve much. So when it comes to associates, I think we need to build trust with them. We need to be there for them because all three stakeholder groups have differing needs today, whether it's social, whether it's emotional, whether it's psychological or financial. So I think it's important as leaders for us to be there for them, to be able to listen to them. But more importantly, I think we need to communicate with them because if they don't know, that creates a lot of uncertainty and breaks trust. So I think it's okay to be vulnerable with them. It's okay to be open and honest. We navigate this journey together and we don't know all the answers, and that's fine. So I think the trust factor with associates is critical to success. Secondly, I think we all know trust factor with owners is a must for success in our business. So how do we react in situations like this? I think different owners will have different needs. Some of them, the hotel may be their own only business. Some of them it will be part of a larger business. So I think we need to be flexible enough to accommodate their needs and try and help them through the journey to survive this. I think the best approach for that for me is running the business as if though it was my own, using the money as if though it was my own money, and making decisions like I would make for myself. That way, I know that I will handle the business in the best way possible. And I know that will help us build trust with our owners even stronger than before. Because in a situation like this, there's a lot of panic. And that constant communication with the owners, involving them in the change we are going through, and building trust through the actions we take is critically important. And the last stakeholder group on trust, obviously, is a very important stakeholder group as well, which is our guests. I mean, we all hear about hygiene and safety. There were a couple of references made to hygiene and safety. It is absolutely critically important, and I don't belittle the point. But it comes to a stage that it will become the normal. That is the normal that's expected from hotels. Like when you walk into a hospital, you expect certain standards of hygiene. And I see kind of a me too. Everybody is jumping on the bandwagon, but we can't forget that our customer profiles are changing. The travelers today are not the same travelers before. Before we had more international travelers, now it's domestic. Before we had more business travelers, we are likely to have more leisure travelers. But interestingly, research shows that the people who are traveling now tend to belong to a younger age group than the people who used to travel before the pandemic. So that means we need to talk to the customer in their language, in the way they understand, using the tools they use. So I think in that sense, we need to start building trust with this new demographic group if we are to thrive in this situation. And we know by building trust, we can build loyalty with our guests. And we all know that loyal guests obviously stay more with us, they spend more with us. And especially in today's digital world, they actually say more digitally. So I think it's important that we start building trust anew with this new customer segment because we can't depend on our rest on our laurels. That's for trust. And the second one for me was touch or innovation, because we all know hospitality is a high touch industry traditionally. And we need to retain that sense of touch, but reduce the physical touch factors for the safety and the hygiene of our guests and our associates alike. So the second priority for me after trust would be innovation. How do we innovate our business for the future? I think a pandemic gives us an ideal breeding ground for innovation because everything is up in the air. Nothing is normal. And people are open to trying new things. People are open for change. There will be no resistance from management or team members because there's nothing to resist. There won't be impact on the business because our business levels are not at the levels they were before. So we can take time to practice innovation and introduce innovation. So I think a pandemic is an ideal breeding ground, and we need to take advantage to innovate our business for the future. And people are willing to accept change at this time because sometimes the change might merely mean that it's survival. So I think in that sense, for me, the second priority would be innovation. And what I would challenge myself to do is, we know there's so much of change around us in the industry, in the economy, in the countries, in the healthcare, whatever you look at. But is our internal change and our business change keeping pace with the same pace of change? Or are we lagging behind? Or are we changing at a slower pace? And lastly, Dilip, it's technology. Rajiv quite rightly said, I think technology is an enabler. It will not replace our business because we are a people business. But I think there's opportunity for us to use technology, and we know we are all looked at as laggards in the hospitality industry when it comes to technology. This is an ideal opportunity for us to be adapting new ways and technologies so that it will help position our business not for today, not for tomorrow, but for the long term. And I think in this, again, it applies to all three stakeholder groups. With the associates, I think there's a huge learning curve. We need to also get their buy-in and participation in technology so that we get the maximum impact and output of the technology. But also, I think we have a responsibility to prepare them for embracing technology, because that's going to be a norm in the future within the industry or outside. So that I think it's a social responsibility we have. And with the owners, I think we need to get them on the technology bandwagon. I know costs and investments are not great, or not the right time sometimes to get it. But I think there's an opportunity for us to think differently of how we can fund those technological changes, but also focus on the returns and right-sizing the business for the future. And lastly, with the guests, I think it's a very important factor because, like I said, the demographics of the guests are changing. So we need to talk to them in their language. So we need to use technology when we attract them, when they stay, and to engage them post-stay. And that is going to be a more important factor. So those three, Dilip, would be the priorities for me. And that, I would say, are things that would help us to thrive and get better through this pandemic.
It's very interesting when Rajiv said technology is an enabler, you are reaffirming it. I think, in my own view, technology has to be used to personalize experiences more. What we thought and expected that only humans can do, the fact that we are more contactless and touchless, we're simply not able to use that. But technology's ability to personalize your guest experiences, I think that's what has to be thought about in the future. It's always an enabler. But people think that technology keeps you away from your customers. You don't know. I think technology's adaptation is how much more personalized you can become towards what your customers will expect in the future. Let me move on to Farhat. And I think, Farhat, in our conversations, you've clearly believed that the hotel model is truly ready for disruption, is right in the middle of being disrupted, and how value now can be created not just on your premises, but even off. So on that, how you see this business model?
Thank you, Dilip. Good morning, everybody. Congratulations again, Bhuvnesh, for this amazing show. It's been a treat to the industry, actually, not just us, to the industry. So Dilip, just to answer your question, I think, firstly, it's a very, very good question. If you look at disruption, I think everybody, when you talk of disruption, gets very worried. Word disruption itself is very worrisome for people. Says, what is you talking about? Disruption means it's going to take away our business, so it's going to destroy the current, so to say, the way we do things. But I believe that disruption, if you go back to years and years, it's nothing but innovation. It is about creating markets, value network, and the father of disruption, the one who coined disruption, a gentleman called Clayton Christensen in the US, way back in '95. And that word disruption, when he coined, is possibly the most influential idea of the 21st century. Most influential idea of the 21st century. And from there on, it has been no stopping, whether it has been written on technology, whether it is writing on new ideas, largely on technology. But the fact is that, from the horse carts to the famous, what you call the Ford Model T, to Uber, Amazon, the electric car. I mean, the list is endless, actually, the way disruption has taken place. But those who have companies that have actually not recognized disruption coming through to them, they have actually lost ground and they've actually become redundant. Sadly, they've gone out of business. I'm not saying that the hospitality will ever happen. Something like this will happen to the hospitality industry. But certainly, what is going to happen is that I'm going to speak first part of my talk is going to be alternative accommodation. We'll come to technology afterwards. What is happening in the alternative accommodation space? If you look at the Booking.com figures, and I was looking at them a few days ago, 880,000 listings in India, all right? Out of which, how many are for alternative accommodations? 140,000 and growing. 140,000 crore. And year on year, the supply is 68% growth, which means more and more people are actually coming into the alternative accommodation space. And I have to say one brilliant thing that I saw, one company at least, I excuse my saying that it is the ISCL with their Emma Trails, which is basically, taking homes and, heritage homes and various kinds of villas, etc., and converting them into experiences. It's a brilliant idea. So homestays, hostels, villas, cabins, boats, etc. These are all alternative accommodation. And largely in India, if I may say, it's Goa, Karnataka, and what you call Kerala. These are the three states which are driving it, actually. And globally today, the Booking.com numbers say that 40% of their customers are actually looking for alternative accommodation, which means they're not looking for hotels, the traditional hotel. They're looking for alternative accommodations. If it's global, their business has gone 2.8 billion, and about 20% of its revenue now is coming from alternative accommodation. And the second part to the alternative accommodation is, you all know the success of Airbnb, and I'm not going to spend too much time on this because everybody knows this model. But everybody seems to live with like an ostrich in this because it's there, and let's put a hat in the sand and not recognize the power of Airbnb. Forget about this last year when they've been struggling. The industry has been struggling. So, but imagine a valuation of the company in 2008 to 2020 is at 35 billion. It was 38 billion last year. And today they have approximately 7 million properties around, 100,000 cities, and growing and counting, actually. And what does the team consist of, the 15,000 people? Data scientists, engineers, and developers. Yeah. And it's a very open concept, the office, etc. I'm not going to spend time on that. But I'm just trying to say is the stay at the Airbnb today is 2.4 times longer than a traditional hotel stay. So they are making money from there. And they have a business model which is very attractive. So most people kind of sign up for Airbnb. And every night, Dilip, 2 million people stay in Airbnbs. 2 million people stay in Airbnbs. So I'm saying this is a disruption that is happening for our industry, and we should be watchful of that. Instead of ignoring it, we should be watchful. How far it can go? Can it go to 30%, 40% of the share? We are losing it. My own friends, and I'm sure many of your friends, actually, a whole bunch of guys that we have on this talk, I know of 3 of them in the last 1 year before the pandemic, all stayed in Airbnb. These were all 5-star hotel users. All stayed in Airbnb in Italy, in London, in New York, in Frisco, all stayed in Airbnbs. Why? I'm not so sure. They're families of 4 and families of 6. They all stayed, this is a beautiful stay, fantastic experience, no glitches of any kind. And we come back and spend the night here, and the rest of it is very centrally located, and beautiful hosts, lovely hosts that they had. So I think this is the power of alternative accommodation. And now I'm going to come to technology. I think one of the key things as far as technology is concerned is the fact that...
Sorry, Farad, I couldn't help but interrupt. I thought you were being sponsored by Airbnb.
I'm talking, excuse my saying this, I'm not sponsored by Airbnb. Go
ahead.
So Brian Chesky will be very happy to hear me. So, but the fact is that today, I think when we talk of technology, I think the fact that the industry has actually, what even Shanta said, and in fact, even Rajiv said earlier, is that we have not been proactive in embracing technology, not fast enough to embrace technology. We are addressing the present, we're moving with the flow, but not investing enough in technology. Today, I think there are just a few thoughts that I have. I'm going to be very brief in this because technology can take a lot of time. For example, the cloud today is going to future-proof platforms with smart and flexible systems. As you said, actually, the rise of personalization and customization is going to come through the cloud. Today, our data is fragmented, Dilip. Ladies and gentlemen, it is fragmented. There is absolutely so difficult to get data combined together of seeking people's choice. You come and stay at a hotel, you still say you are the first time you're staying here. It's fragmented. So what is the cloud going to do is it's going to enable us to solve data fragmenting, and consolidate technologies together through an open platform. By unifying systems, hoteliers will be able to understand the guest profile and preferences across all touch points, which is extremely, extremely important. Number two, technology used as foster information, really, information connection. Right? So the thought of the robos and butlers, robos, I think those are a bit far-fetched, and don't think so. They will come in a hurry, and that model doesn't apply to many of the kind of properties that the hospitality industry operates. But the fact remains that hoteliers should be focusing on keeping the service human, and I will always say that the human touch should never go. But how do we use technology that can assist our own workforce to be more flexible, to be more efficient? To be more efficient. Technology to be used to bring in efficiency. The other thing is artificial intelligence and smart rooms. I know we talk about this a lot, but not much is always done on this. Artificial intelligence and smart rooms are the trend that is being adopted today, not by many hotels, and to create experiences that are more personable, memorable. Use AI, guests that are able to voice commands in order to room service, curtains, etc. Just by voice command, etc. And Amazon has come back with Alexa for hospitality. They've launched already. So that is another intervention that has come in. I have my experience that when you go on a website to book hotels, and this is again disruption I'm talking about, most of the time there are pictures on the website. We are still not using 3D, VR, and AR technologies at all. The virtual reality, augmented reality is still not being used by many hotel companies. And I think for a customer to be able to go through that is fantastic. You're able to go through the entire experience. And last but not the least is the mobile usage. The usage of mobile that is going up, and Booking.com themselves, the last research, it says about 40% is the global usage of mobile. In India, it's about 60%. So you can imagine the usage, the technology that's actually coming in, and how many customers are using mobile to make bookings at the hotel. So that's in brief as far as technology and alternative accommodation is concerned, and that's where the disruption is going to come.
Fantastic. We are wanting to have a lot of more questions asked, so let's try and hurry this up. And let me move to Viru. Viru, you've more often than not talked about people, associates. Your clear focus is on what's happening there. Share with us, and you've got a perspective now, Rajasthan, before that in Hyderabad. So from the people, associates perspective, and even the other stakeholders' perspective, your reactions to what's going to happen in the future. Your voice, you need to unmute.
No, here it is. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Dilip. Namaskar, good morning, and thank you, Bhuvnesh, for a great initiative. Let me go straight to the topic. Yes, for me personally, people is, I think, the most important thing for the industry. The hotel industry, as you know, is a people's industry, and it has a very large diaspora, covers many different groups of people who are involved with the industry. So I will not take time explaining everyone, but yes, to the first and most important, of course, is the guest. The guests today are having a major scare. When can they visit the hotels? Is it the right time to visit? Are they safe? Are they following the proper hygiene standards? Also, there are many cumbersome procedures. Some places you need to have a permit to go to hill stations. Travel has become a major concern. Would you be checked at the airport? Would you need to be quarantined, and so on and so forth? So that's become a very major concern for them. What will happen in the future? Yes, there is going to be limited service. But the good point would be at this time would be there would be a lot of discounts and special packages that will be coming in. For vendors and contractors, they have got the benefit which the government has given them as MSMEs, and which is very good for them. Unfortunately, it doesn't come to all the hotel industry, but they can get this benefit, so they need to rejoice there. But yes, they will see a reduction in business, and they must follow the new norms Otherwise, in terms of safety, otherwise it will become a concern and they will not be selected. For owners, yes, there is major financial pressures. Business is not there. The P&L is a major concern, especially if they have taken loans, then lease payments and EMIs are concerned. So that's major. Fixed costs are not going to go away. Fuel, power and light, payrolls, and so on and so forth. So I think for them, the main suggestion would be to see that they maintain their cash flows as far as possible. Also work with management and professionals closely, as sometimes they don't need to be taking certain decisions without getting professional help. I think the main concern, and when I talk about people, as you mentioned that, for me, the main concerns are the associates. And I think the Indian hospitality is a very traditional hospitality, which treats guests as God. And this is always done by constant service with humility and many, many moments of truth. Now, this is going to be surely, and this is, of course, delivered by our associates. Now, this pillar is going to be shaken. And I think that's where the whole concern is. Staff, associates are losing jobs. Salaries have been reduced. Many of them are not being paid regularly. The future is not clear. You run a wonderful institute, and I think students are going to be surely very concerned that what will they get jobs this year if they are passing out. Medical concerns are major. So I think my suggestions and going forward to the associates especially, which I would like to talk about, is that we as owners or management or professionals need to give confidence by having regular touch with our associates. It could be through town hall, it could be through webinar, it could be anyhow, but that's very, very important because sometimes they don't know what's happening. We need to ensure that they get some part of the remuneration, especially those who are in junior levels must get some part of remuneration. Third, if they are basically from out of station, then we need to see that if they have been given accommodation in your premises or nearby, then that continues and some basic meals are provided to them. So at least the two ends are being met. We also really seriously need to now look at medical insurances. Just covering on ESI may not be enough. We need to tie up with some good hospitals and look at medical insurances going forward. The new SOPs that have been created, a lot of training needs to be done there so that the staff are properly informed. I think the key factor now going forward will be multi-skilling. And I think multi-skilling must be encouraged a lot because you cannot have these very, very specialized jobs where people do not do anything else but only do a certain job that has been entrusted to them. We need to embrace good performers. So there's going to be, of course, survival of the fittest. The ratio to room staff will be decreasing. The salaries will get linked to your performances. So always we've had the salaries linked to the bonuses. This will surely get, and especially to the sales staff and the senior staff. And there, I think what we expect is that the corporates should expect some amount of cuts in the top heavy if the hotels are there. That's going to happen. So I think these were some of my issues that I just wanted to share with regard to people and associates. Over to you, Dilip.
Okay, great. Finally, last but not the least, Suresh, you always talked about changing business models. Things are not going to be the way they've been done for. So quickly take us through that because I have one more question at least for all of you before we have to end. Go ahead, Suresh.
Thank you, Dilip. And can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Thank you, Dilip, and thank you, Bhuvnesh. Words are very less to say more about what you have created is Festival of Learning on this platform. So let me just begin by saying, if you're last in the panel, you need to know how to last for 5 minutes. So Dilip, thank you for getting me in the last. But I think what I'm trying to say here is that I think I'll quickly go through. I'm sure that we have time frames in mind. It is said that if there is no challenge, I would not like to be repetitive because I think so much has been said. So I have to find my new articulation to just say that last 5 minutes can last a little more interestingly. So I'm saying if there is no challenge, there is no change. So COVID-19 has provided a challenge which is unprecedented. Well, Rajiv had given a good overview of how the operations and how the industry conceptually will continue to run. Farad also mentioned few points of saying technology will become a major issue. But I think I'll begin by saying let's accept the current situation. And in my mind, there is no reset to normal. I've been hearing these words of pause and reset. I think there is no reset to normal, as some changes that have already happened, which are inevitable, which are unavoidable. So let me just give you an example of saying high touch and high tech has already gone into no touch, but high tech continues to remain as an enabler. That's one. Now, nobody knows, and it is anybody's guess, that how long will this SMS last? Why I'm calling it as SMS is social distancing, mask, wearing a mask, and then using sanitizer. So this SMS in my mind, I don't know how long will it last in our pattern. The second issue that I thought was it is imperative, therefore, that in the current scenario, we opt for a growth mindset versus fixed mindset. Because somewhere you need to begin this new journey. We must therefore develop an ability to deal with new normal, where anything can come from anywhere and re-navigate the world we live in. That is unpredictability of repeat wave, whether it's V shape, is Y shape, I have no clue. But I think we need to reimagine the entire thing and be ready. Closing of borders without any notice can continue to happen. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Quarantine directives, you don't know. And you do not know if your hotel or your enterprise is located within containment zones, which can be announced anytime. And there is no right now relief that you can see. You are now clocking the highest number in the world on everyday basis. So that's another thing. I think what we need to do now is to be more conservative in our approach on capital investments and also be sensitive to cost in general and continue to keep looking at manpower numbers. I'm not getting into detailing because the world knows exactly. You need to grow your revenue, you need to control your costs. And there are HLP and salary wages benefit are the two controllable areas of a larger proportion that you can always look at. So I'm not getting into this. So I think in this new normal, we need to be more adaptable, must work on flexible structures and business models, which can scale up and can scale down. So therefore, I think more and more services will become now to outsource agencies where it is easier for you to scale it up as and when the need arises and scale it down as and when the circumstances change. I think it is also true that this is an opportunity actually to work on zero-based budgeting. For years, these were words called in fashion. The fashionable words of zero-based budgeting, I think time has come, you have no escape. So let's go back on the drawing board and start looking at it. And I think we should now, as management, must be ready to provide quick solutions. So that is very, very important today, to look at what will happen and what are the variables. It is like saying, I'm in control of situation, but situation is out of control. So that's another way of looking at the business right now. I think time has come to realign ourselves from our past learnings, redefine our attitude, habits, and behaviors. Since our new mindset will redefine our attitude in the market positioning and also survival of the business. I think these are a few things that I thought in my mind. But in this unprecedented and uncertain time, we need to strengthen our future by shifting towards localization. What they are saying is vocal for local. I think we are getting there. Collective collaboration, Mr. Bhandari talked about, with supply chain to bring in cost effectiveness, resilience, that your supplier, your vendor, everybody actually is in the same rhythm that you want them to be. Enhance capability and agilities in our decision making and adaptability to market situations, which are variable right now and nobody can predict. We need to continuously focus on digitalization and keep an eye on high-tech solutions, whether it is personalization like you mentioned, and I think Farad said, maybe we need to create some kind of a tech-based personalization, which gives you a feeling of being looked after. I think continue to reflect on core hospitality, like Rajiv said, values and culture. You can't do without the core values that we began this business with. And appreciate available resources for the first time and focus on sustainability. I also must say, while remaining nimble-footed and flexible, let's hope we continue to build on traditional model of Eastern courtesies and Western efficiencies. We do not forget that. But there are a few buzzwords that I also want to not really comment. There are a few buzzwords that have become now fashionable to talk. It's called pent-up feeling. Second is revenge traveling. Now, who are you taking a revenge on? Yourself. So are you fighting a virus? That's another. I think domestic market is now. It was always the mantra for success, but for the first time since the lockdown, so domestic market has suddenly come into prominence. So this was always there. I think you cater to always domestic market because your foreign business was now slowly coming down to about 30 to 40%. But the only fear I have or apprehension, and this domestic market, the 60% of our business in business rail used to be corporate. Now with this work from home culture, the world has actually seen how to save cost, how to bring these platforms that Bhuvnesh has already shown to the world. I think all these areas continue to remain now in focus, and I think we should be sensitive to that. I'm also saying, I started with SMS, now I'm saying WhatsApp will become WhatsApp. I think these are two things that I want to say. SMS is save yourself from protecting yourself, to WhatsApp is a conversation that we are having. With those, I would only try to say that I think the trilogy of customer, guest, and employees, I think they all have to have trust and confidence. Let's build trust and confidence, and let's look forward very optimistically to a growth which we are not aware of. Thank you so much.
Wise words, and thank you so much. Gentlemen, actually, just in your first responses, you've answered all the questions. That's also because we're running out of time. But I will ask one question to Rajiv Kaul, if I may, with the permission of the rest of the panelists, simply because it's a very interesting insight. The idea is that your own experiences as leaders in the past, and not experiences through crises like a 2611 or 9/11, it's in your own business. In that, when I think of Rajiv's last 3-4 years with Leela, and imagine the challenges where every day you thought, my company is gone, my brand's gone, what's going to happen to people, what's going to happen. So just share something with us on that, Rajiv, and any lessons from that to people, because that's not been easy for you. And singularly, I think you are responsible for building that brand. I think the award for Leela Udaipur is a reflection of your work really more than anybody else. But that journey was very interesting to hear. I'm sure our audience and fellow panelists want a quick insight. We've got 3 or 4 minutes for you to talk about that. You're muted. You're muted. Yes.
Muted.
So thank you for that indulgence, Dilip. Yes, I spent about, or rather we spent, the whole team spent about 5 years on a razor's edge, So, and our obituary was written several times. We read so many obituaries, but I think the lesson there really is that adversity can be a great blessing. When you have your backs to the wall, it is amazing what you can achieve. Because in our case, and I'm just indulging a little bit in the story, that it was very, it would have been heartbreaking for us to lose these magnificent hotels that are spectacular hotels that our owners had created for us, or we had together created. And every 6 months there was a public auction that was announced in the newspapers that for the Leela Palace New Delhi or the Leela Palace Chennai, etc. And we knew that the brand would be greatly weakened if it did not have these assets, if the Leela flag was not on these buildings. So we we thought of something, but there's something else which is coming to my mind. I was reading a McKinsey report recently, and they said something extremely valuable. They said that the task of a leader today is to help the team transition from the room called fear to the room called hope. And I think that's really pretty much captures this. That is because that's the journey that we made. We asked ourselves that if the management's task was that the assets of the hotel and the brand of the hotel brand should remain united, what needs to be done? And it was very clear that what needs to be done is that you have to rapidly, accelerated mode, you have to elevate the brand equity of Leela Hotels. So, fortunately for us, the Oberoi Hotels had shown us the way. They had already got the Best Hotel Award. They'd got the Best Brand Award. So, I mean, that's founded on a bedrock of 50 years of excellence. We had 5 years to do it. So we were in a rapid mode. But we said this is what needs to be done. And so the strategy was that you have to obsess with quality. It's not that you're passionate about quality, no. You will obsess with quality. You will obsess with, because we only have hotels in India. While the rest of the brands that you're competing with, and you're competing with the world's greatest brands, they have touch points across the globe. So you've got to have your guest, who's such a passionate fan, that his echo will resonate louder than the other brand fans. And the second task was, which was something which some of us took on, that how do we insulate the guest experience from all the financial troubles that we have on our balance sheet. So I think we were very fortunate that the owners, the Nair family, and also the lenders, had that maturity and that support, that they helped us to completely insulate the guest experience from all these terrible problems that we were facing. And then we went about, along with the team, and I'm very proud of the fact that our 4,000 persons team was spectacularly rose to the occasion. We were last year, Dilip said that the Leela Palace Udaipur was honored as the #1 hotel in the world. And this year we received, the Leela Palaces Hotels and Resorts was honored as the #1 brand in the world. So it was fascinating. And I'm here to just share with you that, out of adversity, a diamond, what is that quotation, that a diamond is nothing but carbon under intense pressure.
Indeed.
So this is really an opportunity for everybody here, that it is how you choose to utilize this opportunity, because there is amazing amount of potential that rests within our team, within ourselves. There are dearth of latent opportunities, which it can all be achieved if you are really determined. It's all about having the determination.
Okay, Rajiv, we're going to run out of time, so thank you for that. One rapid fire question before we finish, Bhuvnesh. Each one of you has to give us a quarter in the future where you think business of our industry is back to 2019 levels. So, and please look at Indian financial year quarter when you give your response. I'm going to quickly rapid fire to each of you. Let's start with Rahul Pandit. Which quarter in the future will our industry be back to 2019 levels? Quick answer.
I would say more. Yeah, quick. I think we are going to see a massive yield compression for the next 4 years. Leisure is going to be a silver lining. Otherwise, if I see the industry on an aggregate, it's 2 years to recover occupancy, another 2 years to recover pricing, and year 5 for our rates. Having said that, the next 4 years are not going to see any new supply injection. So the advantage is that when we come back, every year we add 5%. So effectively, the next cycle is going to have a 20% upwards tailwind.
Excellent. So
riding
I should
under
have
it.
asked the professor the question last because he would have summarized well. Okay, which quarter, Shanta De Silva, do you think the industry will be back to 2019 levels?
Quarter 2,
2024. Suresh Kumar, what about you?
3.5 years to 4 years.
3.5 to 4 years. Farad? Your voice, you're muted.
Quarter 4 of 2022.
Quarter 4, 2022. Anil Bhandari?
Third quarter of
Unmute yourself, please.
2024.
Last quarter of 2024. Viru?
Okay. Oh.
Sorry, say that again.
Muted. Second quarter of 2022.
Rajiv Kaul?
A little bit more possible.
Quarter 3, 2023.
Okay, I mean, if you do a quick average, we're talking
Dilip,
about
what about
no
you?
less.
Dilip, what about you, Dilip?
I would actually say it will take at least 2 years for the first of the leisure big resorts to come back to 2019 levels. The big business hotels will take more time. But if I were to average everybody, indeed, it is anywhere between 2 to 3 years to a full recovery to 2019 levels. We don't have the time to discuss green shoots and which segments will recover faster. But gentlemen, thank you for your time again. I wish we had more time to share some more views with our audience, but I'm sure Bhuvnesh is going to set up many more such panels for us to talk about. Thank you all, and back to you, Bhuvnesh.
So you guys have been a great support, and I don't need to reiterate that again and again. Each one of you, this industry has always looked up to you, will always look up to you. Keep guiding them, keep mentoring them, keep holding them tight, and we shall get you back every now and then, soon and again. And Shanta, we will keep getting you on the air from Sydney, right? Or whatever you call them these days. You have these, what do you have? These fiber optics, sorry. So not on the air anymore. And Dilip, thanks for this. You've been a wonderful moderator. And thank you for ISH and Dilip Puri for driving the nominations and awards for us. Suresh, you've been a great partner. Rajiv sir, look up to you. You've been a brilliant hotelier. You've brought in some of the best hotels this country has yet to see. Rahul, I don't need to add to what Dilip has said. मतलब अब मैं तुमसे कभी एडवाइस नहीं लूंगा, पूरी गुगली दे दोगे, मैं समझने किसी और से जाऊंगा, राइट? Anil sir, thank you for अपना हाथ बनाए रखना. You've been a mentor to us. Farhat, always the genial giant, right? A gentleman. And Viru, the lesser said the better. Royalty every inch. I mean, awesome friend and well-wisher. Thank you again, everybody. Wonderful show. Thank you for making it special.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. What an exciting time it has been. And keep conversing on social media using the hashtag IHA 2020. Well, my name is Bhavna Bhatia, and I welcome you all to this 5 days of power-packed panels, 180 plus speakers, and 100 plus awards, which is happening daily. And today we're on day 3, ladies and gentlemen. Started from August 31st, and it's going to go on till September 4th. And today, every bit of business out there presents an opportunity, and hoteliers need to come up with some innovative marketing and sales strategy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next session today is finally, it's you who will get it back. So this session is going to be moderated by Jatin Khanna, Market Vice President, North India, Bhutan and Nepal, Marriott Hotels India Private Limited, Nitesh Gandhi, General Manager, JW, New Delhi, Satyajit Krishnan, Area Director, North and General Manager, Taj Mahal, New Delhi, Tejinder Singh, Area Manager, East ITC Hotels and Cluster General Manager, ITC Sonar and ITC Royal Bengal, Rajesh Nambi, General Manager, The Lodi, New Delhi, Ashwini Goela, Cluster General Manager, Rajasthan and Agra, RGM, RHG and GM, Radisson Blue Plaza, Delhi Airport, and Vivek Shukla, General Manager, Corporate Affairs, Lalit, New Delhi. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd like to call upon Bhuvnesh Khanna, CEO BW Communities, to kindly join me out here and get this incredible second panel on day 3. Hello, Bhuvnesh.
Hi.
So, Bhuvnesh, what a great first panel we had. It was incredible seeing you get the entire panel curated, and it was what great insights we got from that.
You know, these guys are all stalwarts. They're the tallest leaders of this industry, and each name carries a lot of weight. They're very tall leaders. They are solid people. I mean, the next generation must touch their feet, and they can take away a lot.
Sure. Absolutely. So I think it's, yes, now it's time to get our second panel on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. We're bringing you the incredible panel on
Let's get the stars in.
Yes, we should. So we'd request the team to get the incredible.
Hi, Bhuvnesh, how are you doing?
From one Khanna to another. Hi, Jatin.
How are you doing?
Good. All right. Who remains?
We've got Vivek and
Hi, Nitesh. Hi, Ashwini. Hi, Rajesh. Teji.
Hello.
Teji. Tejinder, audio. Satyajit has to come in.
Yeah, Satyajit and Vivek.
They're coming in. Yeah. Sorry, we overshot with the stars by 6 minutes.
That's perfectly fine. No problem.
Yeah. So let's just wait for Satyajit and
So Rajesh, is this your new look in this time, or that's how it's going to be now? Like, I've got my new look. Whatever I'm losing, so I've got my new look.
You lost more than you should have.
Thank you for rubbing it in, Bhuvnesh. Thank you.
I remember, years ago, I was taken on a round of the JW Marriott in Pune by Ranjit Chopra. By the way, your hotel won a few yesterday. Hi, Vivek.
Hi, how are you? Hi.
Good.
Morning. I'm in Jaipur, so just a quick visit to the hotel.
It doesn't matter where you are nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything is virtual.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So what a fine property you ran over there, right?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I remember going to I'm a vegetarian, so I was at this vegetarian restaurant at the JW Marriott, which is clocking in numbers and the kind of numbers the JW Marriott Pune is doing, not taking away anything from the JW AeroCity.
Exactly.
So my daughter. So my daughter
JW actually overshot JW Pune now.
Yeah. So my daughter was the guest of Nitish doing a quarantine time there, and she has awesome stories to say even during quarantine.
Great.
Hi,
so we've got Satyajit also now.
All right.
And as well.
So Satyajit is now about 17 kilos lower than he was, half the frame.
My God.
Yeah, I've tried to fit into the frame.
Yeah, you
will touch base separately on your diet.
Yeah.
Sorry?
It will touch base separately on your diet.
Nitish, you have to lift yourself up a little or tilt your camera your screen towards you because you're bottom of screen. Nitish.
Oh, okay.
Yes, please.
हाँ जी थोड़ा सा ऊपर उठाना पड़ेगा. Much better.
Okay.
Oh, perfect. All right. Teji. Tejinder को क्या हो गया? He's frozen, no?
Frozen, yeah.
Yeah. So I think he'll come back. Let me start with this show. These are the guys who actually make it happen. They run the businesses. They bring in the moolah. They bring in everything. I mean, they create jobs. They create all the remuneration that we all need, right? And we all need preciously. And they're all stars. They're all leading. And they're almost ready to fill in big shoes. Jatin has already walked into larger shoes than he's occupied past few years. Each one of you in your own right is a brilliant star. I won't take away from Jatin. I look up to you all. And let me hand over to Jatin. His portfolio needs no description. Bhavna Bhatia has spoken about him. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bhuvnesh. And hello, everyone. Let's get straight into the topic, which is finally it's you who will get it back. So we've got a complete panel of 6 of seasoned and senior hoteliers right now with us. And I really want to start by asking all 6 of you, does this really put too much pressure on you, what Bhuvnesh was saying, and the whole topic of finally it's you who will get it back? I want to hear your opening comments before we dive into some other nuts and bolts and get these things rolling. So we can start with Vivek maybe, and then we can carry on from there.
Thank you, Jatin. Firstly, a big thank you to BW, Mr. Bhuvnesh Khanna, and the entire fantastic team, Mr. Batra, and all of you for curating such a fabulous show this week. Each session is very powerful. Well, the pressure is there of a different kind. The world that we are in, we never saw this, learned about it, and it's a high. It's a high of thinking differently, innovating differently, creating something new as an offering to our customers, to our employees, to our stakeholders, yes, I think every day is a new day. We are all evolving. We are learning as the days goes by, and it's fun. I'm loving it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Vivek. Nitish, what are your thoughts?
Morning, Jatin. Truly exciting times. Never seen something like this before. I remember 9/11, the young manager then. Really impact my life much then. But now in these times, I think what's the exciting part is that whatever we did 6 months back and which is very successful is not successful anymore. The same strategies won't work. The same strategies of trying to fill up the restaurants or get in rooms will not work. It has to be out of the box. I think every single room night that we now go on, or every single wedding function we get on, requires a different form of communication, different form of convincing that needs to be done with the guest. So it's a complete reboot, and it's exciting because I think only those who are flexible will kind of flourish, and a great opportunity to flourish at this time. So opportunities are massive if you really go out and look for it, and that the new opportunities truly excite me at this stage.
Great, thank you, Nitesh. Rajesh, what do you think?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, BW Hotelier, Mr. Khanna, and Mr. Anurag Batra. Thanks a lot. As far as the last few months are concerned under the lockdown, and that's when I actually took over Lodi as a general manager. It has been very exciting, and we obviously are a very different hotel in the midst of the Lutyens, Delhi, so to say. So our challenges are much more different. Our challenges are yet to come, starting maybe November, where we were completely dependent on inbound. So the dynamics have changed right now. We need to think differently on how to get in more domestic people, a domestic traveler into the system at the same rate as that of the international, the inbound traveler, and yet maintain the occupancy level to be able to give the EBITDA to the owners. So yeah, it's a very it's a lovely learning, to be very precise. I think all of us have been at a very comfortable space for a very, very long time as hoteliers, and I think this has shaken us up to an extent where we realize the importance of every half a penny that we spend or we earn.
Right, great. Ashwini, what are your thoughts? Being the first, kind of airport hotel, I would say, and right now airlines, under so much of pressure. What are your initial thoughts on this before we get into some specific questions?
Thank you, Jatin. Firstly, thank you, sir, for having us over here, and I think a great platform that you've created for each one of us. It was great to learn from the stalwarts, and it's great to learn from people who are our elders. And as you rightly said, we need to touch their feet to get their blessings, and that's what you've created on this platform. Yes, so I think it's a very apt session, firstly for us, because it's finally us who has to get it back, and I don't think there is any two thoughts on this around. Yes, we do have pressure, especially with Aero City coming up. This hotel already had pressures over the last few years, and then we were trying to recover it, and we had revived out of it. But now with COVID coming in, this again becomes another opportunity, as I would say, for us, as everybody now is on ground zero, and we all need to start from the scratch. So I think we will have good opportunities moving forward to revive the business, and also to see that how agile and how nimble are we to get what is available in the market for our hotel. So yes, I'm quite optimistic about the future. What has happened in the past now.
Great, thank you, Ashwini. Satyajit, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this wonderful platform. Thank you to BW Hotelier. I think this is it's like literally like the hospitality industry talking to itself, and I'm so glad we have this opportunity. I think this is a defining moment in history of hospitality and in hotels, simply because I don't think anybody's seen anything like this before. One was a young hotelier when 9/11 happened, and 26/11 also was another kind of a defining moment to an extent in our country. But this is, as we know, global. Our source markets have been hit. Our our feeder markets have been hit. However, there's an old saying about every opportunity, every crisis is an opportunity. I think that's so true, because right now, as I said, it's a defining moment. The learnings we have today will, I think, will hold us in great stead as for generations to come, as hoteliers, as business managers, to be able to successfully survive this year, to be able to hopefully make profit, and to get business back on track, is a skill set we've all learned or are learning and evolving very quickly. So I think it is on a personal level, as a professional, and for organizations, I think it is painful. But I personally feel this is a very defining moment, because if we have survived this storm, every other storm or every other crisis, which at one time used to look very large, will now look like a little, passing showers. So I think it's unfortunate, but it's a great opportunity for all of us as an industry. And what I also appreciate about this situation, I mean, if I may use the word appreciate, in many ways, it's brought the industry together, because we're all in it. We're all facing the same challenges. We're all facing the same problems. I think across hotel companies, organizations have come together. It was wonderful how the Hotel Association of India and FHRI under these umbrellas were able to get on the table with the government, request for things. Mr. Chatwal, of course, is the president of HAI. So I think it's been a wonderful opportunity for also the industry to come together.
Great. No, thank you. Thank you, Satyajit, and thank you, everyone. I was just trying to write a couple of points and keywords where we were talking about thinking differently, flexibility. This is like a level playing field. So I want to stay with you, Satyajit, and with Nitesh. Maybe if you two can answer this. As the business cycle starts turning, a lot of relaxation, unlock 4.0, unlock 5.0 will also come through. How do you think things will be different in coming months? And I want you to put a 2-year cap right now and start talking to me. What do you really see changes happening in our industry, which will be good or bad? You have to define whether it is in product, processes, people. How do you think our industry will change? We can start with you, Satyajit, where you left. Maybe you can start your thoughts from there and jump to Nitesh then.
So I think, Jatin, the focus would change of the kind of businesses that we're going to be targeting or the kind of sectors we're going to be looking at. And it's already started happening, of course. There was a certain playbook where we all followed. There was a format we all followed. There was a certain hotels, depending on the destination and location you were in, were focused on foreign travelers, foreign business travelers or leisure travelers, and the others were for other kind of businesses. But now, I think we are learning to improvise and develop new markets. So what will change, I think, is first of all our approach to the segmentation in terms of micro segmenting the country, because obviously it goes without saying that right now the focus is going to be the domestic traveler. But the domestic traveler has already got so many other, there's so many opportunities the way we look at domestic traveler. And I'll give you an example. At IHCL, we've started two very interesting initiatives. One is called 4D. Now, this is a focus on driving holidays, okay? And this is a concept of how we expect guests to now be focused on their own driving holidays, and how do we make it easier for guests to do that? And we focused on certain resorts, certain hotels, even city hotels, where we feel there is huge demand. That is one segment of the domestic traveler. The second segment of the domestic traveler we worked on as an organization is what we call vocations, and some other companies have also got into this. And it's something which is gaining traction as we speak, because people don't want to work in either in crowded office spaces, or they would be working from home. They might as well work from a resort or from a jungle resort or from a beach resort. Dream come true for a lot of us as hoteliers. We work in those resorts, but we actually don't have the vocation part of it. It's for us, it's right. work. I remember my time when I was in Goa. Everybody who I spoke to, everybody thought I was always on the beach. The joke was I was not. I mean, I was always in the hotel looking at the beach. But jokes apart. So I think that is one thing which is going to change, is the focus on segmentation. The second part of obviously is going to be the obvious answer, is the focus on hygiene, the focus on safety, the focus on ensuring private space for guests. I think we're going to move away from those large crowded room kind of event concepts, and we have to, I think, on the fly improvise, whether we create virtual studios in our banqueting spaces, whether we create office spaces in our banqueting spaces, or virtual offices. So I think the whole concept of hoteliering, while the basic will never change, I mean, warmth, we'll have to learn to smile through the mask, as I said the other day, and that smile through our eyes. So that part won't change. But the way we do business, I think that's the big change, in my opinion.
And have you already started working towards these changes, which probably will come in effect in next maybe 8-10 months or something?
Yes. We started as early as April, and kind of then we've our organization through various cross-functional teams, worked on putting together these concepts. They were developed. The organization actually then did research on where do we feel these initiatives will go and which will be the areas to target. And that's already been done. So yes, it's already been implemented. As I mentioned, we've implemented the 4D concept, which is a driving holiday concept. We've already implemented vacations. We're focusing on weddings as a segment. We're doing a whole, a whole, I won't use the word spin, but a whole focus on weddings as a concept, and how do you do your weddings niche events completely with us. So we've already implemented this, and we're already focusing on that as an organization.
Great, thank you. Nitesh, over to you, same question. What do you see next 2 years?
I feel a little differently about this. And if you're asking us to talk about a 2-year window, I think it's important that we break down all our plans into 2 batches. We all have our sanitization plans in detail in action right now. They all call different names. We have the same chemical, the same machine, the same intensity. All that is taken care of. We all have vacations of various forms on offer. We all have takeaways on offer. We all are doing weddings on offer. We all also understand on a common ground that yes, it is only the domestic market which will see us through. Where is this information coming from? We see what's happening in China. We see what's happening in APAC. In all these countries, domestic is kind of seeing it through till such time that international travel happens. I think it's important that we just keep all these ideas in one little bucket. I think a couple of marketing guys have made it. We thought we made it for our own selves. Let's really see what our guests need. I think next 3 to 5 months, we all really need to focus on the principles of demand creation. It is not about creating that fancy work from a hotel or a staycation. Jatin, we've been open for the last 2 weeks. Ever since the Delhi government has allowed us to open, restaurants are open, rooms are open, everything is fine. I've called my top 100 customers coming from restaurants, our CEOs who give us business. And the first question is, I'm not sure. I'm not confident. Yes, you have a plan. I'm still not sure. So first, I think as an industry body, if all of us get together as a Delhi as a market or Mumbai as a market and reach out to a customer base and say, yes, we are ready to welcome you back, because that belief has to be really very strongly etched in the mind of the CEOs. If the CEOs first start to travel, it's only then will the word go back to number 3, number 4, number 5, and to the end traveler. We are on talks with most of our business clients across the feeder market, which is Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, and Chennai over the last 3 weeks now. Intensive sales calling, virtually, of course. None of the corporates have plans to travel as of now. Even those who do, the only question is coming, how sure are you about your sanitization plans? They are saying that, fine, if Marriott is safe, if Taj is safe, what about another company? I mean, there are hotels wherein a traveler would go from one hotel company to the other hotel company. So I think at this stage, the most critical question on my mind to answer your question is work on demand generation. Work on telling our guests as an industry, there is nobody who's taken more effort than us. It is time that we bring those aspects to the fore. The vacations will follow, the staycations will follow, the work from home will follow. Another very positive thing I'm hearing is the CEOs and the senior management are actually fed up of these virtual calls. They want to get back to the normal business. India is a country of relationships. India is a country of hugs. India is a country of meeting together and shaking hands. 80% of people have said, listen, they told me, Nitesh, we want to come back and do one-to-one meetings. Weddings have already taken off for us. Ever since we opened, done about 4 events already, again, 50 people and thereabouts. So we are a country of where people like to get together. But prior to that, I think it's important, first 3 months, starting today, let's work on demand generation. Everything else, I think, will just follow automatically.
So you raise a very valid point of demand generation. I want to ask this to Rajesh and Vivek. And I'm sorry, Tejinder is not able to join us because I think he's facing internet issues. But Rajesh, to you and to you, Vivek, I really want to understand, when you talk about demand creation, we went through September 11, we went through 26/11, we went through recession in 2008. Every time what happens is that the brand starts getting into other swim lanes. Do you see that the luxury space or the upper upscale will still be able to maintain their swim lanes while we come out of this and as business keeps on picking up? What's your take on this, Rajesh and Vivek?
Jatin, I'll tell you that, I've been blessed to be a part of a group which has the super luxury malls, and attached to that are the best brands that probably most of us sport these days. Now, I'll tell you that luxury is here to stay. One thing is very clear, that people are coming out of their houses. The moment the malls opened, the first 1 week, just like Nitesh said, that there were inhibitions. People were not coming out of their houses. People were you didn't see the footfall really. Uh, but it was one Tuesday when I just walked into MKT at the Chanakya, and I was surprised to see that the place was choco-blocked. Chanel was doing fantastic. They had it was crowded, and they had to have queue managers and the social distancing and so on and so forth. And after that, they have not seen a stop. Now, coming to our hotel, uh, we opened on Friday, and from there till now, I mean, figures don't lie. Last weekend, we closed with 90+% occupancy out of the 111 rooms, not just the 42 rooms that the hotel wing has. The overall hotel, we closed with 90% occupancy at 19,610 rupees. Now, we obviously are a very different hotel, and I'm not our room sizes are different. We have plunge pools as an additional point, etc. But what I'm trying to tell you over here is about luxury. Luxury is here to stay. Now, is this a bubble? As I feel, I mean, I've always felt, and I've always told my sales team that this is a bubble, and guys, please go and make hay when sun shines, because uh, this is a time when you really don't sell a room in Delhi at 19,000 or 20,000. But we have plonked ourselves at that rate. Now, we are able to sell it because the people of Delhi are sick and tired of being at home, eating their dal chawal. They want to come out. They want to pamper themselves. They want to see how the world looks outside of their house or outside of their balconies. And this probably is a short-lived bubble. I hope not, though. But luxury is definitely here to stay. And I think that we will have to obviously adjust rates based on demand, but not too much as well. I wouldn't say that. I for one will never ever recommend to drop rates and create demand. Uh, that's my take. Otherwise, bringing it back to what we were selling a few years back. I mean, yes, there was a 911 and there was all that, but this is a very different, very very different, pandemic that we're facing, and it's far more what do you call impactful in terms of economy. I mean, the world is discussing about 23.9 GDP loss and so on and so forth, but you know all that didn't happen then. It's happening now. So I think I think we have a very strong source to come back, and luxury is here to stay.
Okay, great. Just on a lighter note, I thought India probably has got more master chefs now. So there are no dal chawal at home these days, I can tell you, especially during these lockdown time, going through all the Instagram and Facebook. Over to you, Vivek. Do you really think luxury is there to stay and they'll be able to maintain their swim lane?
I think Mr. Bhuvnesh Khanna has something to say. He just raised his finger. Sorry, can't hear you.
You're on mute. You're on mute.
You're on mute. You're on mute. Can't hear. Unmute yourself, please. Yeah.
Yeah. I said Tejinder is coming. Tejinder, welcome back.
Great.
Yeah. Right, Jatin. I think good, set of question. Luxury is here to stay. I agree with what Rajesh just said and my colleagues here on the panel. Currently, the sense of well-being, the comfort of safety, and the hygiene level is very high. This bubble of what we are going through in 2020, perhaps it remains this way and gets over with it in 2021. We are all forgetting about it as a bad dream. But yes, I think the positivity with which the nation is moving, the positivity with which we are, from an optics perspective, the media perspective, the reporting perspective, we have to learn to live with what we are going through. Less is more is a sense that I'm kind of getting, where people are not wanting clutter, those long drawn feats of buffet that everyone used to boast about. The bite size is back, the single portions are back. Delectable edible, well presented, and well thought health and immunity related food and beverages are back into the game. And I think this is here to stay. And I think with the Ayurveda, with Unani, with Siddha, and I think there's so much that India has a diversity to offer, is very unique. And I believe that the quotient and today the customer is wanting to be loyal because he wants to go to a brand because he has a level of comfort. He recognizes those set of people who are there to assure and reassure. So I guess the venturing out and the syndrome of trying to do something new uh, will be a little bit restrained. People would be loyal, but yes, they want themselves to be pampered now, be it opening of the spas, be it opening of even the pool, because I think the feel of just getting into the pool is missing this whole year with the heavy summers that we've all gone through across the country. And I am fairly confident that within a short span of time, I think things will be bouncing back, and I'm very positive about it. We are seeing that within the Lalit across the country, and of course people are wanting to drive out, experience cities like Jaipur, Chandigarh, Mangar, and likewise now Goa has also opened up its borders effective yesterday. You don't need a test. So we will see a lot of folks driving across between states, so which is good news. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Welcome back. Finally, we have you. Obviously we started with everybody, their opening statements and all, but I really want to jump into F&B as Vivek started talking about it. And obviously ITC is known for their F&B. Looking at what the current landscape is, and a lot of our standalone restaurants not able to stand the pressure and closing out, do you see that there is a new, I would say, new energy which will probably come into our hotels when it comes to F&B spaces? And anything in specific ITC is doing in that area?
Hi, thank you. ITC as a chain, we are very passionate on our food. That's so true. Food and beverage is probably in our DNA now, and we've always believed in responsible luxury, which is our credo, which goes through everything. So it's not just about food. It's we believe that food and beverage is a very important vehicle to showcase the warmth and the smile and the service, which seems to be right now, struggling under the mask. But we're doing all that we can to make sure, first of all, that we have to win the confidence of the customer back through F&B. So we've done a lot of things. We developed a very strong hotel protocol, which is We Assure. Probably some of you may have studied it. So it has a lot of opportunities, and there's a lot of showcase for risk mitigation in F&B space and safety hygiene. And this protocol we developed with NABH and DNB, and it's been quite successful. Where we have even put cutlery, crockery in shields of paper, sanitized and then packed and untouched. And there are a lot of protocols on safe distancing and shielding of chefs to protecting of associates and guests, and a lot of marshalling on the floor. So all that has helped us, and and help build confidence with the guests that with every subsequent visit they see something which reassures them, and then they go and tell other people. And I do feel that this in all this pandemic noise that is there, we shouldn't forget that the guest is also looking for reassurances for sure, but also looking at great food and beverage experiences. So we really don't want to mire a dal bukhara in a pandemic and not present it in all its glory. So we've developed service designs that make sure that service is delivered as they like it. Hot food, delivered with a lot of aplomb, and service designs which support it. And so we maintain that. And I think as an industry, we need to do that. We need to, while it is a competitive space, But 5-star hotels cannot be safer than each other. They have to come across as safest. We should not be competitive in that space, and we should support each other as an industry, and look at not even putting in anyone comparatively inferior. And that's how the industry will impact. So if you look at Kolkata market that we are in, we can see most hotels are doing a hell of a lot of innovation in F&B space. So whether when we do a buffet, for example, you shield, I'm sure other people also do a shield. And a lot of home deliveries. Our app is doing very well. Our platforms are doing well. We have gone into with our brand called Gourmet Couch, under which we're selling all our brands to home with special packaging. So all that is happening, and the guests are lapping it up. So I hope that continues, and these are models which will continue to stay. They don't really have to vanish post some sort of a normalization setting in. They will continue to buffer your cash flows.
Great. Well, good to know. Great. Ashwini, I really want to come to you and to Nitesh and Vivek on this question. One of the major stakeholder for our industry today is our own community and our investors. Now, obviously, these have been tough times for hotel associates or employees and our investors and owners. And your role is the most crucial when it comes to our owner or investors' expectations. Any views on this? And how are you going to manage this space in coming time? Do we hand over the keys and say, fine, whatever you say, we end up doing that, or we still run? And I know it's a bit of a political question, as in, you can be correct or incorrect in whichever way, but it's a very, very important question. And that will also mean that we're trying to maintain our brand sanities in coming months and years. So from you, Ashwini, we'll start, and then we can jump to Nitesh and Vivek.
Yeah, so great. I think it's a great question. Our owners who are actually very important stakeholders, because they are the ones who invested in the business and they don't see what's going to happen in the future. So I think as general managers and as captains, we need to change the mindset, and our mindset has to be more owner driven, and we need to have an owners driven mindset. That means as operators, we need not stop now at the GOP or the gross operating profit that we usually look at in the P&L, but we need to go all the way down to the NOP and to the cash flows. So there is no point in giving a book profit if you cannot give a cash profit. And I think the day we start working with the owners and understanding their issues of what their liabilities are, and working along with that liability to see how we can manage it. And it has to be a symbiotic relationship. It cannot be that I hand it over to you and I have done my job and I have done till the GOP, now you handle your liabilities. It will not work in the long run. And I think that's where we need to work along with them to help them, support them, and to guide them as to how we can manage more cash flows and cash profits so that they are able to take out the liabilities. Secondly, I think what is more important for us is, because we are the professionals and the operators who are running the business, we need to show the long-term vision to the owner. The owners have all panicked in the last 6 months, and not just, I can say for most of us that most of our owners have panicked and they don't know what's happening, so they don't know what should do. So most of them say either you close it down, or you have all the staff go and leave, or you do whatever. So every owner has reacted in a very different manner. I think what is more important for us as general managers is to give them a 6, 12 month and an 18-month vision, so that they know what we are doing, so that they could restructure their liabilities and go and see on what they could restructure and what they can manage, so that the profits or the revenues that we are going to give them, they can better align it and give the assurance to their lenders and to whatever liabilities they have, that if they cannot pay now, but then they can pay another 6 or 12 or 18 months, because that's how the business is going. So I think it's very important for us to show them the long-term vision of where their business is going to be from 6 months or 12 months from now. I think if we are able to do that, the owners are going to be quite okay with it. Thank you. Over to you.
If I have to take anything out of your answer, I would say that life should not stop at GOP. It needs to go to NOP. I think that's a very valid point. Nitesh, what are your thoughts on this?
So Jatin, our owners are they're family hoteliers, and they've been invested in this business for almost 30, 35 years. This is the only business they know. So from that perspective, we've been very fortunate. In fact, very, very supportive right through the time when pandemic started. In fact, our owners know for a fact the value which Marriott International brings to the community of owners in terms of distribution, in terms of large-scale operations, in terms of GOPs, in terms of creating wealth, if I may say so. So we've been fully been supported by owners. In fact, great example, Mr. Gupta donated his salary of 3 months to set up an associate welfare fund. So he's paying from his own pocket to make sure that everybody's birthday is celebrated and we can help associates who are in need. So on that front, I think communication is the key. They all know what's going on. As long as they see us invested heavily in the business and making sure that every rupee we spend is as we are spending from our own pocket, I think it's absolutely fine there. So that's what I want to share.
Great. I really like the part of transparent communication and being heavily invested. Great. So that's the other takeaway from your answer. Vivek, what are your thoughts?
I think, like Nitesh mentioned, I've been extremely fortunate. We as a company at the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group, with the tremendous vision and support and care of our CMD, Dr. Suri, and the executive directors, it has been a very, very passionate and a compassionate moment, reaching out to every associate of our company, helping them out. The amount of distribution and helping the underprivileged that has happened in the company on a pan-India basis, haven't seen that ever in my life. And I think I'm really, really excited and delighted to be a part of this journey of so much of generosity with which they came across and wholehearted support, be it a health issue, be it a need of any kind, including to the transgender community, to the community which is marginalized and is looking for support. It was really touching. Coming to your question of how is the long term being looked at, I think the operational efficiencies need to be relooked at and challenged. Be it the room to manpower ratio counts, be it the efficiency, and every individual needs to be wearing a business hat of profitability. If whatever we are doing, is it making sense towards the end? Because yes, there will be an initial impact on the average rates or the cost of doing business, but is that really making sense for us to go with it? And if it does, by all means, go ahead and do it. The level of empowerment is high. The multitasking and the multi-skilling across cross functions and everyone coming together with the limited resources in hand and the sanitization and the physical distancing protocols is being looked at. And I think a lot of care. We've launched a V Care across the group with our internal associates as well as for our customers, which has been very, very well accepted. So reassuring our ownership that we are all on the right path, we are in it together, and we will make it happen in the most transparent, honest manner. Communicating with our associates, communicating with our customers has helped us gain some great early milestones. At the Lalit New Delhi, we've been fortunate to have been open with operating occupancy of almost 65 to 70%. Since April, we gradually picked it up. Since 4th of April, the hotel's been open. It's a 461 room inventory hotel, flagship for our company. And we were fortunate to have been taught by the infectious diseases specialists. We are home to doctors of LNJP and Hindu Rao Hospital, which is the largest facility for this scenario that we have. And we've had some tremendous learnings, which we've inspired and passed on to others. So the level of confidence is very high, and we are quite strong in our positivity in making and managing ourselves on a day-to-day basis and assuring the future is going to be absolutely good.
Great. Thank you, Vivek. So we're talking about partnership, we're talking about multi-skilling,
Yes.
which needs to be the demand of the day. Great. Thank you. I'm going to stick with multi-skilling, and I'm going to go to Satyajit and Tejinder on this. I really want to talk about, there's a lot of talk about efficiencies, manpower ratio. What's your take on that, and anything in specific that you guys have started doing on it? And how do you see the industry evolving? We've seen days where the luxury space used to be at 1:3. Today that has come down to 1.5, 1.6, something like that. How do you see that evolving over time now? Satyajit, we can start with you on this.
So Jatin, you're absolutely right. It has got redefined. The ratios we were used to are obviously a thing of the past, thankfully. We were talking about owners a little bit earlier. Both owners and operators will be happy to see that the ratios in this country now are going to go through a change. So I think multi-skilling and smart skilling is going to play a very, very important role. I mean, it's not just multi-skilling. I think it's also getting people to work smarter. That's going to be the way forward. Obviously, there has to be now a focus on people doing multiple jobs and multiple kinds of jobs. There was a certain format that most hotels worked with, which was that a certain amount of jobs or work was actually outsourced to what we would call the contractual employees, and that would be not handled by permanent employees. Now that whole paradigm shift has happened, and we've already done that at IHCL. When we were resetting our costs, we were looking at how do we optimize costs in this current scenario. The obvious elephant in the room is the manpower cost, and we all know that. So we looked at it from a three-pronged approach. How do we handle multi-skilling? How do we skill our people further? How do we develop their skills? And how do we relook at managing with less? So we've worked on concepts, L&D concepts, and that's been implemented across our hotels, where we've now started getting our permanent staff to be doing a lot of the jobs which were earlier probably farmed out. The reason is obvious why. That helps in many ways, of course. One is brings down your variable payroll cost, but it also helps you kind of make a far more efficient machine. So the ratios obviously have undergone a change. The only area where there would be, in my opinion, still a large focus is housekeeping, because obviously the housekeeping department and the housekeeping role now is going to be very, 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 very crucial with the kind of work, pressure which is coming on them in terms of how we clean a room, simply as simple as that. But to answer your question, we have implemented processes to ensure our ratios have now reduced significantly. And we've already undergone this journey, and it is still ongoing, of large-scale multi-skilling, and as I said earlier, smart skilling, to develop the employees and to make them think that, I am not just going to be somebody standing behind a buffet and, ladling food out. I will also be able to serve. I will also be able to probably clean up the table after that. I'm just giving specific examples to kind of micro examples to kind of illustrate my point. So that's how we're doing it at IHCL.
No, makes sense. Thank you. Tejinder, what are your thoughts on this? I think you're on mute, Tejinder.
Yeah, we're not different. The challenges are similar in luxury space. We need to still deliver luxury. And we can't be seen as in this time we rolling back on delivery and service experiences. Having said that, this period has also been a period of rethinking business models. We have studied each and every aspect of business. And when you look at business in its entirety, and I'm sure this sentiment would be across the panel, and none of us have looked at costs so microscopically as we would have done in this period. Nothing is left under the carpet anymore. So one has changed the pie, so to say, and more attention, and at least at ITC, has gone towards areas which are completely towards the guest centricity, where the guest is. And there because we're a Six Sigma company in our training, we cut the non-value added activities. That's where we save the man minutes and put the man minutes into where the guest is. So that being the premise, we've done training non-stop, to multi-skill people to handle at single points of delivery, to create wows at every moment of truth, rather than looking at multiple people doing one job. Have one person delivering multiple. Another thing I'm sure which is coming up very strongly is automation. We will automate heavily. Like probably that we have iPads in most rooms. We have enhanced functionalities of service deliveries, inquiries, and how we interact with guests. So there's a lot of automation coming in. Whether it is pool cleaning robots to vacuum cleaners that automate and clean themselves, to more efficient chemicals, to everything, because there are in what has happened, and maybe that everybody will agree, is that work has gone down somewhere, but work has gone up a lot. The hygiene, the sanitation, the protection, and that part of it has taken a lot of work, and the core demand of product has not gone down. So one has to look at automation coming in. and a lot of innovation. You cannot not innovate on service designs. You cannot not innovate, on guest experiences to bring down costs. You can do both together, and that's what we've done. We've gone ahead, service design by service designs, and then created larger experiences out of smaller manpower. So that's what we have done.
Jatin, if I may, sorry, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to add something to my earlier point. Obviously, when I talked about reskilling and multi-skilling, another important role here is technology and going digital, which Tejinder was also just mentioning. At IHSale, we've already launched what we call iZest, which is a contactless check-in, check-out guest experiences as much as possible. Excuse me. And that also actually we've taken it forward into the employee space also. So iZest actually is a concept where we are advocating as much touchless as possible services being offered to our guests. Obviously, it goes without saying that we supplement this with our new SOPs, which we call Tajness in the new normal. So the SOPs have also been reworked, keeping in mind new ratios. So I think that's what probably is a big important learning for all of us. And I'm not just talking IHSale, this for all hotel companies, that we use technology and innovate. And that's why I gave you the example that we've implemented what we call iZest, both in the guest sphere and the employee sphere. Similarly, we look at revisiting our SOPs. What was maybe an expected thing to be done earlier may not be required in the new normal. So there are two other ways which we've done this, not only skilling, but through digital and also re-looking at our SOPs.
Great. To sum up this question, what we're really talking about is smart skilling. What we're really talking about is innovating, investing in technology, and tomorrow's hotels will be heavily invested into technology. Great. Now that's a good point. I want to start with Rajesh on my next question. 90% occupancy, 19,600 ADR, awesome. And then follow that with Nitesh and Ashwini. I really want to talk about revenue management. Every general manager or every area head has their own stamp on revenue management. What do you really see will happen with revenue management in coming months where the business is still not there, supply-demand mismatch, rates or occupancies? What are your thoughts on that, Rajesh? And then Nitesh, if you can jump in, Ashwini, you on that, please.
Thanks, Jatin. So I'll tell you how we started was that we really gauged the who's who of Delhi, and you know what, we have an advantage of over 650 families who are members in our club. So we always had a pulse of what was happening at their residences while we were doing a lot of delivery and stuff like that, and we were in constant touch as a team. We were in constant touch with our guests completely, and we knew that yes, there is this bubble which is going to last for some time. Now, when I said what we've done very recently, again I say that this is a bubble. It will probably last for a month, maybe a little bit more. But down the line, I think I still want to hold what I said some time back, that discounting might sound like a good idea, but it's going to be a short-lived one. Dramatic price cuts are not going to bring us anything. I think what we should really focus on is all of us have worked on our special packages, value add-ons, flexibility in booking and in cancellations, policies, etc., etc. These are the things that is really going to be playing a key role in the near future, because out of the number of guests who have walked into our hotel, I can tell you that there have been precisely 4 guests who have taken a flight and walked into our hotel. Everybody else is our locals. We've had three guests from Bombay and 1 from Bangalore. That's it. So what does it mean? I mean, basically, this is all the Delhiites who can afford that kind of money and want to splurge and want to enjoy are the ones who are going to come out of their residences for a night. And that is what is the average stay is also going to reduce gradually, because Delhi is not, the locals are probably not going, domestic market is not going to walk into Delhi to stay for 2 or 3 days and look at Qutub Minar and so on and so forth. So from the leisure perspective, yes, we are going to be hit very badly. So now the revenue management and the managers now really need to think on focusing on all the other segments and see how we can, like Satyajit said some time back, focusing on getting people to utilize their rooms and as office spaces. That is something which will kind of pick up. Long stays will pick up as and when the spa and gym etc. opens up with the due diligence also. I mean, contrary to the popular belief that there is no demand in the market or whatever it is. I mean, I've been talking to a few people, not in this forum. This forum is extremely strong. Everybody is very positive over here, but I've been talking to quite a few people, and they say that there is no demand in the market. But I feel that there is a huge demand in the market to be able to sustain for at least next 2 to 3 months. Post which we'll have to relook at our strategies all over again, our marketing strategies all over again, and go back into the market and see what we can do more. I mean,
Great.
it will keep changing.
Thank you, Rajesh. On a lighter note, you reduce the rate, I can give you 10 room nights from this panel. Nitesh, over to you.
Thank you, Jatin. Jatin, is an inventory of almost 525 rooms, 30,000 square feet of catering space. The numbers, they just take a different sort of meaning for us. Luckily, last 3 months, we've been averaging 50% occupancy, but I'll be honest, largely due to the Vande Bharat repatriation business. Corporates are coming in slowly, thereabouts. Catering has just started. My take on it is very simple. We will keep the rate, and I'm very clear about it. Having seen a lot of dips in the past, and the worst mistake any one of us can do is to fill up the interim business. You drop your rates and start filling up occupancies. We understand the good old saying that ARR doesn't go to the bank, but the RevPAR does go to the bank. I get it. But in the larger scheme of things, if we were to deplete our rates at this stage, a bounce back will take a longer time. And my logic for it is very simple. Let's look at the main businesses. I'm largely a corporate hotel. The main industry segments which give us businesses, let's say, is pharmaceuticals. It is a little bit of IT. It is ITES. It is consulting. It is manufacturing. Except for automobiles, which has been badly hit by about 35 to 40%, all the other segments are only down by 10 to 15%. Pharma stocks are booming right now. If you speak to our corporates, none of them have reduced their per diems. None of them are saying we want lesser money. They're all saying we are not yet to travel yet. So it is important to know what our customers are saying. They're not asking us to reduce the rates. But nobody would mind if somebody else goes back to them and saying, listen, stay with me, I'll give you 20% lower. Nobody's going to say no to that business. So I think that the idea here is nothing to do with rates being higher or lower. We can all maintain what it is, but it's important that we work towards getting our guests back. Another opportunity, I mean, since everybody's here, and Jatin, you and I have spoken about it, when it comes to revenue management, it's also about how we look at our costs, right? I mean, if you think about 10 years ago, I remember I used to run a report for my GM about complimentary breakfasts. It used to be 10 to 20% of all guests staying used to get complimentary breakfast. Now it is 99%. Do we still need to give complimentary breakfast to all guests? If you're talking about revenue management, let's look at the various add-ons which go into the room. We talk about transfers, we talk about internet, we talk about breakfast, and the list is incredibly high. I think it's also a great opportunity for us to reset the graph of how we sell our rooms completely. Coming on to catering, we are still holding on to a pricing. The numbers are quite limited to about 50, 55 guests. And guests of all the events we've done so far, if they get value, they have no problem paying. In fact, that's the beauty of Delhi as a market. You create value, as the Jinder mentioned about his food and ITC. The pricing is way off, it's way high. It is high because it's great value. So I think this market has got no problems in paying money as long as the value perception is held with deep respect. So that's my take on revenue management. Thank you.
Great. I don't know how many of you realize that how smartly Nitesh inserted saying, Jatin, never call me and talk to me about any occupancy. This is what I'm going to do in coming months. Great. Thank you, Nitesh. Ashwini, over to you before we jump onto some of the other things.
Okay, great. So yeah, but I slightly have a different viewpoint over here, and I think being an airport hotel, we anyway were a heavy transit hotel through and through. I would like to go for the occupancy route for the moment, and not only for the moment actually, which is what we've been following for the last few years over here. And the reason why I say this is because we've got some good restaurants, we've got some good areas, and we would definitely want more footfalls to come in, which is basic think that if you get more number of people inside the hotel, you have more opportunities to sell your ancillary or your other areas. So we've been open again for the last 2 weeks, and we've seen that the transit business is coming in. These may not be people who are corporates who probably still have their per diem intact. These are all traders and SMEs who are traveling from nearby towns, who have work and who do not have the luxury of working from home. So I think that segment, which used to probably or would be going probably to a level lower than our hotel up till now, is now wanting to come and upgrade themselves and stay at a hotel which they can trust. And this is where I would go, that they are using my IRD, and I was into one of the sessions just before this, and somebody said IRD is going to come back, and I think which is a fact that we are definitely seeing our IRD sales going up. Even if they have complimentary breakfast, they don't mind paying and having it in the room. And I think the sales of the other areas definitely go up as we have more footfalls coming in. So I would like to stick to the fact that I would like to go the occupancy route over here.
Sure. And to be very honest, rate or occupancy, it's purely on your strategy. What you see will take you to where your end vision is. What I'm going to do is I've got 2 questions, and this is to all our panelists. First question is, I'm going to keep it in a very simple and brief. 50% occupancy, and pre-COVID occupancies for India used to be at 70%. So there are 2 figures now, 50% occupancy and 70% occupancy. Get your crystal balls out and tell me, when do you see 50% hitting consistently, not just weekend, like Rajesh said, 90% occupancy on a weekend. No, I'm talking about consistent 50% and consistently 70%. Your crystal ball. We can start with Tejinder. Whatever month, quarter you want to say, just simply say.
Okay. Tejinder, recorded. It is recorded.
No, I was reading a book. Probably you guys have read a book called Eat That Frog. You know, it's a book by Brian Tracy. It's a bestseller. You know, it has a very interesting analogy. It talks about it puts a question to you: how do you eat an elephant? And the answer is one bite at a time. You know, I don't subscribe to this 50-90 theory. You know, it is not a time for a 50-90. One bite at a time for me would mean that, you know, when you plan for the immediate future and you build up your business models one step at a time, you plan small, you execute small, and you deliver small. You know, and we have to inch up. So without revealing figures, you know, what I had done in the month of June to what we have done in the month of August, there's a difference. There's a very marked difference. That's because we are also, you know, learning to match the demand that exists with the supply that we must provide. So it's not just a question of how much demand. It is also we as hoteliers must now start understanding what is the demand, and then make it dynamic and appealing to that demand, and hence it'll happen. Also, I do want to mention here that this is the time to think TRFRs. We should not closet ourselves in the traditional business models of room revenues and F&B revenues. We have to also look at, you know, ancillaries really beefing up your cash flows, and then carrying it all the way down. You know, we also are accountable to shareholders. We don't have a person, you know, like an owner, but we are owned by shareholders, so even they are accountable. And therein lies the conundrum that, you know, it's what I may take out a crystal ball, but am I going to plan for it? Because we are not soothsayers. We don't have to take out a crystal ball. I must be having the ability of seeing the near future, and then plotting my plans to make sure that near future is always a reality, rather than look at, you know, 50%, which will happen. I guess it will happen. But when and what factors will happen? Will it be a cure? Will it be a vaccine? What gets you to the 50%? You know, I really, you know, I can give you a guesstimate, but will it be a value add? I'm not sure.
Date bolo, date.
That's all right. That's all right. No,
50% in some months for sure. I think November, it's definitely looking bright. December is looking bright. Jan is looking bright. I'm not so sure about 50% in October.
Okay. So November
May is
onwards.
looking 50%. So yeah.
Okay. Great. Satyajit, let's just make it a little quick. 50-70%. Where do you see that?
Is there an off-the-record option on this program?
100%.
I'll start.
No, if I was a dreamer and I looked at my crystal ball, I'll give you a very different answer. But to just put something in perspective, I think what we're focusing at IHSAIL is that we're focusing on 2020 right now. We're not looking at the moment beyond. I'm not saying we're not looking at beyond, but our immediate focus is we made a comprehensive strategy called Reset 2020, where we literally looked at how this year do we completely ensure less erosion or no erosion of stakeholder value through a very comprehensive way of all the pillars of profitability. Coming back to so therefore we are at the moment saying in 2020, probably by Q4, we would be able to, by Q4 of this year, it is looking positive from a perspective of between 50 to 70%. For Q4. Obviously, it depends on many markets. A company like ours, and we have so many different segments and markets we operate in, so it's very difficult to give you an overall thing. But that's as far as this year is concerned, which is our focus at the moment. Going forward, I think a year from now is probably when things would probably be more crystal clear. The point I'm trying to make here is, as Tejinder said, there is a big variable here. How does this pandemic play out? You see, right now, given the current circumstances, things may really improve by even Q3 of this year. But the second wave, the way this pandemic is playing out, the way it is spreading, and the vaccine, I think those are the crucial points which will really be that will help us get this answer clear.
Great. Thank you. Vivek?
I believe it's actually different strokes for different folks. Every property is very unique and with different locations pan-India that we are present in, and the given scenario that Satyajit also just spoke about, I believe Q1 of 2021 should see a consistent uptick towards a 50% occupancy, and Q4 of 2021 should see a 70% plus, in my opinion.
Great, thank you. Nitesh?
So Jatin, we've been, I think, slightly fortunate given our location in the city. So we've been hitting 50% for the last 3 months, including August closure. September looks the same. I think starting March next year, basis what I've heard from all our corporates, definitely crossing 70%. So until March, between 50, 55, 60%. But starting March will definitely be major uptick.
And that's without the Vande Bharat, is it?
Yes, please. We got a couple of segments. So some segments are working, some are not. But again, vaccine, even if it's announced, I think it'll make a huge amount of positivity all around. But like I mentioned, we all, with our combined efforts and working towards, not competing with each other, but cohesively working towards a positive environment for all our hotels that is safe and they're welcoming, I think make a huge difference.
Jatin is a very...
Just increase your budgeted numbers for next year, Nitesh.
So we are looking at closing 60%, 60 to 65% starting from 1st of September to the 31st of March. About 65% average is what we are looking at. So I think there is a demand. We should be able to do it.
Great. Ashwini?
Well, if you speak about my hotel, I think being again at the airport as Nitesh is, we've already been hitting 50% occupancy. So, but if I was to speak about the area which I manage, which is Rajasthan and Agra, I think I look at 50% probably by the end of this year. So, are you taking calendar year or financial year based on the quarters? Then I can give you the.
That's okay. You can go with your calendar year. That's not.
Yeah, okay. So calendar year Q4 this year is what Rajasthan and Agra looks like. Where we would be hitting 50% occupancy. Depending on the social events, which are, of course, lined up for November, December, we may also start seeing a 70% occupancy from Q1 next year. For as far as me as a hotel is concerned, I look at it at a 70% occupancy by the end of this year. and consistently, and of course, moving on, it should remain on.
Okay, that's great. So we can actually safely say that 50% probably looking at everything maybe from January or February onwards, 2021, and 70% maybe at the last quarter, which is October, November, December in 2021. Okay, I really want to, touch upon this. This is a very important topic, and we almost have 10 minutes, so let's try and keep it because I've got a few other questions which I want to ask all of you. CSR, that's really, really close to everybody's heart. I know you guys all had, businesses. Tell me, what have you really done as an individual or as a business which you are heading? And we can start maybe with Ashwini, you, and come down, and we'll keep on asking. Just for everybody's information, we can share this.
So what we've actually done for our hotel is that we've tried to create a fund over here wherein we've tried to help people who need some support at this time. It could be any of our colleagues. It could be anybody who needs some assistance. So we've tried to kind of create amongst our team members some amount that we could support them as and when they would, because we've seen that quite a few people have lost their assignments. Second, what we've done is we've also called in for people who have lost their assignments to write into us with their qualification, their skill set, and what alternate skill set that they feel they can fit into, so that we could probably earmark them and keep them for our hotels, which we have in our areas, and also as Radisson Hotel has its presence across India, we could probably support them over there. So that's something that we've done proactively from our end. Thank you.
Vivek, anything from your side?
I would really give it to our ownership, who has been extremely compassionate in distribution of, this is not only in Delhi, but across all the cities we are present in, and also helping the underprivileged, the marginalized communities, like I mentioned earlier, from dry provision goods. Every hotel made their face masks that were tailored in-house, that were distributed across. Also soaps, since hand hygiene is a very big subject right now across the world, soaps that get accumulated and a lot of toiletries that get generated, we kind of, we kind of distributed that. Packed meals, we gave a lot of packed meals to, there were feeding centers that we adopted in various cities, that we used to cook lunches and dinners and we used to serve. We also adopted a few quarantine centers of the government hospitals that we have been distributing our packed meals to, and supporting with our farm fresh vegetables or any groceries that would be required. Also healthcare assistance. So we've been very fortunate, even with the Amphan that happened in West Bengal side, with the devastation that happened, supporting the orphans, the schools over there. A tremendous effort has been put across as a group. So I'm really, really fortunate and proud.
Thank you. Nitesh?
So, Jatin, you know it for a fact, but it's important that I say that, and Marriott International, we really encourage that the communities that you work in, we kind of adopt them. And this time was no different for us. So seeing the mass exodus of all the laborers who were leaving the city of Delhi and walking for hours, and we all saw those sights. I mean, we took the lead of starting to deliver packed meals, almost close to 3,500 meals a day. And there's a time when we, like Lalit did it, there was a time the government reached out, said, we need more meals. So I remember we reached out to Rajesh's hotel, Lodi, prior to him joining there, and the Lodi kind of jumped in. And about 7-8 hotels, all of us got together and started doing almost close to 8 to 10,000 meals a day. And this is across brands, but all of us unified with one simple measure of helping out. But across Marriott, in South Asia, I know for a fact more than 1 million meals were given out. All hotels, all of 120 hotels put together, we crossed the number of 1 million meals. But even that wasn't enough. So face masks were made in hotel laundry teams and given across. And it still continues. But CSR, I think, like Ashwini mentioned, a couple of our team members who were displaced, we worked extensively with other companies like Accenture, with Zomato, and got them jobs there. And of course, the biggest mission is that as we increase occupancies, we also get every single team member back into the hotel. We've actually started hiring back, which is the good news. We got about 15 people back already, and the balance will get them back before the end of the year. So that's, again, a community which I think we are all working towards. So all of those who have been displaced, I'm sure we can help them out. That's equally important.
Yes, great stuff. Thank you, Nitesh. Rajesh?
So Nitesh already said what Lodi has done individually, but as a DLF family, I must tell you that we were associated with that as well, and from we've done close to about 10,500 meals per day going out of the Aralias and the Magnolias, where Lodi was also, the team of Lodi was also involved. So every day over there, and then additionally, what we did over here was that, you know, we have a neighborhood which was rather unfortunately under quarantine for a very long time, and not many supplies were going in there. So we, as a hotel, managed to pack small raw materials and giving it across to them over the borders of the containment zone and so on and so forth. So each day we were giving about 1,000 odd packs which contained rice, lentils, and some oil, salt, etc. So just to kind of make sure that they get the basics right.
Great, thank you. Tejinder and Satyajit, 30 seconds each, please. Satyajit, we can start with you.
Well, 30 seconds is a bit difficult if you talk about Tata and IHCL in terms of CSR. We might need another program, but very specifically, there are various specs. I think one is the CSR at home. How do we rehabilitate the employees who are displaced? So that's something we've worked on as an organization. In the larger context, medical workers, health workers, we house them in our hotels in various cities. We provided food to hospitals where there were COVID patients in 3 cities. Went on to lakhs of meals, actually. Consistently did that for a long time. As I said, health workers across, again, multiple hotels, multiple cities, partnered with government and municipal organizations to help their doctors. Also fed the migrant laborers, etc. So I think as an organization, we looked at various aspects, and close to 1 million meals is where we looked at just in terms of food. And then, of course, hotels being opened up to the doctors, etc.
Sure, thank you. Tejinder, any parting thoughts from your end on this?
Yes, of course. ITC has always been close to community. We started off by the chairman pledging 150 crores to the coronavirus fund, and we've lost count of the meals. We've lost count of the grains of rice to support given to healthcare workers and everything. And there was not a single location where we were not partnering with the government to give support where it's needed. And I think, what we all must be proud of as hoteliers is also that we opened our doors to even accommodate and put our own people with protocols to help out people who needed help, whether there were people quarantining, whether there were, some locations we associated with hospitals willingly, to everything. So, it's a salute to the industry as well that, we, despite being struggling to stay alive, we continue to support the society. And, while everybody praises the doctors and everybody, I think a salute is due to hoteliers as well.
Sure. Great. I think we've kind of almost run out of our time. But my parting thoughts overall on this is, I think while the times have been tough, I think we as hoteliers have really come out strong. And I'm really, really glad to see a lot more positivity coming out of all of you and really talking about demand generation business. I just want to ask you one last question and just have to reply in one word to everybody. Market share or ARR? Ashwini?
Market share. You already know.
Vivek?
ARR.
Nitesh?
ARR.
Rajesh?
ARR.
Satyajit?
ARR, please.
Tejinder?
TREPA market share.
Great. Good to see. So at least we will not have a repeat of rates going down and taking us years and years to bring it back up. Thanks a lot, gentlemen. Thank you. Really pleasure talking to all of you. Thank you. Over to you, Bhavna.
I must come in over here before we close this session. Can the speakers put their hands together for wonderful moderation by Jatin? Right?
Oh, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Most efficient moderation in terms of time, right?
Thank you.
I mean, the first session we started and finished exactly on time. Wonderful moderation, Jatin.
Thanks.
I'm delighted to have narrowed down without a second thought on Jatin. I don't know how I plucked him out of the air. I knew he was the man who was going to lead this. And I'm thankful to my mom that I did well. Having said that, gentlemen, you are a wonderful advertisement for all the impressionable ones who are already doing hoteliering in various institutes and ones who want to pursue it as a career. If all of them are going to watch your recordings, and I watched you now, you guys are not just able, you are stars who are stable, right? And wonderful. Each one of you lead such wonderful hotels. I mean, you have somebody who heads the Lodi, somebody who heads ITC in the East. Here you have Satyajit, who heads his own portfolio, Ashwini. You have Vivek. You have Nitesh, another smart hotelier, and Jatin. I mean, Jatin was, for all of you know, was a general manager when I started this business, and to where he is now. You're all going places. Do well, keep smiling, and keep raising the bar, and keep bringing in more hoteliers and motivate them. Thank you all. Teji, God bless you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rajesh, Ashwini, Vivek, Satyajit, and you, Jatin. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Stay safe. Stay safe.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the incredible panel. Thank you so much.
All the best. Bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your kind words. So now, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we're going to be tuning in for a quick break while you see the AVs coming up next on your screen. Just in the next few minutes, we'll be watching our next panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust. Customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Keep conversing on social media using our hashtag IHA 2020. Well, we're talking about 5 days of power-packed panels, 180 plus speakers, and 100 plus awards, right from August 31st to September 4th, and today being our third day. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about how our hotels post-lockdown rising from absolute zero occupancies. Let us find it out from our next session, which is From Touchless to Delivering Numbers. Well, we've got our moderator, Rahul Pandit, former president and executive director of Lemon Tree Hotels and currently founder and CEO, Hampstead Living Private Limited. We've got Atul Bhala, area manager, West ITC Hotels and GM ITC Maratha. Manish Sori, CEO, Hotel Sara Star. We've also got Parveen Chandar Kumar, area director, West India and GM Taj Lands End, Mumbai. Kunal Chauhan, General Manager, The Leela Palace, Bangalore. Sharat Puri, General Manager, JW Marriott, Mumbai, Juhu. And also we've got Chris, Area Vice President, West India, GM, Grand Hyatt, Mumbai Hotel and Residencies. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for me to call upon Bhuvnesh Khanna to join me and get the entire panel on the stage. So, Bhuvnesh, could we have you on screen as well? So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, a lot of excitement is happening right here at IHA 2020. And yes, I've got Bhuvnesh Khanna, CEO of BW Communities, right here with us. Thank you so much, Bhuvnesh, once again for joining. Requesting you to kindly unmute yourself.
Still muted. Okay. So while, for the little break that happens between two sessions, let me tell you, hell of a lot of coordination to do. Getting all the guests into the stage.
Absolutely.
Not very easy. One moment. So I have one speaker who's not yet reached.
Yes,
okay.
Sure.
My message is gone. So we do quite a bit. For all this to happen, it's not very easy. Bhavna will tell you. We have almost 50 WhatsApp groups happening simultaneously to keep us afloat. It's not very easy. But I really enjoy it.
Absolutely.
Let me tell you, if Ratan Keswani keeps asking me, had lunch, so this is my lunch, right? That's served this is a full meal for me, and this lasts me from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. So that's an energy-packed drink that my wife serves me. So therefore, these people have the comfort of going for their bend around break or their food break. I don't, but I don't miss food at all. Really helps me to shed a few. Having said that, I've just had a wonderful show. Amazing show. Jatin has been a great moderator. He timed it, and what a discussion. Now these are the people. When we named it, finally it's you who will read it now. This was a great session to have, which Jatin led. So it's time that we put our hands together for Jatin and the S8 show.
Absolutely.
A great show, phenomenal general managers and area heads on that show. That brings me to the next session, which is going to be led by Rahul Pandit.
Correct.
Bring them all in. Bhavna, I'll see you later. Bring them in. I'll speak while Rahul is there. Rahul is a tricky customer. He's hi. Hello, everybody. So Rahul is who we call hi Atul, hi Kunal,
hi.
Sharat, Praveen.
Very good afternoon.
Chris and Manish will be logging in within 10 minutes. So we've been this is my second session today with Rahul. Rahul is a tricky customer, very tricky customer. So he's just been christened as Professor by Dilip Puri, who often calls him, because he pulls out all facts and figures in numbers, and which are all up his sleeve. So I've had a very good show. The last session was again a mirror image of your show. While your show is for the West and South, the last one falls for the North and East of India. So it's a great show to have your people of amazing professional excellence day on day. You guys have been delivering business like none other have. I don't need to. I mean, like stars do not need introduction. Everybody knows you, but your titles are given there. But while I shall leave that for Rahul, let me tell you, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, these stars lead wonderful properties. You look at Sharad, he leads the JW Marriott Mumbai Juhu. Parveen, who I met in June 2014, a month and a half after I started thinking of BW Hotelier and I was researching. I met him and with his then boss Gaurav Pokhriyal at the Taj Mahal Mumbai. We were hit by a huge wave which came into the lobby of the Taj. And Parveen and Gaurav rescued me and put me out from the back of the hotel. Another fine hotel, Delhi boy, right? Great hotelier. He leads the Taj Lands End. Atul Bhalla. So Atul Bhalla has set up a huge hotel in the East. He was heading the East for ITC. He set up the Royal Bengal for the ITC. And he was while he was leading the East, he was heading the ITC Sonar and the Royal Bengal. And Kunal Chauhan. I only want to one day go and spend at least one night at the Leela in Bangalore. Kunal, from 4th September 1998 to 11th January 2001, I used to head Whirlpool South in the Indian Ocean countries, right? And I used to stay less than half a kilometer from your hotel, which did not exist then, right? This was at the Golden Enclave. Right. So I was there, and what a property you had. So it's a property to be in. So without much ado, I won't take more minutes. Munish is on his way from the American consulate, and Chris is walking in from another meeting. So they'll log in. Over to you, Rahul. I'll shut up.
Thank you, Bhuvnesh, for your kind introduction, and much appreciate the work that BW and your team has put in to facilitate knowledge sharing across the industry, as well as also to recognize talent. I am delighted to have this eminent hospitality leadership panel that represents 147 years of work experience between the 6 panelists and the wisdom of the brands that they represent. They are in unique positions today to share their perspective for leading the industry from touchless to delivering numbers. I will quickly just reintroduce our 6 panelists. Atul Bhalla, Area Manager West, ITC Hotels and GM, ITC Maratha. Chris, who is going to join us shortly, he is the Area VP West India and GM, Grand Hyatt Mumbai. Kunal Chauhan, GM, the Leela Palace Bangalore. Manish Sodi, who's going to join in shortly. He is the CEO of Hotel Sahara Star. Praveen Chandar Kumar, he's the Area Director West India and General Manager of Taj Lands End Mumbai. And Sharad Puri, General Manager of JW Marriott Mumbai. So without much ado, let me get straight into our discussions. And I want to open with Parveen and ask you and understand from you, Parveen, what has been the impact of the pandemic on the business? And in your opinion, what has changed? What will continue to change? And what do you think will remain constant?
So, Rahul, the impact of the pandemic on the business has been quite deep. And we all know that even 6 months down the pandemic, we are still struggling with doing more than 20-30% of revenues that we were doing in the previous year. And when the top line disappears, hotels are always known to have very sensitive cost models. In fact, one of the most sensitive business in any industry is hotels, because we have very high fixed costs, and the moment the revenue disappears, everything else comes down tumbling like dominoes effect. So what's really happened is we had business going off because there was travel embargoes, and food and beverage outlets have been shut, and all this social distancing and concerns about safety and hygiene had almost stopped the world. So what's really happened after that is, as a domino effect, there are huge amount of losses which are accumulating in most of the hotels. In fact, if you read reports, you would find that there are hotels which are struggling with their own existence. They're not sure how they're going to fend for themselves in the rest of the year. And also the food and beverage industry is coming to, has come to an halt. So there is going to be quite a deep impact in that. So this is what I would sum up, as we all know what's really happened with the pandemic. Now, what has changed during the pandemic? I think a couple of quick things. One, to start with, our customer market segments have changed. So in the last 6 months, if I look at the people that we cater to, we've still been running an occupancy of about 50% in the hotel. They are not the usual segments. So that's actually completely changed. Second, people's habits have changed. With all the social distancing and the kind of situations which are going on, we don't have the traditional style of going out. So, people are eating at home. There is a lot of demand in terms of things coming to your house. So a lot of delivery models have emerged. Also, in terms of how we operate in the hotels have changed. For example, our operating models today have our employees staying in-house for safety reasons. There is a lot of work from home happening as far as employees are concerned. So I think those are some of the things which have changed. And also you would see that as we move ahead, we are likely to see a few things continue to change. Now, what are those? The hotel industry was hit by this pandemic. We were completely caught off guard. And there have been some smaller epidemics and small pandemics in certain parts of the world, but we've never had the whole world getting engulfed into it. So I would not, deny the fact that we've never been as good with risk aversion as in the future we might have to. So what's really happened is that hotels have never thought that you would have your cost models go through such a change. You would suddenly have no business and so on. So what's really going to happen is that as we move ahead, I see that the cost models will continue to change, because the hotels will always be wary of having lesser fixed costs and working more on variable costs. Second thing that is likely to happen is that the consumer habits will slowly come back to its normal, but we will all have to become agile and go and find out newer set of businesses. So that's where I call that there would be two things happening. On one side, you will have the red ocean where people will continue fighting for the same piece of business and keep dropping the rates, but that's not good for anybody in the industry. And we will have to go and find our our own blue ocean strategies, our own blue ocean business, which likely to kind of make money. And all of us are working quite relentlessly on that, right from delivery models to a whole lot of other things that are likely to happen. So that will continue to change. I also see that we will see a new set of customers who probably would have lesser expectations to emerge from here. So people have got used to being minimalistic, and there is lesser demand for touch. So people are okay with you not serving the entire food on the table. People are okay to not have been escorted to the room. There's a lot of technology which is kind of coming in, and this technology is here to stay. It might start from how you communicate with your guests through WhatsApp or through chatbots, or how you take touchless check-ins, to how the communication gets done with respect to payment gateways which are being set in. So those things are here to stay, because customers will get used to it, and they would not like to kind of get away with that. So that's kind of continued to change. And what are the constants? Rahul, I would say few things are constant. One is the human spirit, the desire to come back and fight every adversity. I think that's going to be a constant. Secondly, I see that relationships that we hoteliers have kind of garnered over years and decades are going to continue. So today you are able to get business back because people trust you, and they are kind of entrusting you with coming out when things are not 100% constant, or they're not 100% confident. So those relationships are going to be constant. Third thing I would say is that you would find brand and brand loyalties are going to be constant. So if you today, deal with a legacy of, 1903 Taj, and you will kind of continue having your trust and confidence being put in that. So that's another thing which I see is likely to continue. And I would also say that we would see the desire to travel and pamper yourself coming back, because that's a constant. Human being cannot let go of the desire to travel, can't let go of the desire to go and eat meals in a gourmet restaurant. So that's likely to happen. And we're already over the last week, we have seen a lot of pent-up demand coming out, and people are coming back with staycations, revenge travel. Even in terms of, we're still waiting in Mumbai for government to allow us to open restaurants. But the city where restaurants have opened, you can see that people are coming out and, with, of course, proper social distancing and hygiene norms. So I think those are some of the things which are likely to be constants.
Thank you, Praveen. Wonderful opening. And I picked up quite a few things from what you said. One is the focus on agility and for the industry to actually think blue ocean. And second is focus on variabilizing fixed costs that you have touched upon. And also the fact that what's not going to really change is the relationships that we have and the wanderlust of humanity, which is going to propel the industry back in. So thank you very much. Now we have Chris. I see he's just joined us. As I had earlier said, Chris is the Area VP West India and GM for the Grand Hyatt Mumbai. Chris, from your perspective, how do you see the impact on business and associates? And what is your guidance to owners in this environment?
So first and foremost, good afternoon. My apologies for joining a bit late, and a warm welcome to all of you. It's definitely a pleasure being here today. Yeah, thank you for having me. So your first question was referring to associates, if I just can recap, right, Rahul? Associates and business. So this was a two-pronged question.
Yes.
So in terms of business, I mean, I'm pretty sure my colleagues will all agree more or less it was a terrible time and an unprecedented time for all of us, be it here in India or be it anywhere else. I agree with the last part, what I just heard from my colleague. Business, there is pent-up demand. Business will come back. I think there is great opportunity for a lot of us hoteliers to showcase through hospitality what hospitality is all about. And as was said before, personal relationships and care, empathy is certainly at the forefront, along with the new hygiene protocol we have all implemented to instill, to ensure that guests really understand that we as an industry take this seriously. When you refer to associates, I think this is where one of the bigger challenges lies. We all had to look at schemes from data that I have seen, how we can streamline costs. Obviously, associates, employees are one of the biggest parts of the cost structure in any hotel. Needless to say, none of us wants to make decisions that negatively affect anyone. But we have, for example, implemented several steps to keep the impact as low as possible, be it sabbaticals, reduced work hours, reduced pay, rotated people through shifts, or keep them on board for half of the month and then turn the teams over and get someone else on board to make sure we spread the love a little bit for the little work that was there. The impact was there, that's for sure. Now, one thing we tried to do is engage with our colleagues even when they were not in the hotel. Now, this is not a business tactic, so to speak, but it was more about empathy and care and to show that we're in this together. I think having an engaged body of associates will remain the key for all of us moving forward, because guests will come back, business will come back. We want our colleagues to be our brand ambassadors in whatever we do, right? Us GMs or whatever position we have, we will touch the lives of only very few guests we see every day. It's our associates who are out there who need to be motivated, engaging, and really embrace the new normal, and also to a certain extent explain what has changed. What is the new focus? Why are we doing things, right? So I think this is what I foresee for the coming month, to be honest.
And also, Chris, what is your guidance to owners in this time?
My guidance to owners is trust your management teams, hang in there, listen to them. Be very careful with short-term solutions or decisions that will help you for 2 or 3 months, because this may backfire in the long term. I think it's very important to understand from an owner's perspective as well that the next few weeks are detrimental. They're important. The upswing will come. I think we've all seen it. Business has shifted as compared to March and April, where we really got hit. I think one thing that everyone needs to understand is that multitasking is the credo of the future. People need to be aware that doing one job and one job only will not work anymore. And this goes all the way to the management levels. And actually, I've seen owning companies who restructure themselves as well. They took this opportunity not just to look at the hotels, they looked at themselves as well. And I see them restructuring along the same lines. So I think they also take it as an opportunity.
So fantastic inputs, Chris. One or two things I picked up is your focus on treating employees as brand ambassadors and engaging with them, even though they may not be directly employed at this point in time, which is a great sentiment. And also your message to the workforce that going ahead, all of this is going to become multitasking. And some very pragmatic words to ownerships across that let's not do anything in the short term, which can turn out to hurt us in the long term. Because you gave a very upbeat assessment saying you're already seeing an uptick in the business happen just over the last couple of months. Thank you very much. Moving on, Sharad, I wanted to ask you, you've seen different cities and, pre-opening stable ships, metros. How do you see pricing and profitability for the industry this year and next year?
So I think we just need to be very cautious of a pricing domino that we 5-star luxury hotels get into upscale, and upscale gets into select service. I think we just need to be very, very careful of not just dropping prices, and because let's keep in mind, I think it'll be very, very tough if we drop prices now. It'll be very tough for us to get rates back. And I was talking to a client the other day, and who very sarcastically said, I remember the rates you guys had in 2007. You still haven't reached there till about 2019 or the beginning of this year. So it's going to. I think we need to be very cautious of that, and dropping rates will not create demand. I think we need to create demand. Plus also, profitability is anyway hit very, very badly, and I think to maintain that profitability, we need to keep a very good eye on rates, because also a lot of the input costs are not going to go down. And I think also if we look at it from other industries, I don't think a lot of other industries will also drop their pricing. Of course, right now they might be, in some industries, they want to get rid of the old inventory, but I don't see many other industries also dropping prices. So I think that's something one will need to be very, very careful about. And I would rather, put to increase profitability and to increase revenues, I'd rather put a lot more energy on innovation, on new ideas, on experiences. Look at more ancillary revenues, like office spaces, and of course we are all doing food delivery. We call it Marriott on Wheels. It's working out fantastic, and we just need to see how we can make it a little more profitable. And I think the other one is weddings. We've had a learning, having having a large global presence. We've had a learning from the West on how to make small weddings lavish. West has always had weddings of 50 people. Now we are restricted with 50. Now with that also, how can we make those micro weddings really lavish, and focus on increasing revenues, generating demand? What can how do we promote a destination? And let's keep in mind, I think we all concur that most of the demand that will come in for the next couple of months is going to be within India. And we've always, Indian hotels, we've always complained that people don't want to see within India. They'd rather go to Thailand. They would go to other places. Nothing wrong in that, but I think this is the great opportunity for us to also capitalize a lot on what India has to offer for leisure destinations. So promote more leisure destinations. And when I say leisure destinations, it needn't only be Goa. It needn't only be Kerala. I think Mumbai also can be a great cultural destination. Delhi can be great that way. There are a lot of smaller cities where I think a lot of Indians probably can see a lot more, and that's where I think we can generate that demand, and not drop prices.
Fantastic, Sharad. So one advice I picked up from you for the industry is that low rates will not mean high demand. And then we have to be very careful if we release a pricing domino, because it will impact everybody. And I remember what you said, that 2007 prices, we were struggling to achieve even in 2019. And very innovative focus on saying, how do we popularize even micro weddings? And now that the number of people would be lesser, the parties actually have a bigger share of the wallet to be able to spend on what they are thinking of. And innovatively, the Marriott food on wheels, or even focus on office spaces, these are all good hints that everybody in the industry can pick up. So thank you for that. Kunal, moving on to you. You represent Bangalore, which is also the IT capital of India. So how do you see the pandemic impact business in this city and your hotel? And what is it that you are doing innovatively to shore up your bottom line?
So what has happened in the last 5 months for us is occupancies are down 60% compared to last year, right? We are in single digits over the last 5 months. Same time last year, we were about 145 crores. This year, we are about 45 crores. That's the kind of a difference that is there existing today. Approximately 59% of our business in Bangalore, at least for my hotel, was traveling via GDS, 8% through OTAs. And they were primarily corporate-driven focus, very hardcore commercial city, right? Business companies driving it. So we've had quite a hit here. And we see that this will at least run through the entire 2020. And somewhere in the first quarter and then second quarter is where we see a lot of companies' travel freezes come off. And that's when we see occupancy starting to come back. Yes, there'll be a pent-up demand. There'll be a lot of projects which are happening off-site will start to actually happen on ground. And there will be movement considering that. So demand for us will take some time to come back. However, there are many opportunities which exist. Staycations, distance drivable destinations, which happens to work very well for us because we are also surrounded by many cities who can actually drive to Bangalore. I think there'll be a concise effort by all hoteliers in Bangalore trying to showcase the kind of leisure feel Bangalore can also bring in with the kind of fantastic shopping, dining, and city tour options that Bangalore has to offer. And there was never really a concise effort made on this kind of a leisure domestic travel, which will be made in now. Weddings as a destination are going to work out much better because, and we can see that on the ground. In November, December, we are able to see weddings, small size weddings, multiple events, hybrid events already being planned and action. So that's one part on terms of business and the city scenario on it. What has happened in this entire 5 months is that we worked kind of overtime, trying to reimagine and reset our business. Every cost, as much as every new avenue of business development has been thought of, I think similar amount of effort has gone into relooking at our business model and seeing wherever we can bring in efficiencies. I think a lot of work has happened on it. If I simply say that we actually think we've managed to move a lot of our fixed costs into variable brackets to a certain degree. And I primarily think there are three sources from where we've managed to get these savings. One of them is renegs with our present costs, looking at our sourcing and supply routes and looking at every head over there and imagining every kind of a service that we procure right now, redoing them or looking at alternates and better. So a very important part of our thought process has been to make sure that our asset quality remains intact at all these points. We actually see a lot of our savings come through OPEX and CAPEX investments in technology, innovation, and certain amount of really good ROI projects that we have undertaken during this time. And then I think about 8% comes from really on the shop floor operational optimization of every kind of an expense, right? So we are watching everything like a hawk right now and relooking at every process and every kind of a waste that comes out of a process. So all this has actually happened in the last 5 months. And I think to look at the bright side, this will reset our businesses for many more years to come.
Fantastic, Kunal. I like your very sanguine approach to business, saying that if we've been given a crisis, how do we turn it into an opportunity? And what I picked up both from what you and Sharad were saying was how do we look at our domestic market? And even though city hotels, we have traditionally not seen much domestic leisure. If it's the opportunity for staycation and the fact that 22 million Indians are not going to be traveling out, how do we get them into our hotels? And the second thing which you emphasized, which is this microscopic view of every cost lever to ensure that the asset quality does not deteriorate, which is a very important contributor to our business. So thank you for highlighting these facts. Moving on to Atul, you've done different markets, different times, and this is a totally unprecedented time. So what has been the impact to your group's hotels profitability, and what steps are you taking to bolster your bottom line? Atul, you're on mute. Just unmute yourself. Yes.
It's okay now?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rahul. And first of all, I'd like to thank BW Hotelier and Bhuvnesh to having me on this show and being with all of you. It's been an extremely tough time for all of us. I moved in from Kolkata after opening that hotel, and you know what happens in a first 1 year of hotel operation, and especially when it starts doing extremely well. When it starts at the first year of the operation, if hotel achieves around 60% occupancy of that size, so it is, and from there I landed up here and the lockdown started. So for me, introduction to this market, and along with that, this pandemic. So I see it as a hotel industry as such. It's the first to go out and the last to come in these kind of any world event which has a negative impact. So that's the travel industry, and the hotel industry goes out that way. Now, in terms of profitability, the first quarter, which was as good as the entire business, came to a grinding halt, and everybody dropped numbers very heavily, and it did impact in terms of rooms. It didn't impact in terms of food, and the cost which we normally have is 80% or 70%, 80% is on the fixed cost nature. So the first quarter, if we see the results of all the companies, and we saw there is a huge I've never seen a negative bottom line ever in my career so far, and this is the first time we are seeing this. So, so what has happened is it is not going to come back so soon. We need to rationalize our cost completely. So the steps which we have taken to rationalize the cost, we've gone through each and every line on the P&L statement, and the major impact comes from HLP and SWB. ITC as a company, we have not laid off any people. We have not had any salary cuts. We have not done that. But at the same time, we are very lucky that we have not stopped our expansion plan. So since our expansion plan is on and our new hotels are going to debut very, very soon, and there are some tie-ups which are happening, so we can spread thin and move our people across to other areas. So that's why SWB cost can be taken care of. The second is, in terms of SWB cost, is the multifunctionality. The people, this is the new normal. Earlier we could do a person does only one kind of a job and that's about it. But now the multifunctionality is the name of the game. So do you need to hire the contractuals? Do you need to hire contractual agencies to do certain jobs which we can do it ourselves? So we have done a lot of this engineering, and last 4 months have been very, very exciting in terms of that way. That is kept extremely, extremely busy and kept working on these. And it's a continuous, it's an evolving process. So what we are working on these costs, and at the same time keeping our workforce totally engaged. How do we engage them? There are a couple of ways doing that. One is keeping them the online training courses, online training classes, so that the skill levels go up. So that's very useful. Communication level training goes up. That's very useful. And the third is that they are the people. If I have 500, 600 people employed in a particular hotel, can I make them all as a sales resources so that all of them get in touch with, most of them get in touch with the consumers so that our business goes up. Now, looking at what are the channels available for us to driving the revenue business. There is room revenue. We all know it's all gone down, and the kind of customer which has come into the hotels now, though we did around 35-40% occupancy in last couple of months, but where has that business come from? That's a very different line of business, which is either a repatriation or healthcare workers or essential services, these kind of businesses. The transient is completely gone. FIT is not there at all. So where does this business come from? Then in terms of food and beverage, restaurants have not been allowed to open, and at least in the Bombay market, but wherever it's been allowed to open, we can see certain numbers getting driven, especially in Delhi market. It's just opened a week, 10 days back, and the result what we're seeing is very, very good in the restaurant. So there is a pent-up demand. So business needs to go up from there. Then the third is, have we thought of new ways of looking at businesses, different verticals? So whether it's a food delivery vertical, everybody spoke about that, whether it's a laundry service, whether it is home cleaning services, whether it is the consultancy services and all that. But there are lots being done at this point of time in every group, and working on that so that there's some kind of a revenue stream comes in, because certain costs are of fixed nature and nothing you can do about it, though you can do a variability on your fixed costs, move them towards the variable costs. So that is being done in all areas, and though I would still see that this is still not a revival phase, it's still on a survival phase in most of the cities, and there is still some more time till the number of cases are going up. Still time for this to get settled down, but we got to learn to live, and the economy has to move on. The economy has to win from this war. Unless that happens, we will not be able to put the numbers on the bottom line. And bottom line is something which will make sure that we all survive. But I'm sure that from the learning of last 5 months in terms of the major cost heads, each one of us have worked on that, and I'm sure the costs have shrunk in what the normal would have been there, and looking at the revenue numbers to be driven up, that's what will take care of it.
Thank you, Atul. good caution actually also I picked up from what you said, that let us not think this is revival. We are still in survival phase. And how you are using your growth to actually protect the jobs of your employees. And what was very interesting as a takeaway for me was how, as the leader in the field, you are telling your workforce that, hey, everybody is doing sales, irrespective of whatever title they may wear. So I think that's a very important cue for everybody in the business. And I was also very happy when you spoke of pent up F&B demand, because that shows green shoots of recovery that will actually be very sustainable. Thank you. Moving on, Manish, you were supposed to be launching the hotel, and your market launch strategy has been disrupted. So, when do you start the hotel now? And given the fact that you were supposed to be focusing on the airport business and airlines, what segments are you going to now be focusing on? And along with this, what's your plan to rein in your costs?
So, Mr. Pandit, I mean, we were close for the past 5 months. Closure was a conscious decision because we wanted to ensure that all our team members, all our business partners, all the guests basically are with us, are in a safe zone, because what happened back in March, nobody was actually aware of what's going to be the next steps in terms of government norms, in terms of BMC, in terms of circulars coming out that hotels will become hospitals and hotels overnight becoming quarantine zones. So hence, the management had a conscious call over here that our hotel will remain closed till such time that we know that it's basically safe to open. Now, on those months, it's now been basically 5 months. We've ensured that all our parameters in terms of safety for the guest and for our team members are as per industry norms. So we're very, very happy to announce that hopefully in the next few weeks or by month, and we should go live. And once we go live, we basically partnered with a very, very good app which is called PrefMe. So all your guest aspects have become no touch or low touch. So we'll ensure that as the guest walks in, he or she has a safety barrier, however, not compromising on the human feel. Similarly, on our team members, we've launched a program called Safe Me, Safe We, where we educate them from home to work and back to home again, how you handle yourself, how you look after yourself. Because for any company, you may have a good hotel, you have the best policies, you may have the best distinct software too, but your team is your greatest asset. So our understanding has been that we have to look after our biggest asset, which is our team members. Nevertheless, overheads are for all hotels and like for us as well. So we've ensured that in the past 5 months, we've gone back on the drawing board, worked on the costs, brought them down. However, I'm proud to say that we've not laid off anybody. For payroll costs, we've been held by our corporate office, and they've helped us out in giving the payroll month on month. And we're very, very happy with that, because other companies, not just hotels, IT companies, manufacturing firms across the board have had this layoffs. So keeping your workforce more motivated in this entire time period has been our prime focus. Now it's not just on the financial front, but it's also on the emotional front, because we've seen that in the past 5 months, a lot has happened in the human aspect, where people have reacted differently in terms of the entire lockdown, from Bollywood to movies to other aspects too. You've seen what's gone wrong with the world. So on our side, we've ensured that the department heads, the employees, the HR department, we've had a very, very counterproductive 5 months where we've interacted with them virtually on site, and we've ensured that the team is basically motivated in terms they need help, in terms of financial help, in case they need any emotional help, in case of anything in the family, we've been there for them. We also have a team which is living on property for the past 5 months, who are looking after the entire hotel in a brilliant way. and we're very, very indebted to those guys. On the revenue streams, we've asked our sales team to basically think outside the box, because in these scenarios, adaptability is your key to survival. So we have to ensure we adapt on the new norms. So whether it's basically work from hotel, where we've got a few corporates lined up, where we're giving them a few floors, and we're giving them banquet venues too, where they will work from here, or you've got your food catering services or laundry services or pay now, stay later. So we worked on that as well. But as a MICE hotel, our business will only happen once large groups, weddings, events and all come back. So we hope for the best that the governments, that the pharma companies who are working on the vaccine, we have that in due course of time, because with all what we are basically all trying, they all stopgap measures. Money will not come back with that. We all have our bank EMIs to pay. We all have our loans to pay. We all have our management fees to pay, contracts to pay. So unless and until we have the big business back on the books, it looks difficult. So and I hope and pray that the next 6 months or 8 months, we are back in business, because in case we are not, I can foresee a lot of big boys and the small boys locking doors and this thing shutting down, which I hope doesn't happen. So let's hope for the best, that the vaccine comes out soon for all of us.
Thank you, Manish. While you did give some caution, saying let's hope for the best and businesses don't shut down, I must actually appreciate the bold calls that you've taken. First, to actually shut down the property, and second is, despite that, to not lay off anybody and retain your payroll. That's been very bold, and I wish you the very best for your October opening. Now, switching gears, I wanted to also ask the leaders that besides carrying a day-to-day microscope, all of you, given the unique positions and perspectives you have, you also have a telescope into how the industry is going to get shaped and what are you seeing emerge. So my question to Praveen is that how do you see this pandemic altering consumer habits for good?
So Rahul, couple of things that I see happening with consumer habits. Some are actually, I would say, scary because they directly impact our business. And one of them is we are seeing that more and more people are getting used to doing business on audiovisual, right? So they're all happy with the Zooms and Microsoft Teams. And what that is going to happen is that as we move ahead in the future, I see that you would see a certain sector of business which was purely corporate would disappear, because meetings would be, people would be okay to meet as the softwares are also getting much and much better over time. So that's one trend which kind of worries us. Second thing I'm seeing is that I also see that the consumer has spent about 6 months sitting at home, where they have been working from home at the same time interacting with their families, and doing a lot of gourmet stuff, right? So people have been cooking, people have been trying to learn new cuisine and so on. So I see that out of the lockdown, the consumer is going to come out being a lot more educated, which means we have to get ready to have a consumer who understands wines as well as our restaurant managers, and who understands food from different parts of the world as well, because he's been cooking that food, right? So that's very interesting and a great analogy, because there is always an opportunity in an adversity. Third thing that I see is that consumer is getting used to doing it yourself. And that's in a way good for us, because that's again an opportunity, which means that in the future, consumer doesn't want, even in a luxury product, he doesn't want a butler standing outside his room. He doesn't want to kind of have people drooling over him when he's in a restaurant. So they are kind of getting this minimalistic style of service, which is great. And the fourth thing I would say is technology, which I said earlier also, that consumer is embracing technology very quickly. So again, we need to figure out how can we use this technology to reach to them faster, to be able to go back and remodel our processes, because on one side we have a challenge that we need to bring down our cost, and we need to bring down how can we kind of reach people faster. So technology will be helpful in both those forms. And I do see social distancing continuing for another 6 months, or physical distancing, as I should call it, for 6 to 8 months till the time we see that either the cases go down or herd immunity sets in. After that, we do see that the demand is going to be back. In fact, we are seeing a lot of younger consumer are the first ones to step out, and they are not afraid because of partially because of the reason that the virus doesn't cause us so much of damage when you're young. So as I said, over the weekends, we've been seeing a lot of young consumers coming out, using facilities and so on. And the last thing that I would say is there are a lot of innovative business models which are emerging out. For example, we just, this morning I was with a client who wanted to do a virtual wedding where the request was that the wedding would be done at home on Zoom and the meal will be sent up to 400 people to their houses. And we were doing food trials, and that's kind of quite unique. So we've never done something like that in the past. We've done virtual functions and virtual business meetings with dinner, but a virtual wedding would be quite interesting. So we see that for the short term. And in the long term, I think technology, leaner business models, consumer being very educated but not really getting fussy. So I think we will get specifically for Indian industry, we would have a little bit more like, I would say, Western consumers, a little bit like the American market, where you will have different models. And if you are in a high-end luxury, then people will understand that they have to pay more for it.
Fantastic. You really have a high-powered telescope into the consumer. And I like the way that you're describing that with the consumer becoming minimalistic, it is actually an opportunity for hotels to reorient the business model using technology to serve consumer needs like that. Now, moving on to Chris, I wanted to ask you, lots of youngsters are planning to enter the industry now, and some are already in the midst of studying. So with this pandemic, there are lots of concerns with this demographic. So what is your advice to youngsters who are planning on joining the industry today? Chris, unmute yourself, please.
There you go. Can you hear me now, Rahul? Sorry.
Yes, yes. Go ahead.
Great question, Rahul. Thank you very much. I actually did receive quite a few emails and messages from students in India and from overseas, because I'm lucky to be part of an alumni, and I'm board member of an alumni of hotel schools outside India, and engage very frequently with students who either just joined the trades as in hotel schools or who are about to graduate. Now, a lot of them are extremely worried. A lot of them question themselves if they joined the right industry. They are not sure where is the future. Now, each and every one of them, I said very clearly that this is also an opportunity. Now, we also have to differentiate. There are colleagues who join the ranks of the hospitality workforce who have to work. They cannot afford not to work. But the others who can afford and sit back and wait for a job, I would use this time very clearly for either do voluntary work. When I say voluntary work, this could be an NGO, this could be in a hotel to expand your skills, or in a completely different field that you may take interest in, but didn't have time to explore or to study during the last few years while you were studying hospitality industry. I think if we as leaders who look at CVs in the future see colleagues who maybe have a gap or spend some time doing something else, this should be appreciated and looked at as an experience they gained to gain insight to work, especially if you work with NGOs, to understand the mindset of the consumer and people then. I always tell them, listen, if you can, do voluntary work either outside the industry, work for an NGO, study something else completely different where you have an interest in, or educate yourself further in the hospitality field. Maybe you have the chance to go towards an MBA now instead of doing it in 2 or 3 years. Or see if you can do some work in a hotel that would be happy to have you maybe for a month or two, doing something completely different. Expand your culinary skills. I mean, Parveen just said, Our waiters and sommeliers need to be very well educated in what they're doing or communicating with the guests in things like wines. Maybe this is a great opportunity to deepen your knowledge of spirits, wines, and so on, right? And you become the leader in the hotel that you will join in the future in that field. And obviously, this is all a bit different for colleagues who can't afford not to work, who need to look for a job. In that case, I had two cases where I said, listen, we really need a job. I actually helped them to find a job in another field for the time being, because there are industries out there who are not as much affected by this COVID crisis, and some industries are actually thriving. So for both of them, I was able to find jobs doing something different for the time being, and they may like it, what they're doing now, but hopefully they come back to the hospitality industry. But the worst thing you can do is do nothing, if you ask me. It's a great time to expand your skills. That's what I think. I used to clean tennis courts and mini golf places at the time, long time ago.
Brilliant, Chris. So good advice to youngsters to say, upskill yourself and also get into adjacent skill sets. And very interesting advice to say, can they pick up volunteering or also work, support NGOs? And then the industry leaders should give them relevant credit when they come back to join a job stream. Related to this, Chris, I also wanted to ask you, you've seen impact of regional pandemics and such situations in different geographies. But this pandemic is global in nature.
Yeah.
So what impact do you foresee on the industry's business fundamentals as a result of this ongoing pandemic?
So, like my colleague said before, look, people always feel the need to travel. It's just a question of airlift being available, a question of visas being issued, a question of confidence coming back once the vaccine is widely available and inoculation happens. So, as I mentioned previously, I don't foresee this as a long-term issue for our industry. I think this will all come back. Look, if I look back, I went through Arab Springs, I went through typhoon, cyclones. I had an embargo where the tanks were standing not too far away from the hotel. We've seen terrorist attacks in Egypt a few years ago. People tend to forget. People have a very short-term memory if they like something, and travel is something people like. Believe me when I tell you, as soon as a vaccine is released, the guards will fall, people will change perception, people will travel again. It's not something that will have a long-lasting effect. Maybe how they travel, how they look at hotels will maybe change. They probably will look not just at a star ranking or a TripAdvisor ranking, they probably spend a bit more time researching on hygiene and other points that are important to them, right? We all remember the last decade, everyone talked about going green, sustainability. So sustainability was the last few years. Health and hygiene and sanitation will be probably for the next few years. That's what I foresee.
Fantastic. Yeah. So what you are saying is that the natural tendency of humans to explore, our natural wanderlust, will make the industry come back. And what we have to be very careful is, how do we also project and maintain our hygiene, our cleanliness, and our safety standards?
Yeah, a lot of the colleagues have to understand, this is not just a new initiative we're doing right now. This is here to stay. We have to understand this as a business, and I think we as leaders do understand it. But it is of great importance that our associates and colleagues understand it. Look, we had studies where we gave our guests QR codes. Unfortunately, even some guests don't understand. They say, "No, I want the real menu." We talked about technology just before, right? Another colleague talked about it. I think technology is here to stay. I think technology will the deployment and development of technology will accelerate and will be more important in the whole guest experience. That's what I think. I always try to push technology in my environment, and I was always held back. People always told me, it's maybe not the guest experience we want, But what I tried to achieve over the last 5 years is now suddenly achieved in 5 months. Be it online newspapers, be it online service delivery, whatever you mentioned, it's all coming, it's all there, right? Everyone is rolling it out.
So great point that this crisis is actually accelerating the adoption of technology, at least at 10x. So what you thought would take 5 years, you are seeing it happen in front of you in 5 months.
Well, the deployment, put it this way, I was always pushing for it, right? And there was always a certain hesitation. No, the guest wants a proper newspaper. The guest wants a proper menu. You know, people always use, no, but, 5-star traditional hotel hospitality companies, we shouldn't do that. I disagree. I completely disagree. I think listen, why would I not download an app and read my newspaper on a tablet if I can choose from 2,000 newspapers? I may be in Mumbai, but I'm not interested in the Mumbai Mirror because I'm only here for 2 days. I want to read some other newspaper. I can give it to you now because of technology, right? Just to use an example.
Great. Great point on consumers adopting technology for convenience greater, and linking to what actually Praveen was saying earlier. This is also an opportunity for us to rationalize our expense on multiple touch points that we have traditionally created for the business. Now, Sharad, I wanted to ask you, you've seen this pandemic and you've seen other different situations in the past. So what are your learnings from this pandemic that you think general managers should focus on for the future?
So I think the biggest thing that this pandemic has taught a lot of us is, I think we need to look at skills in a slightly different way. Skills are not just about hotels or it's about food and wine. I think skills are more larger skills we look at and I think the most important skill is adaptability, which I would call a skill now. And I think this is what and this was one incident that happened. There will be other smaller ones that will continue to happen. I mean, we've all seen through our careers ups and downs in business and different business cycles for different industries. So I think just to increase our own skill sets is extremely important. And I think from a organizational point, I think coming back to the most important value that we have, or the strength that Marriott has is the culture. And I think culture has to be a top priority always. Good times, bad times, ugly times, wherever we are. And clearly the organizations which were strong on culture will come out a lot stronger after this. And let's keep in mind also that culture cannot be copied. So we're all trying to compete with each other on Marriott on Wheels and all of those. But yeah, we pick up good practices from there. But culture is something that I think we cannot be copied, and everything that we speak of. I mean, technology is also a part of culture. That how open we are to accept technology, how open we are to for the change. We spoke of, I think the previous session spoke a lot about multi-skilling. And I would look at multi-skilling in just two very different ways. Number one is, I think for multi-skilling, and also part of culture, I need to start from myself. Why do I need a housekeeping associate cleaning my office? Why can't I do it up myself? If I have a little plant in my office, why can't I look after that plant myself? And that's where multi-skilling should start. And the second is, I think we've all grown up with in hotels of this is this department, this is this department. We get, and because of that, we get very, very departmental. I think we start thinking beyond departments. We look at, of course, there is expertise that an engineer has, and a finance associate has expertise in something, and a kitchen associate has expertise in something. But I think for a lot of things, there are a lot of things in a hotel which are very, very. It just needs common sense. It doesn't need a high skill level. And look at multi-skilling. And as I said, I think whatever we can do to help our associates, because we're looking at this pandemic, then it'll be technology, then it'll be something else, and we don't know what 5 years down the line is going to be. One can't really see what 5 years down the line what hotels are going to be. Yeah, some things will stay common. Luxury will continue to be there. Personalization will continue to be there, but it'll be in a very, very different way. I mean, Google thinks of personalization in a very, very different way. We think of personalization in a very different way. So I think just do what it takes to increase the adaptability quotient of our associates, and for the future, I think the one lesson I would myself keep in mind is keep fixed costs controlled as much as possible. As much as possible, keep all costs variable, and don't underestimate any business opportunity. But 1 year down the line, who would have thought that we would put so much of our energies on minutely looking at the sales summary of our takeaway menu of Marriott on Wheels. We study it with a lot of care now. So let's not underestimate any business opportunity. The next few business opportunities could be about co-working spaces, could be about consulting, could be about training. Training a lot of. We spoke of going to people's homes, and there are a lot of things that we can do around there as well. And I think let's all be prepared for the worst. What we all learned many years back of hope for the best and be prepared for the worst. And one can't say the worst is behind us. We really don't know. So be an optimist. We've got this little initiative that Marriott has started. It's an app which is called Equilibrium, which kind of helps people in their balancing their thoughts and keeping everybody up in their spirits. And Mr. Menon shared a note a couple of days back, and everybody does a self-assessment in that. And the best thing is, he said, Mr. Menon said, my statement there is that I'm an optimist. Be an optimist. I think we look for the positive things, see what we can do more. But let's be prepared for the worst. Let's be prepared for the worst, because what will also happen in the next couple of months, I think, even if there is a vaccine, the vaccine will take time. What will also happen as a result is, a consequence of what we lose in this 1 year, disposable incomes are going to go low. And with disposable incomes going low, people's thinking is going to change. The credit card mentality probably will change. People earlier were a lot more easy in taking credit. Now I think that mentality will probably change. And that was the difference in people who were born in 40s and 50s and 60s versus the people who were born 70s and 80s. We thought very differently than the previous generation. So I think the overall thinking of every person will have some bit of change. These 2 years will have a huge impact on consumer behavior, on our thinking, on the society. So let's be prepared that business may not come back to the 2019 levels very soon.
So while I heard you speak about common sense, which you said is not so common these days, and the focus on adaptability, and everybody seems to be reiterating that our workforce has to become multi-talented and multitasking. Let me quickly ask you, Sharad, when do you see that the industry is going to come back to the 2019 level?
Will take a while. I think will take a while. Will take quite some time. And I would only talk in RevPAR. I think the first thing that will happen is occupancies will go up next couple of months. First, the occupancies will rise, and then the rates will rise. The good thing, and if one was to just look at in comparison to 2008-9, the financial meltdown, one was India wasn't as badly impacted as the rest of the world. Then I think at this stage, India is a little more impacted. The good thing is though that I don't think there will be as much new inventory coming in the next 4 5 years as it did in after 2009-10. I think between 2009 and 14 there was a lot new inventory came in. So that's going to be a bit of a help that for us to get back to 2019 RevPAR levels. And until then, I think great opportunity in food and beverage. I feel food and beverage will come out a lot stronger than and it has a lot more of our energies and focus now.
Great. Thank you. Quickly, to move on to Kunal, two things. One is, when do you see 2019 levels being achieved again? And secondly, I was hearing you earlier when you said 55% of your business was GDS. So with this pandemic, how do you also see the total hotel distribution landscape change?
I think so. I see that by 2022, somewhere mid, is when some of the companies' production should start coming up to the levels that it was for me in Bangalore. I think we will see, we might not be doing the same revenue, but occupancy will definitely be in. I think the ADRs will be slightly depressed still. As far as the question on distribution goes, I think what will happen right now is with your traditional GDS and big accounts, contracted accounts reducing and almost diminishing, OTAs will gain tremendous amount of ground. I think there'll be lot of competition online. I think companies are going to spend a lot more money on search engine optimization just to be able to make sure that they're able to retain their direct booking sources. And see, by the end of it, post-COVID era, anybody who's managed to survive and has managed to stand up on their 2 feet, any hotel will have some ground to negotiate with these OTAs to be able to get decent rates and continue to work. I think what should be done right now is we shouldn't give up on pre-COVID distribution strategy of ours to trying to convert more direct. We should keep our focus on it, though today these OTAs will be a lot more meaningful to us momentarily. But in the long run, I don't think we should abdicate our previous strategy of how we were managing our distribution. So that's what I see happening on the distribution front. Right.
Thank you. So you are saying keep focus on driving business direct to the brand. That should, that should get your investment and your energies even today.
And one more on this. Yesterday, our business model was very simple because we could deal with 125 companies and still get our 200 room nights. What will happen now is we'll actually be dealing with 500 companies to get our 200 room nights. So our sales force and a lot more ground sales activity will happen in not only our feeder market, but local market. Relationships is going to be the key differentiator here.
Atul, I was hearing you earlier when you said that, look, F&B used to be key to our business, but it is suffering. Yet at the same time, when you spoke of Delhi, you saw green shoots of demand come up very fast. There was lots of pent-up F&B demand coming back to the market. So how do you see this pandemic impacting the industry's F&B landscape?
I'm audible?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Thank you. So with regards to F&B, I'll divide this into basically three categories. One is outlet restaurants, second is banquets, and third is which everybody has created, this food delivery vertical. So in terms of banquets, obviously that I don't see that kind of demand coming back, where we were used to larger hotels, we were used to doing 1,000 people, 1,500 people, and a large number of weddings and corporate MICE events, exhibitions, and all that. So that's not going to come back very, very soon. So that we'll have to keep it aside. Like one of my co-panelists said that like in Europe, there are small weddings, but much more lavish weddings and all that. So that that is emerging out in terms of that, and also the virtual events which are happening. And like Praveen mentioned, with regards to virtual weddings and virtual events, and I'm glad that we've already been able to do that at IHA Hotels. I have done around 3 or 4 events of 400 people conference lunch. So, getting lunch delivered at the same time at all over India location, and people are meeting virtually. So that's happened. Virtual weddings have happened. So it's already happened, and that's what even the event industry has to survive. So obviously they are also partnering with hotels and selling these events, so that one is that you can celebrate your wedding, at the same time you can share the food as well. And you can curate the menu, and it can be delivered at all locations in India. And that's the strength all of us have as large chains. So this is with regards to banquets. And then secondly, outlets. We have opened our restaurants at Calcutta, at Delhi, at Bangalore, and results have been, there is a lot of pent-up demand. The number of covers, though we have to keep a physical distancing, and in terms of keeping the norms prescribed by Ministry of Home, apart even then, the kind of demand which is coming in, like green shoots, yes, this is very encouraging that people are willing to come in. And obviously, as an industry, we need to really assure our clients that the hotels are absolutely safe places to go, and we take care of that. So there are some comments, even if you go on to TripAdvisor and see, so people have written that it's a hospital-like care. We feel so safe here in these hotels, but at the same time, warmth has not gone. So that's a very, very important aspect of the restaurants. Though people are not, that's very sad part that 30% of the restaurant, as we read some reports which are going to contract, they may not dine out, restaurant may not open. So because of high costs, and they're not been able to sustain. So, but for hotels have the opportunity to take care of that part of it, to serve to that demand. Now, the third part, which is a food delivery vertical. This is absolutely, like Sharad said, Marriott on Wheels, and some other. Most of us have done something on that. Again, the packaging, like somebody said, creating the demand. The customer is going to be more aware. So we are actually taking part in that. What are we doing? We're sending them do your own kits. So we're sending the ingredients, and the customer is combining it all together. So they're really enjoying it. We even give them the videos of how the chef is making the dish, or you even have an opportunity to talk to a chef and create that dish. That's happening.
Fantastic.
Sommeliers have conducted classes. That's, you pay a fees of maybe 1,000 rupees, and then you do a 2 hours sommelier class or a mixologist class. So all these ideas are coming from a young talent which is there in the hotels, and actually creating revenues out of that. So all these things are possible, and people are willing to do these things now because there is so much time available. So there is a lot of pent-up demand in food and beverage, and I don't see food and beverage. I see food and beverage is going to play a very, very large role in recovering whatever the number of covers we're going to lose in restaurants. But because of the restrictions, we should be able to make up that from food delivery vertical. So F&B is the way to go at this point of time.
Brilliant, Atul. And listening to you, I also remember what Praveen was saying, that our consumers are becoming smarter. They are becoming gourmets. So there is an opportunity to satisfy the gourmet in the consumers, and at the same time, with delivery, food and beverage is a new opportunity for all our businesses. And I think with that, we are almost on time for the deadline of a session. And I've enjoyed this dialogue and hearing everybody across at this platform. So 2 or 3 key things that stick to me. While I've listened to Chris speak of his experience in different places, what Praveen is seeing with younger consumers coming into the fold, Atul, you spoke of ITC's focus in still continuing your growth and saying, how do we take care of our employees there? Sharad speaking of adaptability. So there is overall sense of rebound that is going to come back into the industry. But with it, we have to be very careful that we are still in survival, though we are seeing revival in front of us. And we have to also maintain our focus on variabilizing our fixed costs. And if we do that, there is a great opportunity with technology, change in consumer behavior, and new market segments that are opening up for the industry to remodel itself for profitability. So I want to thank you, Chris, Atul, Kunal, Sharad, Praveen, and Manish for being great panelists. I have had a great time listening to you. And also Bhuvnesh, your team, Bhavna, and everybody at BW for creating this platform, A, for friends to meet, and B, for all of us to share our thoughts. Much appreciate. Thank you very much, Bhuvnesh. Thank you.
Thank you.
You are mute, Bhuvnesh. Unmute.
Bhuvnesh, requesting you to unmute yourself.
So before the show goes out, I have a few words, right? This is my second show today with Rahul Pandit, and my third or fourth with him overall. But let me tell you, this show has been on my mind, and I've been planning this for the last 3 months, right? Each one on this panel who sits is a king in his own right, right? Now, let me tell you, the only similarity that I can find, or semblance of similarity that I can find, is with those gentlemen who run those large Queen Elizabeth II kind of ships, right? They're colossus giants. They're brilliant skippers. They run giants. For those ones who are trying to get into the hospitality industry, or the ones who have not even made their mind up as yet, look at these skippers. Look at these captains. They are geniuses. I mean, they run businesses which are umpires. I mean, some of them run multi-properties, right? Some of you run multi-properties. I mean, Chris and Manish are pretty much neighbors, though Parveen is not too far. I mean, each one of you run giants. And by the way, Atul, when your Parel property was being made, I used to spend time over there with the architect, Hafiz contractor, because I was setting up the Hindustan Times plant over there. So that was our meeting point, and the hotel was still under construction. Right? Having said that, this was a great show. I wish we could take this longer and spend far more time. Having said that, please remember the BW Hotelier has just about started with its shows. I'm coming with a lot more series, and you'll hear a lot more. And I shall keep coming back to you and request you for your screen time. Thank you, Chris, for your time. I know you were in a board meeting. You still pulled out. By the way, there was a city in which I've lived and worked for 2 postings where Chris' children were born, Doha and Qatar, right? I speak Arabic, so I kept getting posted over there. Manish, I enjoyed staying in your hotel. Atul, I'm looking forward to going back to the Royal Bengal and soon maybe here. And of course, the Taj Lands End has been my home for almost 10 months. When I was launching Hindustan Times in Mumbai, I've stayed at the JW with Sharad, but I look forward to seeing you all, and soon maybe someday in Bangalore. Thank you for your time, Kunal, Parveen, Sharad,
Thank you so much.
Manish, Atul, Chris, and Rahul. You're a brilliant host and amazing anchor.
Thank you.
Thank you for making the show wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we just had an incredible panel. Thank you once again to the panelists out here. And now we are going to be breaking in for a quick AV view while we get the next panel discussion ready. Stay tuned, IHA 2020.
Customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Well, we're talking about conversations happening on social media with our hashtag IHA 2020. 5 days of power-packed panel, 180 plus speakers and 100 plus awards daily happening from the August 31st to September 4th. And today being day 3. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with no liquidity in the market, there's a cash crunch and many hotels are looking very closely at hotel expenditure. Our next session with the expert procurement managers is on not just about price and availability. Well, the moderator of the session is going to be Dr. Nitin Nagrale, founder HPMF and CEO Quality NZ India and Emerging Markets. We've got NV Hariharan, Associate Vice President, Central Materials Group IHCL. Sudhir Gupta, Head Procurement ITC Hotels. Dr. Sanjay Goyal, Vice President Supply Chain Management, Light Bite Foods Private Limited. Sai Shankar, Vice President Procurement, Leela Palaces Hotels and Resorts. We've got Bharanidhar Ramaswamy, Director of Procurement, Marriott Hotels India Private Limited, and Arvind Mathur, Regional Director, Strategic Sourcing, South Asia, Radisson Hotel Group. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call upon Bhuvnesh Khanna, CEO BW Communities, to join me on the stage now. Hi, Bhuvnesh.
Thank you, Bhavna. This is a show I'm looking forward to. In fact, I always look forward to. Bring them on.
Sure. Let's get the panel on. Sure. Thank you so much. Let's get the panel on.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. So let me tell you, hi, everybody. I'm just coming to each one of you. I'd like to spend some time on the show. Don't close the show, Bhavna and others, till I tell you.
Yes, sir. I think और Mr. Gupta बाकी हैं सर.
सुधीर जी नहीं.
सुधीर नहीं है. हाँ.
We'll wait for Sudhir ji. So on this show, if I don't have my mobile, I'm dead. I'm just going to take a second off.
Yeah, I just want to say hello to all my colleagues in the fraternity whom I haven't had a chance to meet personally.
Hi. Hi.
Hello.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. Hi Arvind.
Hello.
So what happened to Sudhir?
So I think he sent a message. He was unable to log in. Now I think the space has been created.
Yeah.
Okay,
He's joining in.
I've just got a message. He's joining. So we have just crossed the halfway mark of the summit. So let me tell you, you can keep joining us. So this is
50% of the show is done, sir.
So let me tell you, only 50%. Because
the rest of the 50% will happen now. That's not.
So let me tell you, I was very hungry today, and I had less than 4 minutes to go to the bend and finish lunch. So I've just about got my food here. So the first time in 3 days I've had lunch. So 3 days. This is
yesterday, people were reminding you yesterday. Did you have lunch?
So let me tell you, when I set out in 2014 to start, I started meeting people कि यार ये करना भी चाहिए नहीं करना चाहिए. Then I met a man called Abrajyoti. वो तब पूना में होता था, वो ब्रिंटन्स कारपेट कंपनी में. उसने मेरे को बोला कि हॉस्पिटैलिटी परचेज मैनेजर्स की फोरम है, वो एक लड़का है बॉम्बे में है, वो एसोसिएशन का हेड है. मैंने कहा अच्छा भाई. तो कहते मैं आपकी उससे बात कराता हूँ, आप उससे मिलो. तो बात कराई, बात हो गई. देन वी स्टेड इन टच. मुझे ये नहीं पता था कि इतना बड़ा पटाखा है ये. So this man is not a chupa Ristam. He has done quite a bit. Nitin is, you see, I always tell everybody that there are two kind of professionals, right? Both do extremely one. One who can lead, the other ones, Nitin, we spoke yesterday.
Yes, who gets led?
Who can be led. Both will deliver. One will lead and deliver. The other one cannot lead, but when led well can deliver. So Nitin is a leader who leads everybody, and the ones he leads, they also deliver. If they are without Nitin, they will not deliver. It's my faith. I may be wrong. I don't think I am too far off. And amazing chutzpah he's got, amazing energy levels, and may you all do well. I don't want to take away the punch from the others. I also want to welcome Mr. Senthil Tangam from Blue Star. Blue Star is my industry. I used to be with Whirlpool. I used to be with Reliance Retail. So Senthil, you may want to come center of screen, your bottom of screen. And I'm very fond of both Mr. Tyagarajan and Mukundan Menon. Mukundan I have dealt with during my Reliance Retail days. Sara and Priya both. I'll come to Bharni Dharan Ramaswamy. I used to call him Bharni Dharan sir or something. He told me, don't call me sir. So I said, okay, then you stop calling me Bhuvnesh. वो क्या पूरा नाम बोलते थे Mr. करके. So then he started calling me Bhuvnesh and Bhuvi. Mr. Hari Haran, this is my first show with you. Hari comes with very strong credentials from IHCL, Taj, extremely solid professional. Mr. Sai Shankar, very polite, genial person. Almost knew Leela. Is it 3 months now? Or third month?
It's fourth month.
Fourth shuru ho gaya.
Since March I am
All right.
freelance.
Arvind Mathur is a slippery character. He doesn't come on my shows. He does not respond, but he has finally come today. I'm happy. Are you from my school?
Oh my God! Why
Yes,
did you
I
say
am.
that?
I am. I
You
am
are?
very much a mod knight. I
So
am a
you
mod
be-
knight. Yes.
So you better start respecting me and agreeing to what I say. I'm your
Of
senior.
course, you are my senior. Of course.
Right? Well, Arvind. And
Very
Dr.
well. Very well.
Goyal, again, a very strong procurement professional. We'll wait for Sudhir. I don't know what's happening. Whenever he comes, now this is, procurement managers have a very tough job. They have to be the balance between the ones who are selling to them and the ones who are pressurizing them to buy, be it chief engineers, owners, or operators, or general managers for that matter of fact. And they do not have an easy job. I've been a buyer. I mean, in the sense, Reliance Retail was all about buying and then selling from our state. So I know a bit of this. It's not very easy. But I used to talk margins over here. Here you talk about savings, right? And getting the best bite for your buck. So I should not add more when you have a legend in Nitin Nagrale sitting over here and talking. So Nitin, please take over and थोड़ी अपनी मूंछ नीचे कर ले.
थोड़ा ज्यादा ऊपर हो गई.
हाँ.
Okay. In fact, Khanna Sahab, I want to thank you first of all for giving this opportunity to us for showcasing what we are. Procurement has always been on the sidelines of the operations. It's always was considered that it's a support function and a function which was there because the operations were there. But in the last few years, I would say in last, say, 10, 12, 15 years, the function has started gaining momentum. It has started gaining the recognition which it deserved in hospitality industry. In the other industries, yes, that's considered as the forefront function. But in hospitality, it was always that it is one of the functions. But I'm happy that leaders like these were...
Sudhir ji has come. Hello, Sudhir ji.
Hi,
Sudhir
everyone.
ji heads procurement for ITC Group. ITC Hotels Group. Welcome, sir.
Hi, everybody.
Sorry, Nitin. Boliye.
Yeah. So I'm thankful to leaders like these who are on this panel today. They have created the impression of procurement. They're the ones who have created a solid impression in the minds of not just the management, but people at large. For us, supply partners are an important element in the success of our own careers. And if you look at all these gentlemen, 6 of them, and obviously Mr. Senthil, so they're all known for the relationship management with their supply partners. They're all known for their knowledge, their wisdom, and they're also known for the way they have trained their own team members. I'm fortunate that I have worked under Mr. Bharnidhar Ramaswamy. I'm fortunate that I have worked with Mr. Arvind Mathur. I have always looked up to Dr. Goyal, and I have told him that one day I really want to work for him because the industry is such that it recognizes what you give it back to them. And today, the topic which we have is not just cost and value, but then cost and price. But how do we take our own existence, our own relationship management, our wisdom, and take the department to a next level? We will initially definitely talk about COVID because that is a pandemic, and that's an event which has actually changed the thinking of all of us. By now, we have all experienced the initial panic and shock from COVID-19. The majority of us are settled into our new working conditions and also adapting to our businesses to the challenges ahead. We have seen an unprecedented number of businesses that have adapted to these new circumstances. And then the shift towards automation, towards AI, which is allowing companies to manage uncertainty and ensuring business continuity while building new capabilities and processes that actually will deliver unequaled value to the customers, partners, stakeholders, our own guests. As such, I would say that the businesses have been forced to adapt to the new changes. This pandemic actually was extraordinary, and it has left an extraordinary impact on the businesses across all sectors and locations. It highlighted that the traditional way of doing procurement may no longer work. Previous crises were almost there, but then they were as such limited in their reach. But this pandemic is not just different, but it's absolutely catastrophic because the widespread impact it has also affected overall existence of the hospitality industry. There is no support from the government. We still are not completely open. There was an announcement which was made day before yesterday that now the state-wise the hotels can open, but then there are so many restrictions. There is no travel which is opened up completely. But how can we as procurement leaders add value? And I feel I'm blessed that I am with these kind of gentlemen who would not just give us a way to the audience who's listening and watching us, but we will be able to tell you what else can be done apart from what have we been doing. COVID-19 is one pandemic which has gone into our lives, but now we'll have to keep that behind and look for future. Future is different, and I'm sure this is going to be something which we all were waiting. In one of the panel discussions I heard, and I also believe that this is an opportunity. Let's not consider this as a problem. This is an opportunity for us to do things differently. So with this thought in mind, we felt that let's talk to topmost procurement leaders of this Indian hospitality industry and understand the way forward. I'm going to be asking my first question to Mr. Bharanidharan Ramaswamy. Bharani, do you think are we entering into a new era of collaboration in procurement?
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Bhunesh, for giving this opportunity. Thank you, Nitin, and other panel members. This is an amazing, platform to at least interact and then share the, knowledge and experience. So, Nitin, coming to the point of the new era of collaboration, I mean, particularly in my personal view, if you look at it, procurement is surely, I strongly say, more than 90% is just about collaborating, either with external partners or with the internal partners. Okay. Now the time is such, where we really need to get into the kind of more meticulous and very kind of close interaction with every stakeholders to ensure that we are actually aligning our whole department to the kind of expectation of the business, and also with the kind of really aligning to the kind of bringing the suppliers to the alignment to our expectation of the business. So yeah, it is. I surely agree. Yes, collaboration is already there, but surely with the kind of current pandemic, current situation, it is important. What we are doing is maybe earlier X times. Today is require a kind of 2X times. So it's more number of collaborative approaches, more number of interactions, more number of systematic approaches to be really taken. Maybe do you have time to elaborate on this a little more in detail?
Sure. Please go ahead, Bharani.
Okay. Yeah. So if I give a kind of perspective, for example, in the procurement, normally people think for procurement, I mean, for some of the laymen, it's more like a purchasing of just some vegetable or grocery or some of the engineering equipment. But based on my experience, based on the kind of processes and systems which we have experienced over a period of time, developed over a period of time, like in Marriott, if you look at it, we have some for basic, annual tender processing, we have 32 different steps, involved in that. So if I broadly take it for procurement, there are even you take a bigger aspects of certain top 10 or 12 important steps, starting from the initial aspect of when a kind of specification finalization. It's very important that we collaborate with the user team very clearly that what is their expectation, and at the same time we work with suppliers, what is that possibility of meeting their expectation, and then bridging the gap is very important. Today it is just not about buying a kind of food or vegetable or grocery. It's also about some engineering equipment. What happens that there are certain expectations of the user team which we need to really see whether that is available in the market, or if it's not available, whether we have a better version of it or lower version of it. That bridging a gap is something is very, very close interaction, collaborative efforts is required. Now coming to the next step of, like, for example, when we're going for advertising a tender documents on the newspaper, it's very, we need to take a collaborative step in terms of attracting the various supply partners to really be working with our industry so that we can develop suppliers year on year. And for example, when you go to the level of like a blind tasting or yield testing, we need to work closely with the some of the kind of user team to do those kind of blind testing or yield testing or some of the lab testing. We need to collaborate with some of the lab partners, right? And when going to the kind of when operations like deliveries, when it comes to the deliveries, we need to work with transporters, we need to work with logistics partners, we need to work with even as simple as some of the tax authorities, wherever if it's a kind of customs duty or imports are involved. So collaboration is ideally, I say that procurement is one need to have a skill set of really managing the time, money, and also people expectation. That something is very, very important to ensure that we really follow that. And so pre-COVID and post-COVID, if you look at it, the difference is that if I was doing X number of times today, I have to really look at the possibility of doing 2X number of times, because the expectations are far bigger, because we need to get a better product at a better price, far bigger price, and very cost effective. When the kind of cash flow is tight, we need to really work with suppliers to understand their situation, and also work with the organizations, in understanding their situation, and then bridge a gap. So it's a very, very important role which procurement leader has to play. Yeah.
So, are we saying that the collaboration was there before, and then it will remain forever? But then, is there any change? Is there anything extra which we would do, Bernie? Now, keeping this COVID-19 in mind.
Yeah. So I think, see, what is important is that at this stage, one of the very, very critical aspect, which of course I spoke in the couple of previous discussions, is very important, is that working with the right partner, and really choosing a right partner, and then understanding their attitude towards safety standards, and their willingness to work at this difficult time, and then willing to invest with the kind of organizations, is going to be closely looked upon, which is going to be helping not only the organization to really work with them for long term. So it's also a moral responsibility of the big multinationals like us to really ensure that the suppliers who are working closely with us, and then really investing their time and efforts in developing a new product and bringing a kind of efficiency during this difficult time, to ensure that we give them back on the kind of future, a business opportunity for long term. All right.
Yeah. So that asset puts a lot of pressure. So my second question is to Mr. Sudhir Gupta. Sir, as a procurement specialist, how do you respond to working under pressure? I will also elaborate. How can such situations be avoided and appropriately tackled? Do you also think, is there any good process that could be applied from the other industries?
Yeah, thank you, Nitin, and thank you, Bhumi, for a splendid program. Coming to the question, Nitin, see, the last decade, I believe, internationally or nationally, there has been a sea change. There has been a disruption in the whole, hospitality industry. The startups like OYOs, particularly in India, who has come in, who has made to, look at the way we function for the other categories of hotels as well. And so was the case internationally by B&B and all. Now, particularly within India, because of this scenario, the customer expectations, those are also going up. And to meet those customer expectations, there is a lot of focus for most of the hoteliers to give something better, to enhance the value to the customers, right? And that too at much more cheaper or much competitive cost internally, as well as at a quick lead time. So time and cost, these are becoming two very important deliverables and still giving a much better value to the customers. So all this, when it flows back to the procurement, it flows back to all those purchase managers. Now the whole pressure comes onto that. And why is that much more? Because the things are coming very unplanned. The quantities, the kind of width of products that that's coming, it's not possible even for the operation team to plan many a times. But even if there is a little room for that, there are also instances wherein the planning is not up to the mark. So one key reason being the unplanned needs which are coming. Second could be the frequency at which these items are ordered, the replenishments required or new items required. The frequency is also changing. Which was not like before, where was a set pattern, and with that you can collaborate with the vendors and the products were coming. But here it's a kind of you come into a dark. You are taken by a surprise with the frequency with which certain particular items you might be requiring. So the fluctuation in the quantities, unplanned quantities, And there is also added with that new requirements of the product developments. Now, nobody knew about COVID, of course, but before that also, off and on, there have been lot of worldwide, or even with the competition chains, there has been requirements of the new products, and wherein the procurement plays a very critical role. So because of all these factors, there is an immense pressure which builds up on the purchasing team off and on, right, on the procurement team. Now the response to that, how do you respond to that? That, of course, one is the kind of ownership what the purchase or the procurement specialist with experience they need to own. Okay, they are aware of it. Off and on keeps on coming. It's become a new normal as such. It's not too different for them. It's a kind of new normal for them. And they need to they have in their mind that we need to walk extra mile to achieve all these fluctuations and the extra needs in the aspiration to satisfy the internal customers as well as the external customers needs. Now, how can we avoid this? How can we tackle this situation? Is there anything which we can do? Yes, certainly. There should always be some attempts. One is that right from the beginning, there should be a good collaboration with the different function internally, so that as any new product is required, the developmental part happens together. So there is a collaboration internally across the functions, and purchase is involved into the product development right from the beginning, so they understand the specifications. Second could be that there is a pre-planning to be done by the procurement specialist itself in the operations. There is a dire need to have a continuous data analytics to continuously monitor what is selling. The pattern, the consumption behavior, the consumption pattern is very important. You can't make it uniform. Whatever pattern I might have in a Delhi hotel might not be the same in a Mumbai or in a Bangalore hotel. So localized study of the consumption pattern also prepares a procurement specialist to work collaboratively or proactively with the vendors, right? And have those things at a go, right? The fluctuations can be, managed very well that way. And of course, thirdly, the kind of right size team, okay, and a specialized team. So procurement should not be taken, okay, just like Barney was mentioning a while back, that is the kind of commodity or some perishable you are buying. The today's procurement for the hotels is seen a hell lot of change, right? So you need to have people as the specialists who understand those products, who understand a variety of the items, and who can give some kind of feedback, who can work collaboratively with the vendor with their inputs. So doing all that, I think internally these issues situation can be tackled. And there are a lot of good examples, so there could be a lot of learnings from the other industries as well, which can be taken. FMCG, automobiles industries, etc. All of them work in kind of there is good tool of demand forecasting. Okay, again, you have to go into many attributes. How do you define the demand forecasting? It can't be so simple. For each industry, you need to have those 5-10 attributes based on which this whole jugglery, the permutation combination needs to be done, fed into a system to automize it, and the demand forecasting can be done. And it should be very dynamic, right? This demand forecasting can't be the beginning of a month or a quarter I done it and it will be sacrosanct. No, the kind of customers will be coming, the tourists who are coming, any kind of conferences, etc., changes happening. It might change. So very frequently you need to do it. VMI is another tool, I believe, which the automobiles and FMCG industries follow a lot. Vendor managed inventory. If you have good collaboration with the vendors, right, then for the frequent items wherein you are not sure whether there will be a fluctuation in the quantities requirement, VMI plays a very critical role over there. That is another one. Third one could be even a JIT kind of concept, just in time concept with the vendors. Again, it is much more understanding the needs, and you're working very closely, collaboratively with the vendors. It's a kind of virtual partnership with the vendor, that you need to form. I think with these kind of practices could be implemented as some kind of respite the fraternity can get, and we can deal with the situation much more better that way.
Brilliant. So for everybody else's knowledge, Mr. Sudhir Gupta comes from the other division of ITC. He was in fashion and he's got into the hospitality around a year, almost a year, sir, or a little more than a year now.
Year back.
Yeah, more than a year ago. So he brings a lot of values which are utilized in supply chain of the other industries and everybody else. For us, when we got into the hospitality industry, for us, supply chain, materials management, procurement management, purchasing was one. We did not think that these are all interlinked or different functions. And whatever we learned, we have learned either on job or from our bosses. And then slowly and steadily, we started realizing, no, the world is absolutely different outside, and we need to know more than what we have. And hence, we started talking to each other, started taking the good practices, and maybe a global practices we started following. That is the result that all of us have become friends. We contact, talk to each other, interact with each other. We share a lot of information, knowledge. We meet each other on different platforms, and I'm thankful to all of them who are contributing to the development of not just the individuals but the organizations and India, which is really helpful. So thank you, Mr. Gupta, for answering this question so beautifully. My next
Thank you.
question is to Mr. Hariharan. Comes from the brilliant brand called the IHCL, which is Taj Group of Hotels. Sir, the question is, Taj is known for its legacy and history. Quality and the luxury as such comes at cost. You have been associated with Taj for over 10 years in supply chain. Can you please describe some cost reduction strategies without compromising on quality? You think that quality comes at a cost, but if you can advise and if you can answer this question, Arya.
Thank you, Bhavnesh. Thank you, Dr. Nitin. It's a pleasure to come into this panel, and thank you, BW Hotelier. I would say that quality is one of the three pillars. We have three pillars. Quality is one of the pillars. Then you have cost and delivery. We said quality cannot be compromised. Quality can be achieved through value engineering and value analysis also. Like you mentioned, the question of cost reduction strategy and without affecting the quality. We have a number of examples. A simple example I'll give you is like, for example, the toiletries. Now, toiletries comes at a particular size and weight and everything, volume. Now, when we did an analysis, we found that there were, the usage was less, and it wasn't used to its maximum thing. There were, 30-40% were still left. By slightly reducing that volume, we could achieve without changing any quality, without even giving any differentiation or anything. The cost reduction was achieved on that, and that is one of the major expense that is there on the the amenities part of it. The various other cost strategies I can tell you is simple. Like, for example, our own corporate materials group and material functions, we are paperless. We don't do any. We do so many contracts, even about 500 plus contracts. None of the contracts goes through a hard paper, stationery, printing, couriers, or anything. But during this lockdown, we are 6 months at home. We have made so many contracts, so many amendments, and so many renegotiations. None of this are on a paper documented. They are all on an electronic format, stored on a cloud storage, retrieved at anywhere, and anybody can do it who has an access to that. Next is power. Now, recently we are signed with Tata Power for the captive power. Now, again, that's a cost reduction strategy, but without affecting quality. You get the best renewable power that you get it. Next, I can say is bottling plant. Now, in-house bottling plant that is in process, which I know other hotels are also doing. Again, that is again a cost reduction strategy where you don't compromise on the quality. So these are the process that we keep on learning on a day-to-day basis and try to implement as soon as possible. But one foremost thing is that there cannot be any second to the quality. Quality always comes first to us. Whether it's cost, anything, delivery, no compromise on that. We have to devise. We have to find out with new technology and everything that is coming in today. You have solar power, you have water generate from air. You can generate water from air. Who has heard about that? You always felt that water comes from a borewell or other things, but you can generate from air water, store it, and then supply it. It's a clean drinking water without minerals. You need to add minerals to it. So there are various examples, and it's a learning process that we do it. and try to implement as much as possible that can be.
No, it's very important that the legacy of the organization is taken forward with different measures. And Taj Central Purchase is known for the quality, known for the wisdom which they bring it. I was always impressed with the way Taj Central Purchase has. Okay, Bharani, would you like to say something?
Yeah, Nitin, thank you. I think Mr. Hariharan has very well covered the point of quality and the cost balancing. I would like to add a simple example, like a recent case study. Some of the kind of frozen non-veg product, a supplier can give at a kind of X price. There is another supplier who can give at X minus price. Okay, at the face of it, it looks that the X minus looks very, very good. But when you get to the deep of the root of it, they don't have a proper, safety, food safety standards. They don't have a proper, hygiene vehicles. They don't have a proper, distribution, like more like a kind of, how to pack and how to deliver the products. So it's very, very critical for procurement to, in my personal opinion, like I'm very, very thankful that in Marriott, all the senior management, they always keep saying that quality, while without compromising quality, we need to really look at the kind of cost benefits. Okay, like what happens that it's the moment we really overlook that, it will really get into a bigger brand reputation, and health safety, and food safety issues may come. So it's very, very critical that all the procurement leaders really look at price weightage. Could be only 33 to 40% could be price weightage. That 60% weightage has to be given for the quality of the product and the vendor evaluation, vendor audits. A lot of things really gets into that. Yeah, I would like to add that. Yeah.
No, brilliant. I agree with you. I work with this company named Quality NZ, and the first quality aspect is that the product has to be top class. The product has to be traceable. Everything has to be of, if the product is not of good quality, it will not even leave the factory. If and then when we talk about different aspect attributes of the product, and then only it comes to the port of New Zealand and then in India. So a point I'm making is it's become a minimum norm for all of us. COVID-19 has taught us that food safety, hygiene is extremely important, and we need to have those vendors who follow all of this day in and out, not just showcase on their catalogs or on videos, but they live in. So one, it's most welcome to visit factories and understand that these vendors, these supply partners are actually following. I'm going to be moving on and talking to Mr. Arvind Mathur. Mr. Mathur has been a legend. He's worked with several organizations mostly, and I know him from the Taj days. Sir, I'm really happy that I'm here with you and I'm sharing the same platform with you, sir. My question to you is: negotiation is an art, and to be successful, one needs to keep many aspects in mind. Can you describe few qualities of a good negotiator?
Yes, thank you, Nitin. I also want to thank Mr. Khanna for having me here. And this is a show which I share with very senior industry colleagues, and good to be here with everybody. Thank you for that. So Nitin, yes, I agree that negotiation is an art, to the extent that at the end of the negotiation, both the buyer and the seller should be, happy with what they've done, satisfied with what they have achieved, and it should end up in a kind of a win-win situation for both the buyer and the seller. And this art of negotiating is something that a person never really can be a master of, but it is something that you learn as you move along. And I won't say that I'm I know it all even today, even though I've been in the industry for almost 3 decades. So every day you get to learn new things from different people, not only from your seniors but also from your subordinates. So many times that has happened, and the reason for that is that we at times tend to think only of the way we've learned to do things, but then again, as the world is changing, and this pandemic is a very good example of what has happened, and how we all need to adapt and change to the changing times. But nevertheless, there are certain things which never go away and they always remain. So if we were to look at some qualities of a good negotiator, um, what comes to mind first is that the negotiator needs to understand and have a knowledge. So basically, he needs to be knowledgeable of the product or the service that he is negotiating. And at times that comes with some background kind of experience, or it may be based on what you have done. If you are an engineer, I think Bernie has done engineering, so he understands that. um, so that is something which is very, very important. You have to know what you're negotiating, otherwise you're kind of shooting in the dark. So you have to prepare for it. And if it is a product, if you can break it down in terms of what something like that would cost if you were to make it yourself. That is something that I learned to do at the Taj in the Taj days. And just for Mr. Hariharan's understanding, I was part of the central purchase when it started at the Taj, and
So
thereafter I
it's been like 2000 or something, yeah.
yes, that was early 2000. So that is one. The other thing would be the person needs to have a very pleasing personality, in the sense that he needs to conduct himself in a very, very professional manner. The body language is a very important aspect of that, and the way the person says or communicates with the other party. So communication then becomes another very important quality. That's very, very important, because at times I have seen from my peers and even superiors in other organizations that at times they tend to be um, downright rude. So that is something which really, really needs to be avoided. And I keep telling all people who work with me that you need to be very careful about that aspect, because we are not in a scenario today where you can kind of boss around and be rude and expect the supplier to accept your terms. It doesn't work that way anymore, and it is not really human or humane to be behaving in that manner. So you need to treat everybody with dignity and respect at all times, no matter what the outcome of it may be. Then again, you need to be authoritative. All right, there's no doubt about that, but not to the extent of displaying power.
Arrogance, yeah.
Yeah. It may be the power of the seat that you're sitting on or the organization that you're representing, but it needs to be more assertive in nature, with a kind of logic behind what you are saying and expecting the other party to do for you. So that would mean that you need to be persuasive enough, but at the same time apply the rationale to it, so that you get what you are looking for, which would mean that your communication skills need to be bang on, and you need to be articulative in your in the way you phrase your communication. Another important aspect and a quality which many people lack in the procurement is, and that's what my experience has been, is that they're very poor listeners. So
Okay, yeah.
yeah, so listening is a listening skill is something which is very, very important. You need to be patient enough to hear the other person out and understand what his point of view is, because at times we may come with a preconceived notion of things on the table, and we kind of at times don't even register what the other person is saying. It may be that the other person may be coming up with a solution or a suggestion which actually makes sense to us as the buyer, and helps us in the overall negotiation, where we benefit as much as the other party does. So to that extent, we need to be collaborative, and both Bernie and Mr. Gupta have mentioned that earlier. So that is definitely something that we should always keep in mind. So collaboration is a very, very important aspect and quality of a good negotiator.
Good negotiator.
Yes. Then in the old days, in fact, the first day at work, integrity was something that was kind of drilled into everybody, and that is something that always should remain in today's scenario, more so, especially in our function, which is so sensitive, and the way the industry is moving, and people getting into situations where at times they are lured into certain things, so they should stay away from that. That's a very important aspect. But at the same time, integrity also extends to the fact that one should be careful not to divulge any kind of information relating to the company, uh, which is sensitive in nature, or even to be, how should I say, commit or say things which are not really factual, and that may lead to a kind of a manipulative situation, which in the long run will harm both the buyer and the seller. So one has to be careful about that. Then I think being able to analyze and then take a decision is again something which at the end of the negotiation is a very, very important aspect. So decision making and to be decisive enough is I think another quality which one needs to have. Um, you see, and I would like to just touch upon the situation that we are in, as you also mentioned, Nitin,
Yes, sir.
and but as well with regard to the pandemic that we are in. So it is something which was in nobody's control, and uh, even though we hope for the best, but we never know what's going to happen in the future, based on what's going on in the world. Um, I would say that we need to be empathetic to all our stakeholders.
Correct.
When I say that, we need to be caring to our guests, to the hotel owners in our case, where all the hotels are managed and franchised for us. Our colleagues who right now are, many of them are in a situation where they don't have work. So that is something which Nitin has already worked on for the fraternity. That's Thank you for that, Nitin.
Thank you.
And so we need to really look at all of that and move along together, carry everybody together. And right now the outlook for the future seems to be optimistic. We've started to reopen our hotels. In fact, two-thirds of them are already open, and business on books in the last quarter of this calendar year is looking up. So that is something that we need to look at. And as we move along, these qualities of a negotiator should keep emerging from the need of the times that we are in.
Correct.
I think that should.
Oh, you captured everything which one would have. So thank you. It's important for everybody to have that win-win situation with the supply partners and the buyers, because if there is no win at one side and if it is lose, then obviously the relationship doesn't go forward for a long time. I know all of you always have believed that you get the best for the organizations, but also with respect, you ensure that the supply partner also takes away his deserved profit. My next question is going to be to Mr. Sai Shankar. Sai has joined Leela some time ago, say about 4 odd months ago, but he's with the industry for a long time. He worked with Taj. He also worked with PVR. Sai, I have this question is, as a procurement professional, you keep an eye on the budget and always ensure that the costs are kept under control. Can you tell me about your experience lowering the expenses and also monitoring cost at the same time?
Yes. Good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon, Mr. Khanna, Mr. Nitin. Thanks for this opportunity. So experience teaches you a lot. So one of the key element while having a tab on the budgets is to have a close look at the specifications what has been planned originally. So normally you will always see the variation in cost or the budgets getting overshooten to a reason, maybe while doing your budgeting at the beginning of the year. You plan for something and where the costs have been estimated at something, where when this actual negotiations or like the actual sourcing happens, that's where you feel that the specifications might need to looked at and things like that. That's how some of these major cost escalations you see on the what the plan the budgets against is always you see that the increasing trend, because the only reason that the specifications got changed, or your the core elements of X brand has been planned, Y brand has been replaced and things like that. So that is one of the key element where you need to look at, where you ensure that what has been planned for you be in the same specification. Doesn't mean that you end up in buying a wrong product. You should also ensure that you buy a right product at a right price. So that is one of the key element. And also the vendor whom you're going to associate, the partner who are going to associate, also should have that credibility or a kind of capabilities to fulfill our requirements. Because at times it happens that X fabric has been specified, and where the vendor comes with some other option of maybe suggesting you an alternate fabric or a better quality fabric, where you feel that this might give you a longer life of its usage or things like that. So it always also helps that these inputs comes from the vendor partners, like the other panelists mentioned. So these also will have an impact while making these decisions. And also there are a lot of options being available to you, things like duty free options available from importing from various countries and things like that. But with the current situation we are in, these are some of these challenges what you're going to see, that these duty benefits are might not be available, where there is no foreign exchange happening. So you will have these kind of challenges, especially when you import wines or imported food products, where maybe some of our hotels will have all the some of the hotel chains might be carrying forward their duty scripts or something like that. We at Leela, we are having some of these challenges. We are looking at overcoming such challenges, where we also need to be within the budgets what has been planned for. So these are some of these initiatives where we are looking at overcoming, especially to be within the budgets. And as I said, you also need to have our own internal customer who has planned for this product also to be on the same page, so that it has to be the internal customer, not the external customer. The internal customer also has to be given that satisfaction level, where while fulfilling his requirements, because it's been planned by them. So end of the day, it should also look at that the internal customer is also been taken into confidence that the product what we are buying is also to their need and to their operational efficiencies. So these are
Yeah.
few things I would like to highlight upon on the point.
Yeah, I want to ask you one more question, Sai. Do you think
Yeah.
the budgets have been rewritten after the COVID pandemic, or you have been just following the way it was?
No, it has been reformatted because of there is a dip in what you call the occupancies and other stuff. But at the same time, we're still having a kind of a positivity in terms of our the futuristic businesses and things like that. But still, we are making a kind of a balancing between the current situation in terms of the occupancies drop, and as well as the upcoming businesses what we're going to aim for.
This question is to the panel. Anybody can answer. Suddenly, there is reduction in revenue, and there are a lot of cost which is being incurred in terms of changing your property infrastructure to make it COVID friendly. COVID-19. Ease to work in this scenario. Also, there are new things in terms of surveillance, in terms of hygiene, safety, in terms of new methods of doing business has come in. So that as such has added so much of cost. Can anyone tell me, has that added to the cost, and how do you manage this, that there is no revenue but then expense which needs to be done, you have to contact your supply partners and tell them, please supply me, and then I promise that I will pay you whenever. But then we don't see revenues coming in soon, but expenses are fixed. So can anybody answer this question?
Can I?
I'll take that question, Nitin. I know you are hit at the right point. With this COVID thing and this expense that is this unbudgeted expense, we can call it. Nobody budgeted in FY 2021 that I'm going to buy sanitizers and PPE and face mask and gowns and everything, which was never even in any of the budget thing that you must have written onto it. But this has come to us, to come to everyone, and this cost has hit us. But the thing is that you need to provide it. You need to provide it in terms of the business that you're going to take it forward, and from the safety point of view, from the employee safety point of view, from the guest safety point of view. So these are expenses. These are to be factored and try to see that how I can control the cost. The thing is that not every expense is needed. You need to look at with a closer angle of all your cost expense. Like we have gone through each and every contracts and looked at in detail. While in a normal scenario, pre-COVID scenario, we don't look at it. But today we have to look at it at a lens high and see how I can control the cost, what best facilities I can provide without compromising. See, our hospitality industry, for us, people come to our hotels with all confidence. They go everywhere, but when they come to the hotel, any of our hotel within the group that we are in, they expect that hygiene and the cleanliness and everything. There are certain things like thermal scanning and everything, there are certain things which are must. There are certain things which can be or which has to be proven to get done. So you have to identify those parameters and then take a call. Like wearing a mask or sanitizing the place goes without saying. But do you need a thermal scanning cameras? Can it scan? Is it 100% foolproof? No, it is not. So fine, you do your current method. So you need to differentiate between those and provide the one which are must and which needs to be, and try to work out the cost from any other part that you can do it. Because without doing this or any lacuna in this process, then your whole hospitality service is gone. That's my
well, thanks. With this thought, I have a question for Mr. Senthil Thangam from Blue Star. Sir, Blue Star is a multi-product supplier for kitchen equipment and air conditioning. Can you tell me what's going to be the impact due to the special design of this air conditioning system post-COVID-19?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Nitin, and good afternoon to the entire panel. Many of them, including Mr. Ramaswamy, has already mentioned. I think there has to be a very, very close association with the solution provider at a very, very early stage. The solutions will involve both on the product and also how we execute the projects. In both the sides, we need to be very careful post-COVID. Now, coming to specifically with respect to air conditioning, the most important parameter which is actually overlooked often, especially in a public spaces, hotels kind of a segment, is the fresh air. Adequate fresh air is not given. We have seen in many of the hotels that is not being done. In this COVID scenario, fresh air is very critical. Generally, we provide around kind of 1 air change per hour. That is not at all adequate in the COVID scenario. The guidelines stipulate anywhere around 2 to 3 air changes per hour. So this will certainly warrant some amount of TFA units, treated fresh air units, and the ancillary work design in the air conditioning system. So that is one important thing which all of us need to keep in mind when we design the future projects. And the second is with respect to the air conditioning systems itself coming with special filters or UVGI. These two are capable of killing 99.9% COVID. So this is going to be the new norms. I think especially public spaces like hotels, restaurants, malls need to look at these kind of special central air conditioning systems which are capable of handling COVID. This necessarily does not mean that the entire place will be sanitized, but what is there in air will get killed. But still, we need to take care of surface disinfection and sanitization and social distancing. That needs to be certainly kept in mind. But today, I'm happy to say that Blue Star is ready with a range of products capable of handling
Thank you.
COVID-19.
My next question is my favorite, Dr. Saligal. Dr. Saab, our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, has been talking about going vocal for local. That's his mantra, and I think the industry needs it more than ever before. What do you think? What can we do, and how are you planning to do this?
Well, good afternoon, Khanna Saab, good afternoon, Nitin, and everybody. I think, very pertinent point. In fact, during his last address to the nation, Prime Minister spoke about global supply chain disruption and global supply chain, and how we become the world's factory, or we become the his dream is that India becomes the exporter for the world. What I feel is that we as a nation, we don't take pride in our talent, we don't take pride in what we have, and this is the time, this is a great opportunity. This disruption is probably the greatest opportunity for India to come out of that self-inflicted thought that we are not good enough. I tell you, I've got few examples. I was reading in the comments also. Like, India is the largest importer for soya sauce for Japanese or Chinese cuisine, and there's a company out of Chennai. That guy makes soya sauce which is 100% exported to Japan, and he has got the capability, understanding of that know-how. But if the Indian mindset, Indian chefs as a fraternity, and everybody tries to develop those talent and those what we have in the country. Likewise, in case of, say, equipment, we end up importing so many equipments. I think 70-80% are manufactured in China, though they may be European or US companies. But there are companies in India. There are technocrats who can understand technology, who can create equally good equipment, provided we believe in Indian technology, Indian partners. So it is, I think, procurement fraternity has to play a bigger role here, to give them a chance, and try to articulate in front of user departments, to give them a chance, because we will not reach to world level in very soon, but definitely we have to start somewhere. And I think COVID has provided us that opportunity, that this is the time we should start believing in ourselves, giving chance to our partners who may be small, but they are passionate. They have the know-how and they have the skill sets, and then later on it is only about scaling up. So I strongly feel that COVID has provided us this great opportunity, and going from global to local is a great thought, and it should not just remain a phrase, and we should walk that talk. That's what I feel, and that can bring a 360-degree change in the supply chain to become a value chain. So that will also meet out in terms of speed to market. We will be able to deliver products fast, much more economical, and can be serviced better.
Right. Sir, based on this answer which you have given, I have a question either for Hariharan or for Sai. Both of you have been from the projects background, and in most of the components which we use in OSNEs and FFNEs, they come in from China, and they're across categories in the hospitality sourcing. They're almost rampant, I would say. So how do you handle the substitution of this, and how can you not buy Chinese products?
Well, I can come in with Sai. We both have worked together on a project. When Taj went into New York and Beard, and we acquired the property in 2006, and I was heading that project over there. That was a reverse case. We bought everything from India. The fabric was from India. The furnitures were from India. The carpets were from India. The decorative lights were from India. Almost about 70%. So the thing is that, we did the entire project. The entire 180 rooms was done with complete bought out. And my very good friend Sai had helped me from India. And we did that project completely. And those were there. Americans itself used to go to China. They used to say, why don't you go to XYZ? I don't want to name the company, but why don't you go to XYZ and get it? He says, no, we have beautiful furniture. Entire furniture, my loose furnitures were shipped out from India. The fabrics was from a well-known brand from India. So the thing is that you don't have to, like Dr. Well mentioned, there are manufacturing facilities good in India. Today you have a lot of...
Let me, Hari, ask you one thing. Hari, I'll make an intervention here. I don't do that. But tell me, were you at a price loss or a cost loss when you sourced from India?
We were not at price loss. The price was because we got it in our own pricing, that Indian pricing, and you convert that pricing into US dollar.
Yeah.
It was not priced in US dollar. It was conversion of Indian pricing to US dollar, not the other way around. Yes, it was good. And it was all from known vendors. It was all from brand vendors. But the advantage we had was because we had a tie-up. We had the advantage that was there for our Indian company, and the brand had an advantage of that. So the point what Dr. Well mentioned is that while there are manufacturing in India, today TV is banned from importing. There is a brand which cannot import today because they don't have a manufacturing, they have stopped the manufacturing. So, but there are challenges. The thing is there are quality also. There are certain equipments which are to be dependent on foreign country. Like for example, baggage scanner, which is a very critical equipment, though they are assembled in India, or say kitchen equipment, your dishwasher. I give to me example. Gas genset. Today, if it's a CPCB norm. So there are certain equipments, even government is also looking at our list of EPCG, what are the negative lists, what are the restricted lists. They also are going to that Atmanirbhar thing and finding out how best can we source locally. So we need to look at local sourcing as much as possible and, work onto it. Sai, please.
Nitin, I'd like to add. If I may, Nitin, I just want to add. Yeah, so what Mr. Hariharan just said, I fully agree with that, and the categories that he's mentioned when he did that sourcing from India. So those categories, fully agree with him, are should not be even looked at from anywhere else, from any other part of the world. But there are many categories, for example, and many people have quoted that it's kitchen equipment. We tend to have, whenever we have a new hotel coming up, we have two lists of items in kitchen equipment. One is the indigenous and the rest is imported. Now, the reason why we have that imported list is because we feel and we know that that equipment of that quality is not available in India, and we are willing to pay a much higher price for that. So we as procurement fraternity in the hospitality need to kind of moving forward, give opportunities to these manufacturers to kind of upgrade themselves to that level wherein we are ready to pay a slightly higher price, which would still be very much lower than what we are getting as an imported item, and allow them to grow to that.
Arvind, I have a point here.
Yes.
We should start with what you can easily substitute, at least make a start, and then go up the ladder to components which do not have immediate import substitution. For instance, clips, hangers, shoe horns, shoe brushes, your whatever accessories you have. I see a whole lot of brands, me, Nitin, all of you know, who come in from Hong Kong and all these places, but they source the products from China and they stamp it and sell over here. I think those are the immediate doables. That brings me to another question, Nitin. With your permission, you are the moderator.
Sure, please.
I can take liberties. Senthil, tell me, Blue Star, how are you managing import substitution?
Yeah, so sir, I think many of the eminent panelists have already discussed. First is I wanted to clarify that products which are manufactured in India are indeed very competitive. The only exception can be comparing it with China. Otherwise, across the globe, I think we will be certainly very competitive. And unfortunately, when you compare with China, China is at least 20 times the market size of any product line. It can be air conditioners to anything. They will be 20 times more. So the volume of scale is so high. So generally it becomes very difficult for most of the Indian manufacturers to compete with them on the prices. Like what you rightly asked, sir. So Blue Star today, we are the HVAC company which manufactures the entire range in India, completely from split air conditioners to large centrifugal chillers. But when we analyze this, the only way we thought that we should counter this is by having a differentiated product which is customized for India. So that is how we are managing. For example, if you take any product design like VRF, which is very popular in hotel industry, we have developed products which are designed for Indian conditions, like capacity delivered at 43 degrees centigrade and able to withstand the voltage fluctuations type, and which will be very unique and different from what is offered from China. So that is how we manage that. But having said that, I think all the eminent panelists here, I think if they can really look at supporting Indian manufacturers for some time in the coming years, I'm sure many of the Indian manufacturers will grow. The entire supply chain also will certainly have some stability in India when the demand picks up, and we can certainly compete with even the Chinese vendors.
So Nitin sir, sorry, my apologies for butting in, but there is a message for all of us over here from Mr. Sentil: support Indian brands.
Absolutely, sir.
I have one thing to say just to add on what Mr. Khanna said. So even we have done the same thing. The easy ones, like things like the guest amenities, the linen, which we used to import from China, these are the ones actually can be easily adoptable, easily can be shifted to the Indian region. So we have actually done that at Leela. So we have already started the process. We have actually in the process of approving the products, and also these are the like easy takers where there is no much of a kind of a R&D or too much of a thought through required. The quality parameters have been used in most of the hotel chains in India. So we have done that shift has already happened. So the next level we'll be looking at the FF&E supplies
So
and other
let us
supplies.
Nitin ask everybody over here who shifted what.
Bernie has been wanting to talk.
Yeah, I would like to share something. Just if you look at it, what I see is that, of course, for me, I joined Marriott in 2012, and then when we looked at it, I think the localization has been one of the biggest, topic in Marriott, for most of the areas. Okay, and if you look at it, recently when we did a kind of quick, analysis for one of the hotel groups, in our, team, like what we found is still we are using around approximately 9 to 10% of imported food products. Okay, and crockery and cutlery, we are still using more than 50 to 60% of imported products. There's a huge opportunity in as simple as crockery and cutlery. Okay, because the local crockery and cutlery is still somewhere there is a kind of either a perception of quality and perception of the brand, is been very low. I think that's where we really need to collaborate with our operating team and then see how much we really can push the crockery and cutlery as a simple product to the on the table of the localization. That is going to be a biggest opportunity to in terms of bringing a kind of efficiency and also in terms of the bringing a standardization. Yeah, and whereas I think linen and the room amenities, those things are already done. In we have localized it previously. Yeah.
Yeah. A lamb has to be New Zealand lamb, please. Rest of the products can be replaced.
No, I have some idea for you, Nitin. I'll come back to you. I have something to share with you.
Okay? I have an idea. I'll tell him go vegetarian.
So, gentlemen, this I don't think there's any time left. There's a reminder which is coming, and so I have one question to everybody, and this is very close to my heart. I've always believed that education sets you apart. Always believed that it widens your wisdom. It also widens your the view, and you start thinking and looking beyond your own perspective. how important is education in the hospitality procurement manager's life? If some of you, this question was actually allocated to Mr. Gupta, but then I'm opening it up for everyone. Mr. Gupta, you must be, I would request you to answer this, and then all of you, if you can contribute, and then I will summarize and we close the session.
Mute.
Unmute kariye. Unmute. Yeah. Sudhir, unmute kariye, unmute. Yeah.
Unmute karo, unmute.
Now
you can hear me
yes.
now? Yeah, okay. Very pertinent question. Lot of expectation in the changing scenario from the procurement department, and is the human being, is the personal asset which adds that value, which can deliver. You can do anything and everything. We can invest in a lot of technology, right? Money can buy that, but if we don't have the right talent to operate it, right talent to manage it, still the output won't be coming. Now, all this, I think Mr. Arvind described a lot of qualities what the procurement professionals are supposed to, they need in the negotiation process. I also try to, day to day when we interact, what all you do, different units, the context might be slightly different, but what are they doing? What is the expectation? And what are the key requirements which help them in day to day into their work? Right? So when you start a fresh or you want to recruit a professional into procurement for the hotel, I think there are a couple of qualities which you must look at. Negotiation skills, everybody knows. Yes, you should be, very articulate. You should be having that, nip into your hand to negotiate much more better. The commercial competence, another important, the quality comes the commercial competence. You should have the knowledge of different commercials, the raw material industry, the the indices which are going internationally and nationally, right? You should have a knowledge on the products. It's a wide array of products, in fact, what a procurement specialist handles in a hotel. So some knowledge at least, and that kind of mindset to understand those products quickly, that should be there, a kind of aided with the technical skills. You should have very important aspect today is the supply chain management along with the inventory control. How do you, as I was saying, pattern analysis, what to order, what not to order? How do you manage with the vendors on the VMI? So all those kind of qualities you channelize with the vendors. Important government policies, some kind of idea you should have. And added with that is the data analytics skill. I think a lot of data analytics as is required in the other industries, same will be required much more in the hotel industry as well. And then you have the softer skill, like the kind of way you talk to the people, you manage your internal customers, the man management skills, the leadership skills, etc. Now, to cater to all these kind of requirements, it is, I think it's must that some of these, qualities should be fulfilled right at the beginning. Some of them could be either you have the professionals who are from engineering background, okay, especially chemical or food technologist specialist, which adds a lot of value in any operations. I think 40 to 50% of the purchasing happens on the food side, right, which is very frequent, in fact. Or it could be, the professionals who have got a commercial acumen, right? Or added with whether it's a MBA or it's a kind of, ICWA CA type of qualifications. These, if you have them, then you will take less of time to train them. Their understanding will be far much wider, okay? And it will be easy to groom them, later. You need to have a kind of whole program for their training and how to have a roadmap for their growth into the senior positions. It may not be necessary in the procurement or in the hotel industry itself.
We should close this now. We're already 5 minutes up. We have almost 30 winners waiting in sequence.
We have an award session. So let me close this, sir.
Nitin, why don't you quickly sum up? My apologies, everybody. You won't mind. There are scheduling issues.
Sure, sir. 1 minute. So this COVID-19 has changed our life. So what's important and going to be the first priority that we should always be ensuring that our people, operations, customer partners, and supply partners are safe. This is an opportunity and a challenging time on how things have done differently, than the traditional methods. Leaders thrive on challenge, and procurement professionals are some of the most resilient and resourceful leaders. We should all to look for new and innovative ideas and ways of working that can deliver long-term value to the business beyond the immediate crisis. Today, we talked about many aspects of business. We with this panel, which is brilliantly described about collaboration. We talked about disruption. We talked about no compromise on quality. We also talked about the quality of good negotiator. Experience has taught us. We talked about import substitution. We talked about vocal for local, and we also talked about importance of educated buyer. So all these qualities will make us not just better, but it will make the world to be the best place for us to live. With this thought, I'm going to be closing the session. I want to thank BW Hotelier, Mr. Bhuvnesh Khanna, Ajit, Prerna, the team of BW Hotelier, and also my eminent panelists who have not just taken out the time to help us to know and learn better, but they have been there with us, and they will make this world a definite different and a better place to live in. Thank you very much, and let me close this session.
I will
over to you.
now. I will close this. One point you missed, which is actually covered in Vocal for Local, support local brands.
Absolutely,
right?
sir. Yeah,
And let us start with heavy capital equipment, which is locally available. Of course, start with all the accessories, but start with air conditioning, air handling, right? Water filter, water purification systems, which are all locally available. भाई अगर एसी इंडिया में मिल रहा है तो अगर दो पैसे फालतू रहेंगे ना भारतवर्ष में रहेंगे. Having come to that, this has been a wonderful session, a great session. I have one question. We are not able to host physical event. That's why we've held this virtually. In the future, would you want to see more virtual, more physical, or a balance? What would you want?
I think, Mr. Khanna, a balance of the two would be good.
Yes.
Reason for that being that what we've realized is, and this applies across industries, across our homes also, that the communication level and the number of people who can come onto a virtual show is much, much higher. And people can plan it out easily. They just need to log in for that particular period of time. It saves them the time of logistics, all of that. So I think a combination of the two would be good.
So ideally, I feel while doing a physical, there should also be virtual, because there are many people who like.
The audiences are much big. The convenience is much big. Yes. You don't have to travel and burn fuel and waste time on the road. You don't have to take flights to come for an event. You don't. I won't say that. Don't spend money on hotel and food. That can be detrimental. But let me tell you, our event is by far more than twice bigger than any hospitality summit or any summit for that matter, bigger by more than 2 or 3 times, right? And some people tell me which claim we cannot make legally. I'm not saying perhaps the biggest in the world ever.
We have to be part of this biggest event.
Even Mr. Khanna, even the live shows that you do in the future should have a live streaming that should be available for people to attend.
फिर आप हमारे event देखते नहीं, हमारा हर event live streaming होता है.
Khanna साहब, we want to come and hug you. होना ही चाहिए ये live, definite, physical definitely. virtual करो ना करो.
मेरा ये कहना है कि आप लोग हम keep supporting us, keep guiding us, and keep blessing us. Thank you, Nitin. You've been a wonderful host as always. Right? I always say a brother to the mother. Thank you, Central.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you for a great show.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Bharni, sir, thank you so much. I don't know if you don't look at things. Your hands are here. Who's replying for you? Thank you, Dr. Goyal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sai. Arvind.
Thank you, sir.
Next time, never disagree with a Modernite who's your senior. Right? And Hari sir, my first show with you. Grateful. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah,
Thank
and look forward to doing more with you.
Sure, always.
Mr. Gupta, great
Thank
again
you,
to
sir.
do a show again with you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Goel. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Goel. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Take care.
Thank you.
Wonderful show.
Bye.
Customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust.
So, well, everyone, welcome back. Keep conversing on social media using our hashtag IHA 2020. 5 days of power-packed panels, 80 plus speakers, and 100 plus awards happening daily from August 31st to September 4th, today being the third day. You can watch us live on facebook.com/bwhotelier, twitter.com/bwhotelier, and on bwhotelier.com. This is Bhavna Bhatia, your host for the day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment has come which we've all been waiting for here, the much-awaited award ceremony. Well, we're talking about BW, the 5th BW Hotelier Indian Hospitality Awards 2020. And today, we'll be recognizing the best of Indian Hospitality South Zone. BW Hotelier's Indian Hospitality Awards today will be given away to the most deserving executives of the industry, selected by the leaders of their profession. The awards cover all the areas of a hotel, from the GM's office to the executive chef's domain to the IT manager's desk. The phase 1 of the selection process included inviting nominations online. The entries were vetted out by eminent jury panels, which deliberated on the final winners in a virtual jury meet. From the house of BW Business World, the BW Hotelier Indian Hospitality Awards is a jury-led process wherein the entries have come via a dual route of self-nominations. The process is clear and transparent. The jury consisted of some of the leading names from the hospitality industry. I'd like to thank our eminent jury members, South Jury Chair Veer Vijay Singh, former CEO Vivanta Baitaj and currently CEO and MD Trans Hotels; Hari Marar, Managing Director and CEO Bangalore International Airport Limited; PK Mohan Kumar, former Area Director and GM Taj Luxury Hotels, CEO Taj Gateway Hotels and MD and CEO Ginger Hotels, and currently founder and CEO Turnstone Hospitality LLP; Anand Rao, former VP Operations Support and Quality ITC Hotels; Dr. Chef Saundarya Rajan, founder, General Secretary, Indian Federation of Culinary Associations, honorary member, World Chefs; and Priya Bala, writer, author, restaurant critic. Well, let's quickly have a look at what our jury has to say. May I have the South Jury AV, please?
Most difficult times when, unfortunately, the hoteliers are not getting any support, financial or otherwise. Hotels are closed. We are working under pressures. Some of them are doing literally jobs which most hospitals would do. Yet they are working 24/7. And BW Hotelier Hospitality, I think Hotelier has recognized this, and I think I must compliment them for this wonderful job. The nominations came in really large number. There's a 40% growth of nominations. Questionnaires that were designed were, I think, very well done. It covered both things. It covered performance from January 2019 to December, and it also covered from 2020 January till now, the post-COVID time, and how each individual has performed and changed its way to look at the world during the post-COVID times.
BW Hotelier has done a terrific job in being a great ambassador for the hotel industry, representing issues about the hotel industry, carrying news, and over a period of time has emerged to a preeminent leadership position. If there's one word I'd like to use for this experience that I've had, I think it's extremely enriching. So I'd like to thank BW Hotelier for inviting me to be a jury member. Really privileged. The experience was fantastic because I think the questionnaires were very, very bespoke and had been tailor-made to the occasion. It was a great idea to straddle business as usual as well as the pandemic period, so that you can see a wider aspect of how a leader conducts himself in the midst of this crisis. At least, I think the interaction with all the jury members, I think they're very eminent people on this jury. I've been enriched by the quality of the discussions that we've had, and I'm really grateful that I've been able to take part in these incredible deliberations.
This is the 5th year So that itself clearly shows how the level of maturity that this award has come into. I would describe it as the lighthouse of the hospitality industry, because in good times it's very good for all of us to give awards. But here is the business, BW hoteliers who have actually come in on the digital age and come into virtual hospitality awards and managed to gather all of us who are sitting at home. 60% of the questions were based on quantifiable processes, systems, and standards. And there were about 40% which are obviously has to do with the heart and mind, which is what the industry is all about. So in that sense, the questions are designed brilliantly, and it had to evoke very quantifiable and genuine answers.
I'm proud that Business World Hotelier thought it fit to choose me and felt that I would be able to do justice to this very important role. I think the Business World Hotelier Indian Hospitality Summit and Awards is like the Oscars, or if I may say so, the Nobel of the hospitality industry. The questions I thought were very exacting, very appropriate to each category, and it certainly challenged the jury members. It was not something that you could just finish in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. We had to apply ourselves and ensure that we were fair, and we were also at the same time, qualitative and quantitative in our analysis.
In these times, the BW hoteliers have come out with a torch, come out with a light, come out with an energizer to say the professionals that, hey, we are here. I thank them very much for giving putting such a good program virtually. I think the questions have been put up by the BW hotelier very meticulously. I think they have done a lot of work. And I think we have to go through the questionnaire of each of the applicants very well. And we have given a very, very fair judgment. Probably we have seen their professional and personal contribution and achievement. And also we have taken what they have contributed to the industry and also to their organization, and how that can help the whole society and the industry as a whole.
The awards, of course, are the most coveted, respected and credible recognition of talent and professionalism in the industry. That this year, despite all the setbacks and all the uncertainty that we are facing, that BW Hotelier set out to continue with the awards and took on the daunting challenge of making it virtual, and yet made it so very good. I think it just speaks of this commitment to the hotel industry and the thousands who work in it. This year, the questionnaire for each of the categories was so wide and vast in scope and also deep. So the detailing was fantastic. It was for the jury members, and I think I speak for all of us, it was a very painstaking and time-consuming task. It was an honor and a privilege. I also noticed from last year the quality of the submissions was very, very good. There was a lot of intelligence, emotional intelligence, a lot of sensitivity, empathy, professional skills, of course. That all went into each of these submissions. For me, it was also wonderful to be in this very august company, reconnecting with some of my very old friends, the great general managers of great brands. So it's been an experience, wonderful, wonderful experience. Thank you so much, BW Hotelier, for giving me.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are much obliged to our esteemed jury for lending their expertise to the selection process. Out of all the entries received, well, we have selected the winners. Please do celebrate and post on social media using the hashtag IHA 2020. Before that, we would like to once again thank our partners who've made this event possible. Our associate partner, Blue Star. Can we have the Blue Star AV, please?
Customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust.
So, well, thank you so much, Blue Star, for being our associate sponsor. Next up, for our beverage sponsor, Beanley. Can we have the Beanley AV, please? Thank you so much, Beanley, for being our beverage sponsor. And now for our knowledge sponsor, Indian School of Hospitality. Can we have the Indian School of Hospitality AV, please? Thank you so much, Indian School of Hospitality, for being our knowledge sponsors. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're proud to be associated with our industry partners, HPMF, Awesome, Hotrimai, IWF, GHTP, IFAC, NRAI, MEPA, and LCOI. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now I'd request Mr. Bhuvnesh Khanna, CEO, BW Communities, and our jury chair, South, Veer Vijay Singh, CEO and MD, Transit Els, to join me on stage and commence the awards ceremony. Could we have them on the stage? Hello, Bhuvnesh.
Hi. So I was just seeing.
Yes.
We're just timing it. Where are we? So where are we? We are just about there. All right. Okay.
Absolutely.
Now that brings to an end the sessions of day 3. So we are now clearly well past the halfway mark of the summit. 2 more days to go. But the most important set of awards, the South jury has adjudicated. They shall follow. Why don't you bring in my senior and respected hotelier, Mr. Veer Vijay Singh. He carries a lot of weight. Bring him in.
Yes, please. Could we have Veer Vijay Singh on the stage, our jury chair for South Zone? Could we have him on the screen, please? So, well, but Bhuvnesh, we've had an incredible day so far, and it's going so well with all our panel discussions.
Absolutely wonderful. Each session again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you. Your video's off.
Well, we're just going to get him back. And you were saying, yes, he's right there. Hello, Veer. So, well, Bhuvnesh, you were talking about the day today. How's it been?
So the session has been the sessions were very good. Each session today, unlike the previous 3 days, today we had 4 sessions. So from S7 to S10, amazing sessions, from the one with industry seniors, right, led by Dilip Puri, to 2 operation sessions, one led by Jatin Khanna, the other one by Rahul Pandit, and the last one on procurement by Nitin Nagrale. I mean, each session is 24 carats pure gold, right? So, I mean, you can test them for any purity. They will exceed. So, what do I say? And of course, today we had our associate sponsors, a representative on the procurement show, Mr. Senthil Thangam from Blue Star. I think he presented a very good case for his brand and for the industry, for the hospitality industry business.
Sure, absolutely. And we're just going to be having Veer Singh joining in. He's just going to be joining us in a moment. But ladies and gentlemen, we're at IHA 2020 and the award ceremony has begun for the South Zone. And
Hi, Veerbhai.
Yes. Hello, Bhuvnesh. Sorry, I always have a little bit of a problem with my camera in the beginning.
ठीक है, ये तो थोड़ा सा स्क्रीन के सेंटर में आ जाओ, हेडरूम ज्यादा है, स्क्रीन को पीछे कर लो, आगे कर लो, ऐसे, ये जैसे मेरी है ना, मैं अब आप इधर देख लो, आपने इधर होना, आप बिल्कुल परफेक्ट, बढ़िया.
Okay, great. Lovely to be here again, Bhuvnesh.
So, have you changed your clothes since the last?
No, I've not. I'm wearing the same thing which I was wearing in the morning. Yeah, but of course, you have great observations. But I think this time,
this is my second outing with Veer sir. Today he was in S7.
Correct.
Yes, yes, very.
So Veer sir, South Jury has been one hell of an experience, huh?
Yes, it has been, Bhuvnesh. I think again, I have been repeating it, but I do want to once again congratulate Bhuvnesh, Ajit, Dilip, and BW Hotelier. What a wonderful job. With regard to the South Jury, it has been a very eminent one. Loved working with the people in my group, from PK Mohan Kumar to Anand Rao to Hari Marar to our chef Saundarajan, and of course Priya Bala. It has been very, very invigorating. We all learned from each other. And I think finally the winners have been selected after a lot of deliberations and debates. And I think I just wanted to take a minute and just tell you, as Bhuvnesh explained to us, that while we chose our winners, some of them have also been chosen by the national jury to be the winners for the All India. So that's a very, very heartening to note that. And automatically, of course, the runner-up who was chosen in the Southern jury gets elevated and becomes the winner of the Southern India. So I think that's a very wonderful thing done, and we appreciate that. And I'm sure the people who have all participated are looking forward to hearing the news.
You see, the most beautiful thing is that the adjudication by the jury has been so transparent.
Yes.
I mean, you are aware, your testimony, BW Hotelier, barring collecting the first level nominations and passing it on, has actually stayed away, right? So we created a process, right? So process one moved to Dilip. So for process one, we sorted out the applications. We did not judge the application. Whatever were the raw submissions. Then Dilip did 4 levels of scrutiny over there, 3 or 4 levels. And then it came to the South jury. So barring we being there as just viewers, right? We did nothing more.
No, I must say that, Bhuvnesh, and I do not want to take any names, but in the past, sometimes I know it was quite evident that some of the people who were closely associated by sponsoring were sometimes getting a little bit preference. But I think that was not at all there. This time we have seen is only based on performance and the way the merit, of course, and the way people, of course, have filled their documents and what kind of evidence they have given. So I think we really appreciate that.
And we've also discussed the initial contours of the way this process will be next year.
Yes, it's wonderful. I only hope that next year is going to be a much better time. And as I always said, I love to see people more in person. So I would love to see you, be next to you, and hopefully contribute.
Yeah. So let's get Mr. PK Mohan Kumar left in.
Yes, absolutely. So ladies and gentlemen, now request our jury member PK Mohan Kumar, former area director and GM Taj Luxury Hotel CEO, Taj Gateway Hotels and MD and CEO, Ginger Hotels, and currently founder and CEO, Turnstore Hospitality LLP, to come and join us on the stage and felicitate the first 2 categories. Could we have Mr. Mohan, please?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Hi, Mohan.
Hi, it's great to be back with all of you. Hi, Bhuvi. Congratulations.
How
And
are
hi,
you? How are you, sir?
well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
As high and excited as ever.
Yeah,
So-
ask me. 8 hours every day on the screen.
Yeah. It's an amazing last fortnight or even a month, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah. Very good.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
so
let's
absolutely
start.
with yes, absolutely. So let's start with the first category of the evening. Do not forget to hashtag IHA 2020. So ladies and gentlemen, the first category for today is Hotel Manager of the Year South Zone. Can we please have the winner AV for this category? And ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Hotel Manager of the Year South Zone goes to Deeppreet Vindra from Bengaluru Marriott Hotel, Whitefield. Deeppreet Vindra, thank you so much and congratulations.
Congratulations, Deep. Deep,
Deep.
you're muted. Mute hai.
Will-
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone.
Deep, we are very proud to have you as a winner. This is one of our most coveted awards in the South. So we are very happy to get you being awarded this trophy. Wish you all the very best.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Could we have a few words from you, please?
Firstly, I would like to thank Marriott leadership for giving me this opportunity and platform. Secondly, to all the jury members for selecting me for this prestigious award, it really means a lot. And when we speak about, I think the industry is going through a tough time, and all of us are in this together right now. Coming back to lastly, I would like to thank my entire hotel team who's working day and night to ensure that we are on the top when it comes to the entire comp set in and around. So this hotel has been recognized for great performances since last few years, and I would like to thank my team for delivering those results.
Perfect. Thank you and congratulations. I'd request PK Mohan Kumar to kindly say a few words, please.
Yeah, all right. So Deep, congratulations, and I'm particularly proud that you're right now. Both of us are speaking from the same city, Bangalore.
Yes.
So congratulations. And what really impressed me was a few things. Both of us, Anand Rao and myself, was the question about what would you do when the general manager is not at the hotel and you have to actually face a particular crisis situation.
Yes.
How do you actually think instantaneously? And I think that was a great incident, great response from you. Number two, in terms of actually the sales, the revenue, the top line, the kind of ideas that you came up with. So congratulations. We hopefully are selected a future CEO of a global hospitality company.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for your kind words, Mr. Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you.
And special mention, I would like to thank BW Hotelier. It's a prestigious award to receive, and I would like to look forward to working with you all in future.
Thank you, Deep. You're a worthy winner. You've come through. You've come through a lot of layers of scrutiny, and a lot of chatter has happened on each case. So you're a extremely worthy winner, जिसको हम अपनी उसमें बोलते हैं चढ़ती कला, ठीक है? सर्वदा भला, खुश रहो, हमेशा तरक्की करो, ठीक है? खूब आगे बढ़ो. All right, God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Khanna. Thank you. Thanks a lot. And once again, thank you to the jury members for selecting me. Really an honor. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you and congratulations.
Congratulations. And all the best.
Thank you.
You're the best of the best.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Thank you.
God bless you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, now we're moving on to the second category, which is DOSM of the Year South Zone. Could we have the winner, AV, please? And yes, ladies and gentlemen, dear Sum of the Year South Zone goes to Bhavna Menon, Courtyard by Marriott, Bengaluru.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Bhavna.
Hello. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. We can.
Veer.
Okay, so
Yeah,
Bhavna, I must say that I had the privilege of rating you along with Priya Bala, and you have performed exceptionally well. The way you had answered your questions and the documentation and along with the evidence was very, very well done. We are very proud that you are the winner. And again, I think come from Bangalore. Wish you all the very best and keep smiling and do great jobs. And I'm sure in times to come, you will rise many, many more higher levels in sales and marketing.
Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Also, I'd request Mohan Kumar if you could say a few words.
Yeah, Bhavna, once again, my God, I think Bangalore is really stealing away all the trophies. So congratulations. What is most important is you are among the best of best. And post-COVID, there's going to be a huge role for you in your hotel and also for the industry. So all the best to you.
Thank you so much.
Not very easy to run a revenue assignment, a sales assignment, and be a blossom in these times, right? And Bangalore is an extremely competitive catchment, and especially the catchment in which you are, right? So you must have been very, very good, right? So I unfortunately cannot partake in judging your case, but I'm very happy for you, right? As they say, and belated Onam.
Thank you.
Right?
Thank you.
Yeah. As they say in Malayalam, Sugandhana.
Ellam Sugamaitirke.
Good. All right.
Bhavna, we'd also like to hear a few words from you, your acceptance towards. Yes, please.
Well, thank you. It's an absolute honor to be given this award. Thank you to the jury and to BW Hotelier for selecting me for it. I would also definitely like to thank the leadership team of the Marriott that has supported me and guided me to be able to achieve such great results. And of course, nothing is possible without the support of my team. I think they've been fantastic through the year. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
And
God
also
bless
with
you.
this, God bless you. And with this, we'd like to once again thank PK Mohan Kumar as well for joining us. Thank you for your time, sir.
So let me wish a happy Onam from my side too.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mohan.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you back soon, PK.
Yeah, sure. Pleasure is all mine. Congratulations and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bhavna.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd now request Dr. Chef Soundararajan, the Founder General Secretary, Indian Federation of Culinary Association Honorary Member, World Chefs, to kindly join us on the stage to facilitate our next three categories. Thank you so much. And welcome, Dr. Chef Soundararajan. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we're going to go on to the Executive Chef of the Year South Zone. Could we have the winner, AV, please? And ladies and gentlemen, Executive Chef of the Year South Zone, Praveen Jairam Sherry Conrad, Bangalore. It's called Bengaluru now. Mr. Shetty, Chef Praveen, thank you so much and congratulations. We'd love to hear a few words from you first.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And such a great honor to receive this award. And first of all, to thank all the jury present here. And special mention to everyone because right from Chef Soundararajan to Ms. Priya Bala ma'am to PK Mohan sir, they have seen me grow in this industry. They've seen me grow. So it's a big honor. And thank you, Bhuvanesh sir. Thanks a lot to your entire team. And also at Conrad, everyone, right from the food and beverage team to the kitchen stewarding team to my hygiene team as well, for this effort entire year to make sure we are at the top in this market over here. So thank everyone. And as a chef, I think the support that I get from my GM, Mr. Srijan Vadera, my data operations, Shyam Kumar, and the FMB team, Jagdish also. So I think together as a team, we have achieved what we achieved this year. Looking forward for many good years. And thank you for the appreciation. And it helps us a lot to do more better. Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations. We'd request our jury chair, Veer Vijay Singh, to kindly come in and say a few words to Chef Praveen.
Chef Praveen Shetty.
If you see, this is a very, very unique award ceremony. Probably I have been in the award ceremony organizing for the last 4 decades in several times, but I have never witnessed, in fact, in my life experience of such a kind of award ceremony. I also like to thank BW Hoteliers. I think we all think a small screening coming, rectangle, there are 4 or 5 rectangles, come, it goes. It looks so simple. But I tell you, when I think being organized so many live awards, it's very, very difficult to make the world network live for 8 hours. Not 1 minute, 10 minutes, for 8 hours. It's a phenomenal job. I think it's a huge task. I tell you something that though I myself have organized several national, international conferences, but this I'm really wondering how you can look at the screen for such a long time. I think, Chef, you deserve very well. We have gone through your application and we have gone through all your questions and we have compared with all the other chefs. I mean, leaving out the names only based on what are the queries, what all you have stated we have taken. I'm sure for you also it's a unique. I don't think there is any other award ceremony where you test 6 months of full operational hotel and few months of paralyzed hotel. That means we have really selected you on your professional competence. I mean, that's a great thing and congratulations. I'm sure any award you win, it's a South national, it's an award where you are one of the best in the world stage. In the global stage, you are also coming. Doesn't matter it's from South, but you are there, it's not too far. Congratulations.
Thank you,
Thank you so much for that. I'd request our jury chair, Veer Singh, to kindly come in.
I think Chef Soundarajan has covered in detail. But yes, Chef Praveen Shetty, congratulations. Conrad is a great property. I've been there. I saw your documentation. You've done some wonderful food promotions. Your sales has really grown up in most of the F&B areas and banquets. So well done. You are a real, you deserve to be winner and your scores are much higher than your competition. All the best.
Thank you.
I must tell you, Praveen, when you have been eulogized by somebody like Veer Vijay Singh and the legend of Chef Soundarajan, I am a mere mortal. I have nobody to ever say anything, right? So these guys are legends, right? But you must go back and tell Srijan Vadera that Bhuvnesh Khanna has taken your dadi, your beard, and tried to make it like his. But having said that, day before yesterday, Omar was there. I did not speak to him about Conrad, right? Omar, so Omar bin Jan.
IMD, yes.
Right? So amazing property. I've been there, but I haven't stayed there. I look forward. I'll be coming back soon, right? But do well, keep shining. You will go far in life.
Thank you, sir. Right. And it's a second consecutive year for me, and it's very big pleasure for me to come immediately next year as well. So thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Congratulations, Praveen, once again, Executive Chef of the Year, South Zone. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we're moving to our next category. We're talking about F&B Manager of the Year, South Zone. Could we have the winner, AB, please? So yes, ladies and gentlemen, F&B Manager of the Year, South Zone, Srinivasan Raman from the Ritz-Carlton, Bengaluru. Congratulations
Thank
to
you.
our
Thank you so
winner.
much.
Thank you so much. We'd love to hear a few words from you.
Right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from the Ritz-Carlton, Bangalore, and many congratulations to all the winners. Firstly, I would like to thank the entire BW team for organizing such a wonderful event, a much-needed event for the hospitality industry during these trying times. And a big thank you to the esteemed jury for presenting me with this prestigious award.
Thank you so much.
This award to my entire food and beverage and culinary team. And special thanks to my general manager, Mr. Amitabh Rai, and the entire leadership team for their continuous support and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Let's give him a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to go to the jury chair, Veer Vijay Singh, if you could say a few words to our winner.
Congratulations, Srinivasan Raman.
Thank you, Mr. Singh.
The Ritz-Carlton, Bangalore, I have yet not seen, but I have seen it from outside. What a beautiful property. And I think you've done some great work in the food and beverage. In this category, we've also had another exceptionally good performer who I think we will see maybe getting an award in the national level. But I must say that as far as you are concerned, we saw the growth that you have shown again and the kind of food promotions that you've done and how you've been able to maintain high standards at the Ritz-Carlton Bangalore. We are very proud of this. Keep it up. Food and beverage, according to me, is the backbone of the hotel industry. And so I'm sure there are many laurels to be won and very many senior positions, especially general manager, to be achieved. So wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh, and look forward to welcoming you at the hotel.
Pleasure.
Thank you. And now I'd request Dr. Chef Soundararajan, our jury, to kindly say a few words to our winner.
When I heard you clap, I remember about 3 to 4 decades back, a psychologist wrote, the best thing of getting an award is when you go on the stage, you all clap. You know, that is the clap is the award. But I'm wondering now, but he has written that when the time the whole world, he didn't think that the whole world can see. But now I think this award ceremony, the whole world can see. It's networked. I think it's much more than getting clapped from few hundred people sitting in a theater. I think, see, this award, both you can have, I mean, pandemic and now, I think everything is paralyzed. There are 3 things what we can do now is motivate, innovate, and learn. I think if you see these 3 facets, only what we can do now. If you see these 3 facets, I think BW Hoteliers is motivating through the awards. They are also teaching, learning, and definitely there is an innovation. Even whatever you are doing is an innovation. As the F&B manager of the South, I think we have gone through all the programs, whatever you have done. I think you have really excelled. I think all the parameters have been met. And I tell you, every award ceremony or testing as a jury we go, we always learn from the participants, learn from the competitors, because they bring a lot of knowledge. That is what I have done. Whether it's an international, I've gone as an international jury or national. But so from your applications, your documents, there are definitely few things we can carry forward. And congratulations to you and the team. And I tell you again the same thing, that it doesn't matter South, North. An award is it's a national award. It's an award to be celebrated. Congratulations and best wishes.
Thank you, Chef. Thank you so much.
So what do they call you, Raman? What do they call you, Raman or Srini?
Srini, sir.
All right, very
good. The South Indian name Srinivasan, they call me short Srini.
I know, Srini, so that's why I asked you. So it's always better to address somebody the way he's dressed. So Srini, like I said the last time when Chef Soundararajan and Veer speak, I better shut up, but I can't, right? So you're obviously a worthy winner, and a great property. It's Carlton is a brilliant property, right? So you're doing your brand, yourself, your team, and your general manager. Amitabh used to be at the Oberoi's. You're doing them you're helping them. I mean, it's a great service to do. You must have been a bright star always, that you're shining, right? So keep doing well, keep smiling, that you like I see you, and let's see you back soon.
Thank you, Mr. Khanna. Look forward to welcoming you all at the Ritz-Carlton Bangalore.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bhavna.
Thank you so much. And once again, congratulations, Srinivasan, for, as you called Srini, for the F&B Manager of the Year, South Zone.
Bye, Srini.
Thank you.
Bye, Srini. All the best.
Bye.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for the Executive Housekeeper of the Year, South Zone. Could we have the winner, AV, please?
Is somebody else also coming in?
And ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Executive Housekeeper of the Year, South Zone, Sanjeev Kumar Thakur from Lemon Tree Premier High Tech City, Hyderabad. Firstly, congratulations, Sanjeev. An applause from our side to you. And we'd love to hear a few words from you, Sanjeev.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to be receiving this award. I am earnestly grateful for the recognition I have received. This award certainly is one of the very significant achievements of my career, and I can't be humbled enough for this opportunity provided to me. I would also like to give this credit to my family, honorable jury members, my VP Housekeeping, Ms. Serena ma'am, my Assistant General Manager Housekeeping, Mr. Mandeep Past, my Regional General Manager, Mr. Reggie Corbett, my colleague, and most importantly, my housekeeping team, who have always shown trust in me and always inspired me in numerous ways. They have always helped me where I am today to be proudly hold of this award as a mark of my achievement. It has been absolutely pleasure for me. Thank you.
ये तुमने स्पीच को रटा हुआ है क्या किया है?
Thanks, sir.
But what a worthy moment that is. I'd request our jury chair, Vijay Singh, to kindly come in.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev. I think I must congratulate you first and foremost. Secondly, I must tell you, you made me happy for many, many reasons. A, Patu Keswani and I were colleagues in Taj Mahal, Delhi. B, Reggie Corbett worked with me in Taj Banjara. C, I'm so happy to see a male taking over housekeeping responsibility. And D, you're getting an award for my favorite city, Hyderabad.
Thank you, sir.
So great things that you've done. I've been to your hotel, and I must appreciate when you have such high occupancies, the way a housekeeper can maintain that property well. It shows the amount of detailing, eye for detailing, and hard work is required. So you've done a great job. We're proud of you. Congratulations, and many more laurels for you to come.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I'd request our jury, Dr. Chef Soundararajan, to kindly say a few words to our winner, Sanjeev.
I always feel, I don't know, maybe being a chef, I forget about the difficulties in the profession of chef. I always think that the most difficult job in a hotel is the executive housekeeper job. I always think, I don't know why. I'm sure, that the prominence of a hotel, the index of a hotel, the face of the hotel is seen through the housekeeper very clearly. I think being the South winner, I'm sure you got an award. It's definitely an award of glory, and congratulations and best wishes.
Thank you, Chef.
So, Sanjeev, I must tell you, you are in the city of my wife's birth. Yeah. So my wife's, my father-in-law was a fighter pilot. He's retired. He's now going to be 90. He's a Veer Chakra, and he was a fighter pilot instructor based out of the Flying Academy in Bidar, but they used to live in Secunderabad. So that's where my wife was born. So, but like Chef Soundararajan said, executive housekeeping is a very demanding job. All jobs in the hospitality industry are very demanding. I must tell you, we people live in middle-class homes, our own homes, right? Where we pick our own towel, where we lay our own bed sheet, where we dust our own areas. Not everybody has a full-time maid or a domestic help, right? But when we go and pay a few thousand rupees in a five-star hotel, if anything is not in place, they'll dial housekeeping, call the guy up, call the lady up, and give them a piece of their mind.
That's correct, sir.
Or in-room dining, also the way they ill-treat people from room service, I know, right? They don't give a damn. They get a sadistic pleasure. So you guys are made of steel to be able to handle all these difficult customers. Hats off to you. Keep shining. Do well. And see you back soon again. और आप लेमन ट्री से हो गई लेमन ट्री कल वो आ रही है सरीना कोचर देख लेना उसको भी
Sure, sir, definitely, sir. Sure.
और पाटू और रतन केसवानी और ये सारे विक्रमजीत और ये सब चला रहे लेमन ट्री देख लो कहाँ से कहाँ है वीर भाई के कुलीग थे पाटू मैं तो आई एम वेरी प्राउड ऑफ पाटू आई मीन पाटू आई रियली लुक अप टू, ही इज अ फ्रेंड इन मेनी वेज, ही इज अ मेंटर एंड गुड मैन.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, all of you, sir.
Thank you, and once again, congratulations. Thank you, Sanjeev.
Very much. Thank you.
And with this, I'd like to also thank Dr. Chef Soundararajan for joining us today, for felicitating.
Thank you, Chef.
Bye, Chef.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we now request our jury, Hari Murar, Managing Director and CEO, Bengaluru International Airport Limited, to kindly join us on the screen.
Hello, Hari.
Hello. Hi. How are you?
What a pleasure. I'm good. How nice to see you.
The pleasure is all mine. I'm delighted to be on the show, and I've been watching for the last few minutes. Splendidly conducted.
That's so nice.
Hi, Hari.
Hi, Veer. How are you doing?
Good to see you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being here.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with Hari being joining in as well, now it is time for the PR Marcom Manager of the Year. Could we, of South Zone, could we have the winner, AB, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, PR Marcom Manager of the Year, South Zone goes to Monica Kara, Courtyard by Marriott, Bengaluru. Well, currently she is busy with a shoot, so she couldn't make it, but no wonder she has got the PR Manager of the Year, South, as well. So thank you and congratulations, Monica. We'll see you on the other side soon. So ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to be moving on to our next category, which is the Chief Engineer of the Year, South Zone. Could we have the winner, AV, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Engineer of the Year, South Zone, goes to Anand Sidram Patan from Taj West End, Bengaluru. So, Anand, firstly, congratulations. And this is an applause from our side to you. We'd love to hear a few words from you, Anand.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have this award. Thank you. Thank you to my team, to my family, my parents, my wife, and my kids for supporting me all the time. And to my General Manager and Area Director, Karnataka, Mr. Somnath Mukherjee, for always guiding us, grooming us, and mentoring us at all times to do the best and deliver the best to us, to the job what we are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anand. Now I'd request our jury chair, V. Vijay Singh, to kindly come and say a few words, please.
Thank you. So nice to see Anand getting this award, the first award, at least for the IHCL, my old company. You're making me proud. West End is, of course, an iconic property. And being such an old heritage property, it's extremely difficult for a chief engineer to maintain it in the highest levels. And I think which you have done so well. Every nook and corner, every spot in the front of the house areas is spick and span and so beautifully maintained. So you do a very, very hard work, and I think you richly deserve this award. All the very best for the future.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Veer. Thank you. I'd request our jury, Hari, to kindly come and say a few words to Anand.
Congratulations, Anand.
Thank you, sir.
I am thrilled that you have won this award for a few reasons. One, of course, Taj West End happens to be one of my favorite hotels in the country. As you would know, and I have a special affection for the Taj West End because for the last 15 years, every single board meeting of our company has been held at the Taj West End. And I would consider that Taj West End has a special role to play in the success that we've had. I'm now emotionally attached. I can't consider where I would do a board meeting other than the Taj West End. But also having spent so much time at the West End, I can tell you the challenge that you have in your hand is immense because it's a old property, like Veer said, and the fact that it's got aging infrastructure, and to manage that is extremely challenging. And you've done an outstanding job. I must say, adjudicating for this particular category was exceptionally challenging because all the participants had provided such high quality information and such high quality feedback. To pick a winner was extremely difficult, but I'm delighted that it's you because your efforts really shone through. So congratulations. Keep it up.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
So there you are, Anand. Hari has spoken so much. And let me tell you, I was posted from 98 to 2001 in Bangalore. And I completely agree with Hari. And of course, Veer has worked with IHCL. Taj West End is iconic as iconic can get, right? And you're aging, then your bones creak. A doctor has a tough job. It same goes with a hotel, where a chief engineer has to fix everything from air conditioning to Tata Sky to the work or the drainage. It's not very easy. And unlike multi-storied hotel, Taj West End is like horizontal. And the favorite jaunt for cricketers, right? All visiting cricket teams, they come and stay at the Taj West End. So congratulations. Chief engineering job is tough. If you won this award, you've obviously been a great worker.
Thank you,
God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations once again. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for the HR Manager of the Year. Could we have the winner, Ravi, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, HR Manager of the Year, South Zone goes to Anup H.A., Doubletree Suites by Hilton, Bengaluru. Anup, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope I am audible.
Yes, you are. We'd love to hear a few words from you, Anup.
Yes. First of all, more than receiving the award, I am very happy to be sharing the stage with such big legends of the industry. And this is a dream come true for me.
Two legends.
Yes, sir.
Two legends, he said.
Okay, sir. I would like to start off by thanking Mr. Bhunesh Khanna and the esteemed panel of jury members, to Mr. Singh, Mr. Marar, and all the jury members who have considered me worthy enough to get this award. A big thanks to all of you. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my general manager, Mr. Shubhabrata Roy, who has been a beacon of inspiration for me and has been supporting me like an elder brother, a mentor. And I would also like to thank my corporate office of Hilton, Mr. Sabu Raghavan, who is our Vice President Human Resources for Hilton India, as well as Mr. Rishi Tiwari, who is the Cluster DHR. And last but not the least, I would like to thank my fellow colleague team members of the hotel who have been supporting me always, my family. And I have no words to explain. I am so happy to get this award and to just share this screen with all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. May I now request our jury chair, Vijay Singh, to kindly say a few words.
Anup, I think what a wonderful job you've done. Your scoring was done in detail by Priya Bala and myself. And according to me, the HR manager plays an extremely important role during this period of time. And as you know, the scores were done from last year, 2019, January to December on performance, which were measurable. But basically from January now onwards on what is happening during COVID times and how are people performing. So HR manager, I think, plays an extremely critical role. And the way you have handled your people, the way you have communicated with them, the way you have made sure that they stay back, and the kind of, I would say, social activities that you do and towards the society, those are some very exemplary things, and we are very happy to see what you've done. So very well done. Congratulations, and all the best for the future.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
And now I'd request our jury, Hari, to come and say a few words.
So Hari, it's
Firstly,
your role is not. Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Congratulations, Anup.
Thank you, sir.
Well-deserved recognition. I think HR manager has a truly challenging role. On one side, it's a pleasure because you're dealing with people. It's a job I would have loved to do at some point of time. And at the same time, it's also extremely challenging because you are handling one of the most important resources of an organization. Apart from men, people are one of the most important resources. How you channelize that to achieve the results of the organization, I think it can be one of the most challenging aspects of running a business. Of course, in a environment like this, it becomes even more difficult where we are in the midst of a crisis, and you've done an exemplary job by stepping up to the occasion and really providing leadership to the people. Ultimately, the role of an HR manager is to be the custodian of culture in an organization. And I think with all the efforts that you've made, I'm sure you've contributed to your organization by providing a great culture for your people. And it's shown through also in the way you spoke about the guidance that you received from your general manager. You said brotherly guidance. And I think that shows that you look at the team itself like a family. Keep that spirit up, Anup. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you once again.
Bhuvnesh, like Hari says, it's at one time he would have switched his jobs with the HR manager. That's the kind of job he would have had to do. Not very easy. Where you're doing the staffing and HR for a large ship like your hotels are. So those are very large ships. Permit me to send my CV to you, right? I can move industries and move cities, right? So let me know when. Having said that, congratulations. You're a worthy winner, right? And do well, keep shining, right? Before we close this session, I want my team to look at the designation that they put for Hari over there. Hari is a former hotelier who exited the industry for a while. He now does an extremely tough but brilliant assignment. I was telling Hari the other day, he's the managing director for the Bangalore International Airport, a former hotelier doing this. It's a damn city out there. I would at one time land every week in Bangalore, and each time I would have to find my way through the same route because it would change every visit. I mean, there was a complete parking lot, there were bus bays, there were cab bays. Next time, there was a complete marketplace out there, right? So, and then every time you take off, you'd see that damn new runway being built there. So, Hari, you're doing such a damn huge assignment. You're a star, man.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm
also Hari.
Yeah, I know. So Hari, you're muted. Hari Marar, you're muted. So, I mean, his catchment itself, they're setting up a mega city of how many plots, Hari? How many square kilometers is that?
the total area is 4,000 acres,
Yeah.
in which we're developing an airport city of about 500 acres.
That's the one that I was talking about. And is the new runway ready?
Yes, it's operational.
So my next trip, you're going to take me around?
Oh, I'd love to do that. I'm so proud of this place. I love showing the place around. So I'll be very happy to do that.
You know, Hari, if I wouldn't have been doing the job that I'm doing now, or I've done over the last 38, 39 years, my father didn't let me become a pilot. I would have been flying. Let me tell you, even today, when a plane goes, I go out and identify the damn thing by the engine sound of its engine. Right? So I see a plane, the kid out of me comes out. So a great job. And Hari, you were saying something.
Yes, I was just going to say that since this is a hospitality forum, I think it would only be appropriate if I were to mention that it's the hospitality business that has given me the sort of background and the sort of training that has put me in a position to do this job. And I must say, I have never seen a more well-rounded, a more comprehensive training ground in running businesses than hotels. And I think hotel managers around the world can run any business. So for all of you who are out there who would like to venture out and find new things to do, I can tell you there's nothing to stop you. Least of it is your potential, because your potential is immense. And I think the hospitality business in that sense absolutely rocks.
So there you go. So there is this corporate czar who's telling you about the industry and what it has done to him on a holistic basis, his 360-degree makeup. Excellent. Hari, you're a wonderful jurist, you're a wonderful corporate czar, and a wonderful human being. I feel extremely enriched by spending whatever little screen time that I have been able to spend with you. And we shall see you back soon.
Sure. Thank you so much. Firstly, congratulations once again. And thank you so much, Hari, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Bye, Hari.
Thank you.
Bye, bye. Bye, Hari.
Thank you, Hari.
Bye.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, now I'd request our jury, Anand Rao, former VP Operations Support and Quality IDC Hotels, to kindly join us for the next set.
Hi.
Oh, hello, Anand, sir.
Hi, Anand.
Hi, Veer. How are you?
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you in this morning session. It was a great session. Bhuvanesh, Bhavna, it's been an incredible 3 days experience. I must say that it's just out of the world. And I've learned so much. You know, for retired people like us, I think it's been a boon.
So sweet.
And the manner in which you orchestrated this and brought everybody together, you know, collaboration. You're the master of collaboration. Wonderful. Absolutely beautiful.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, with Anand also joining us, now it is time to go on to the IT Manager of the Year, South Zone. Could we have the winner, please? So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we've got two winners in this category. So first up, could I request Siva Ramakrishnan to join from IT Garden, Bengaluru. Siva Kumar, congratulations, firstly.
Hey, Siva.
Let's give him a huge round of applause. And we'd love to hear a few words from you. Congratulations.
I am audible?
You are.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Thank you. Namaste for everyone. This is a prestigious award I'm going to be collect from based on this our performance and other thing, and I can be able to say our BW hotelier as well as for the juries and sponsorship. I want to say thanks, and apart from that, I want to say for this my senior management as well as for my colleagues recommended for me to nominate for this award. Apart from that, my family also supported for me my career, my life to do the job. Thank you very much for once again.
Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. May I request our jury chair, Vijay Singh, to kindly say a few words to our
Congratulations, congratulations, Shivakumar. I think we have joint winners for this particular category, but this was yes, the marking system was very, I mean, we had to really deliberate a lot, but I think finally we chose two, and you are one of them. So great job done. It's difficult year, and I think IT also plays an important role. The way today we are having awards, sitting in different parts, is again a role of IT. So wish you all the very best and keep innovating, and all the very best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Could I request our jury, Anand, to kindly say a few words?
Yeah. Firstly, congratulations, Shiva. Very well done.
Thank you, sir.
I think as a former general manager, I know how critical IT support is, but it's become even more vital during these times. And looking at what you all did over the last 5 months, it was very heartening to see the ownership that you all have taken, not only for internal customers, but for external customers as well. Because you serve both the guest as well as associates and managers within the hotel. And I think COVID really drove home the importance of having the IT managers in the hotel and testing their capability in no mean way. So very well done. Secondly, we've all been hearing how the digital world and digitization is going to really drive high touch in the future. So a time may come where guests might choose hotels purely on the basis of the quality of technology and the contemporaneous of the technology and how user-friendly it is. So I think way to go, Shiva. I think you all have to do a lot. You all will going to be tested even more in the months and years ahead. And I'm sure all of you will rise to the occasion. Very well done, and keep it up.
Thank you, sir. Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bhuvnesh, would you like to come in and say a few words?
So, Shiva, these gentlemen have already said a bit, but I'll hold on for a moment. I want to say a few things. First of all, I have forgotten to mention Veer's designation is given over there as CEO Trans Hotels. For all the budding hoteliers, I want to tell everybody for the industry, Veer is a doyen, so is Anand Rao. These guys are legends of the industry. Veer has created brands. Veer is and Anand Rao are institutions in themselves, right? If anybody has known Vivanta by Taj, it's his doing. I will ask Veer to speak more about himself. If you ask me about Mr. Anand Rao, you were the Vice President Operations and Vice President Operations and
Quality,
right? And he used to head that brilliant new property of the Grand Bharat. I mean, what a property! And you look at the kind of Veer created this brand new brand, Vivanta. He took it so far. I mean, for years he was part of the leadership of Taj. Becoming part of the leadership of Taj is no child's play, right? So Shiva, what I wanted to tell you, now of course Veer has just moved from Hyderabad to Jaipur, but Veer is a huge name, as is Anand Rao. Anand Rao is now saying, I've retired. Arre, damn, you never retire. Right? So
just as an aside, I also opened the ITC Gardenia 10 years ago.
Oh, yes, of course, the ITC Gardenia you opened, right? So you look at these guys, what ships they have built, right? So imagine, Shiva, you are judged by them. Now, can you imagine an ant like me trying to comment over them?
So, you're being too modest, Bhuvnesh, please.
I'm nobody.
Always so humble. Yeah.
No. I'm nobody. I cannot. I'm not equipped to pass a judgment on anybody. All right, Shiva, God bless you. Keep shining. Yeah.
Thank you.
And help people whose broadband signals are weak. Bye. Bye. Best of luck.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to call the joint winner of the ITC Manager of the Year. As you know, this has 2 winners. South Zone also goes to Kurian Chan Philip from Holiday Inn Kocheri. So, could we have Kurian Chan to kindly join us? Kurian?
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
But if I may request you to please shut your viewing screen.
You have to shut your Facebook or other page because parallel audio will obstruct.
Yeah, there's only one screen.
Yeah, now it's fine.
Audio.
No.
Your audio is trouble. Okay, go ahead, speak.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you having me here. I'm really honored to share screen with you, eminent jury members and stalwarts of hospitality industry. I was actually watching a lot of the sessions. Actually, it was truly inspirational, and the amount of optimism shown by the leaders on these difficult situations. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my group IHA and also my GM Mr. Deepak and my colleagues, my extended family, technology leaders, corporate team. Thank you everyone being part of my success.
Thank you. May I request our jury chair, Veer Vijay Singh, to kindly come in?
Congratulations, Kurian. I think Anand and P.K. Mohan Kumar, who were 2 of my colleagues in the jury, they spent a lot of time and for the selection of the IT managers. The scores of nearly 3 IT managers were very, very close. And so I'm also very happy to say that this is the category where we have one of the IT managers from the South who's, I think, gone to the national awards. So it's been a tough, I think, job to really select the best. But I'm very happy to say that, Kurian, you also are a tie winner from the south of India. I wish you all the very best. It's a very difficult job during these times, and I wish, and an important job, I would say. So I wish you all the very best, Kurian, and keep innovating and be creative.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you. May I request our jury, Anand, to kindly join in?
Yeah, Kurian, hearty congratulations on being a joint winner. I did go through your application in detail when we were assessing your candidature. I was very, very impressed with some of the initiatives that you've shown in a modest hotel like Holiday Inn. It shows your discretionary effort and your focus on excellence. The initiatives that you took to enable your sales team, to digitally engage with their customers. I thought you were probably one of the best in the group. The quality and innovations of the initiatives that you've taken to enhance Wi-Fi quality, the guest satisfaction index, and costs. I think so across the board, you did very, very well. And I do hope, and I fervently do hope that you will be able to go to the next level. You must aspire, to grow to the next role, because IT is really going to be driving the hospitality industry along with high touch. So the more digitally you're going to be superior, the better business that you're going to have. And I think that's something that you need to take a note of. So all the very, very best. And I admire your initiative, your entrepreneurism, and the fight that you've displayed during COVID times, the social efforts, the work-life balance that you showed, and the personal development initiative that you put in. Very, very well done. And all of this was done while working in the hotel, because you all didn't really work from home during that period. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anand. Request Bhuvnesh to kindly say a few words.
Kurian, could you mute yourself? So So I must tell you, when somebody wins something in Cochin, it warms my cockles, right? I have family, Veer, if you don't know, and Anand in Kerala, right? So my niece, who's a Khanna, is married to a Menon in Kadwantara, right? But their actual home, their farm where they live, is something I can't pronounce. It is Irijanala Kuda. Right? So they have a farm.
Iringalakkuda.
It's quite. It's like saying Alleppey is called Alapura, right? So that's where they're. But their family home is in Kadwantara. But Cochin is a wonderful city in God's own country, and my partner in crime in Delhi, who has sorted out everything, the entire awards backend is being run by him. He is from Kerala, from Cochin. His name is Ajit Kumar. So he would also be happy, but he has no role in your winning, right? Which you must thank Veer, Anand, and the entire jury. You're a worthy winner. God bless you. Do well. Keep shining.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you and congratulations once again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we now go to the Procurement Manager of the Year, South Zone. And could we have the winner, AV, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, Procurement Manager of the Year, South Zone, Abdullah Khan AY from Taj Wester, Bengaluru. Abdullah, congratulations and a huge applause from our side to you. Could we have a few words from you, please?
Thank you so much, jury and BW, for selecting me for this prestigious award. I also would like to thank my colleagues, my HODs, and especially my general manager and the area director, Somnath Mukherjee, giving us the freedom and the space to work, and wherever the renegotiation, everything is possible, is to be done and in accordance with the user departments. So thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations. May I request our jury chair, Veer Vijay Singh, to kindly say a few words.
Abdullah, I'm so happy, of course, to see somebody like you with so many years of experience, because according to me, procurement and material management is one of very, very important part of the backbone, literally, for the hotel industry. And especially during this time, vendor management, getting the best prices, this will surely, of course, ensure that your costs are well in control. So for an iconic property like Westin, I'm sure you're doing a great job and making your Somnath happy. Wish you all the very best, and keep, you surely have a very good your fingers on the pulse of the market. And so that is what has shown. We did see your documentation, which was outstanding. I'm sure Anand, who was more in detail, will be able to talk about it. But wish you all the very best and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I request our jury, Anand, to say a few words?
Yeah, congratulations, Abdullah. I thought that your application and the quality of the support data and document that you provided was absolutely outstanding. You have a very complex role. You not only handle the Taj Westin, but hotels in Karnataka as well. And I thought the synergy and the sort of collaboration that you brought to your job has been outstanding. It has shown in the output. It's all about output. So producing savings of over 2.10 crores was, I think, a fantastic cost management initiative. Finding innovative ways to reduce your inventory of F&B stocks, vendor development, finding new vendors, self-development during COVID. And I think the data that you provided, everything sort of dovetailed with what you've done. And we just saw a brilliant, session with all the senior procurement managers. And going forward, the role of procurement is going to get even more vital. As COVID has taught us, new standards, new brand standards, new product specifications, new engineering design. And I think you are going to be at the helm and at the forefront of executing that. We've been general managers, and we all know how important it is for our procurement managers to drive quality, without compromising on cost. Because what you procure also drives the guest experience and guest satisfaction. Poor quality guest supplies will adversely affect guest experience. So excellent job, and I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. I think you're going to really grow far. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anand. Requesting Bhuvnesh to say a few words, please.
Abdullah, I mean, what do I say? I mean, Anand and Veerbhai have said everything. I mean, they're the ones who've judged you, by the way. You said selecting me. No. There's no selection. You have come through merit. Your experience shows. And आपकी तो शक्ल पे लिखा हुआ winner वाला, है ना? तो आप तो इतने experienced हैं. Your experience is so much. And you're in the iconic Taj West End. Taj West End is making a habit of winning. है ना? खूब तरक्की करो. आप तो मतलब इतना experience है, so do well. And my only advice to you is, procurement is not an easy assignment. Procurement is very tough, and more so in these times. So it is extremely tough. You must, now that you have so many years, आपको कितना experience हो गया? 40 साल हो गया? 30 years. So you should now start mentoring more procurement managers. Today we did a procurement show with Nitin Nagrale and all those other people, right? Hariharan from IHCL was there.
Hari was there.
Right? So last time there was somebody else. What is it? Clyde was there last time.
Clyde was there last time.
Yeah. So I think you need to take on these senior roles and start mentoring people. All the people that you're leading, all people who are coming out of various business schools who want to get into procurement, of ethical procurement, right? So, and of course, एक चीज जरूर ध्यान रखना, जो मैं हर किसी को बोलता हूँ, जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री भी बोल रहे हैं, vocal for local. You know, you must start promoting Indian products. You must start promoting Indian brands, right? Start substituting Chinese brands. Start from the bottom. I was saying in the show today, from shoe horns, polish, kitchen linen, bed linen, bathroom linen, सारी चीजें करो, so that what is easily substitutable, substitute, right? बड़े components हैं, उसको भी tackle कर लेंगे. भाई जो low hanging fruit है, उसको तो उठाओ पहले
तो उसी का कर लेंगे.
ठीक है ना? कहाँ से हो अब्दुल्ला? You belong to Bangalore only?
No, I belong to Kerala, Cochin.
Oh, you're a Malayali?
Yes, sir.
Oh my God. Is it? चलो good. तभी लगा हुआ पीछे AY. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Bye,
Congratulations once again. Thank you so much, Abdullah. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd also like to thank our jury, Anand Rao, for joining us. Thank you so much, Anand.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
See you.
So, well, with this, I'd request now our jury, Priya Bala, writer, author, and restaurant critic, to kindly join us. Priya.
You know, अब unmute करो. हम लोग अभी तक application देख रहे थे. Priya, I was telling Veer, such brilliant winners.
Yeah, good bunch. Yes.
How is Priya?
Very well. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So you get the mic a little near. So from the background, I can make out Priya is still in Madurai.
Yes, I'm going back though to Bangalore in a couple of weeks. Waiting.
Okay. Good.
I shall go and catch up with my old friends, Mr. Anand Rao and PK.
Great.
In so long.
Super. So, ladies and gentlemen,
unmute.
Veer, would you like, please unmute? Veer, unmute yourself.
Sorry. I said I'm envious, Priya. You're going to Bangalore. And I just wanted to compliment Bhuvnesh for something very interesting. I don't know how he manages to get people in his team who also match his name. So you've got Bhavna there with Bhuvnesh. So, I mean, I don't know how he does that. So always you're
all planned, I think.
Yeah. So there you are.
Veer, interesting observation right there. But ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for the last two categories to be announced. First up, the Front Office Manager of the Year, South Zone. Could we have the winner, AV, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, Front Office Manager of the Year, South Zone, goes to Ranjit Kumar, Taj West End, Bengaluru. Ranjit, heartiest congratulations. An applause from our side to you. Could we hear a few words from you, Ranjit?
I think we need to put a quota on Taj West End.
Am I audible on call?
You're more than audible.
Hello, am I audible?
Oh, you're perfectly audible. Loud
Good
and
evening,
clear.
one and all. Firstly, I would like to thank the BW Indian Hospitality Award jury for identifying and shortlisting me as the winner of the Southern Region for Front Office Manager. I'm extremely humbled and honored that I'm getting this award for the second time title, which makes me so proud and represent the company I work for, Indian Hotels Company Limited, and the brand Taj. I'm so grateful for the company. And I would also like to specially mention and thank my leader, mentor, Mr. Somnath Mukherjee, who's the general manager of the hotel I work for, Taj Western, and the area director of the Karnataka region of the Taj. And also would like to mention my team members of my department front office who's been there with me through thick and thin, and we execute the operations back at works. Without them, I wouldn't have been here at all. So I would like to thank them also for that. And all my colleague HODs who were with me supporting, and all my well-wishers for what I am today. Last but not the least, with the blessings of my parents and the enormous support from my better half, I would like to dedicate this award to them for what I am today. And thank you, one and all, for this prestigious award and the title. Thank you so much.
Excellent.
Thank you so much, Ajit.
For one moment, you haven't thanked the wonderful leader that IHCL has down south, Prabhat Verma.
I don't get him on the spot, Bhuvnesh.
Yeah.
I'm not able to hear you, sir.
Yeah.
Actually,
Prabhat Verma is there. Yeah.
Perfect. So,
Veer,
I believe,
boliye.
yes, Veer, if you can come and say a few words to Ranjit.
Okay. Ranjit, congratulations. Can you hear me? I don't know.
I believe
he's not there now.
Yeah.
So
I think he was facing a slight audio issue. 1 second.
I think you kind of stumped him, Bhuvnesh.
Yeah. I must tell you, Prabhat is another fine leader, very fine leader.
Yes, of course.
Sure.
He is.
So,
Yes. Ranjit, are you back? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, great. So I am very happy to see you as a winner for the front office category. I've also had the opportunity of working with Somnath, who used to be in Taj Bengal with me in 98, 99, and 2000 when I was the general manager there. And I'm so happy to see that Somnath has been mentoring a lot of his team members, and you've got 3 winners from Western. So in one of the awards, so especially not this one, but an international one. So you've done a great, I think, job. Western, as we've already said in the past, is an iconic property, and the kind of service Western has been offering since many, many years is world class, with the best, personalized service. And so I think you are surely playing an important role. I wish you all the very best. And I think I will ask Priya to maybe say some more about how we were evaluating your performances and how was your questionnaire that you were done. So with this, I'll pass on to Priya.
Yes, Priya, over to you.
Yeah. Congratulations, Ranjit. It's a wonderful achievement and well done. So the thing is, the front office, of course, is the place where the first and lasting impression of the hotel experience is made for many guests. And the fact that you've nailed this, I think it just speaks of the sort of professionalism and efficiencies you bring to the job. The Taj, as everybody has said, in Bangalore is one of my favorite properties. It's an iconic brand, and so very, very well done. I was also part of the jury last year, and I was speaking amongst the jury members. The quality of the nominations this year has been so very good, despite being a difficult year. And so to come out on top of that, I think you can compliment yourself again for that. Plus, you spoke about your team in your acceptance, and thank you. And I think that's one of the keys to your success, the fact that you believe this is an entirely team effort. Every part of the hotel operation is. So yes, well done. And we're going to be seeing tough times. I think the front office is going to be faced with the challenge of actually assuring guests and, putting out the message that we are safe to come to in the days to come. And I hope we will all be able to keep this crisis through, and good days will be back again. Until then, hang in there, do what you've been doing, and wish you all the very best for the future, Ranjit. Well done.
Thank you so much, Ms. Priya. Thank you for your kind words.
So Priya, Priya's said so much about you. I mean, Priya's a local girl. Right? Priya just wrote that down. Right? So, and Veer's headed the south also, and of course the country also, based in Hyderabad. He knows Bangalore like the backside of his palm. Both of them do as much as I do, right? So front office assignment is not a very easy assignment, right down from the moment somebody checks in and looks at you. Maybe he doesn't like your face, or he didn't like his wife's face and he took it out on you, he or she, right? Or from the room that you gave them, from the street facing instead of the one that faced the pool, right? Or a poor experience that he had, with the housekeeping or say in-room dining, and all that they do is call up the reception and give a mouthful to Ranjit, right? So you must be a man of reasonably thick skin. Let's see that, right? You must be really thick to be able to handle all that shit that's given on a platter. I was saying yesterday that Veer and Priya, I was telling people, you guys speak good English, you wear pinstripe suits, you wear brilliant shirts, look at your ties, you're impeccable, your accent and everything, right? You're still human beings. We guys who go into hotels and check in, right? We live in middle-class homes. We don't even have domestic home or helps, right? We go and pick everything and we handle all the shit that our spouse serve us, right? But when we come to a hotel and we pay a few thousand rupees, we try to take your skin apart, right? I mean, it may be the bathroom or the way the plate has been served, the tray has been served in the room by in-room dining, or the way the bed has been, laid. So it's not a very easy job, or he's busy wasting his time in the room and you've WhatsApping and he's rung the bell to help you and you just go let go at him. Not a very easy assignment a hotelier has, especially at the lower levels, right? Not that the general manager's assignment is any easy, but front office is a tough job, like housekeeping is or chief engineering is. So kudos to you. You must go far in life. I'm sure you planned your career.
Thank you, Mr. Khanna. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And once again, congratulations, Ranjit, with all the appreciation coming down your way. Thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you. Have a good evening.
All the best.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for the final category. We're talking about Spa Manager of the Year South Zone. Could we have the winner, AV, please?
After 5 days of the
So, ladies and gentlemen, Spa Manager of the Year South Zone, Tamyola MS, Ritz-Carlton, Bangalore.
Namaste.
Congratulations. Namaste.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So, we'd love to hear a few words from you, please.
Yes. I am delighted to receive the BW Hotelier for Spa Manager of the Year South. I would like to share this award with my entire family of the Ritz-Carlton, Bangalore. I also would like to thank my entire wellness team for their immense support and love. Our general manager, Mr. Amitabh Rai, who has always been a great inspirational leader. Our hotel manager, Tush Daroga, and director of services, Sunil Chandran, for always believing in me. I wish you all a very great evening. Thank you.
Thank you. We'd request our jury chair, Veer, to kindly say a few words.
Tamila, I'm so happy. I was not even very sure that is it a lady or a gent that we are awarding, but lovely to see you there.
Thank you,
Mr. Bhuvnesh Khanna was just sharing that how it was for hoteliers many years ago. And I remember when I joined 45 years ago, the people who came into to the Shamiana used to think that they owned the restaurant and they used to snap fingers at us. And there used to be a boss, I won't take his name, used to tell us that start looking down under the tables. And if they come and ask you, what are you doing? Say, so I thought you lost your dog and you're looking for a dog. but those were the days. And things have changed. And I think why I'm trying to say this is for the Ritz-Carlton philosophy for people. And I want to appreciate that. They say that they are ladies and gentlemen serving ladies and gentlemen. And I think that's very, very important. And I think today the customers and the guests must realize this, that when they go to a hotel, they have people who are serving them who are also educated and they come from good families. And it is even if they're not from very, very rich families or middle-class families, but they are serving you. They are going out of the way to see that you're happy and you should be taken care of. So that's a great philosophy you have. And I think, Tamyola, we saw your documents. I'm sure Priya will talk a lot more about it, but you were clearly a winner from our side. Wonderful spa that you run in terms of the largeness and also seeing the way you have been able to increase the revenues in the last year. So you've done a great job, great perfection. Wish you all the very best. I know it's a difficult time for the spas during COVID, but hopefully it goes fast and we see many more customers coming. So all the very best to you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Thank you so much. May I request our jury, Priya, to kindly say a few words now.
Hi, Tamyola. Congratulations and well done. I was one of the jury members who judged this particular category. And as we have said, you were a clear winner. Of course, you represent a fantastic spa in a very fine hotel and a great brand. But what I found really impressive was your attention to detail in not just in your responses, but the way you go about your work and how you address things at work. I was also particularly taken with your responses to how you were dealing with the lockdown and the COVID situation, the things you had done to work on yourself as a person and a professional. And I think that that's really important because our mental and physical balance and well-being is going to affect that is what we're going to bring to our workplace, right? So I think you did a tremendous job on all those counts. Great job, well done, and good luck for the future, Tamyola. Well done.
Thank you, Visnala.
Thank you, Priya. Bhuvnesh?
You know, Tamyola, if I could take a flight after 5 days of IHA, 8 into 5 is what, 40 hours of non-stop screen viewing. And of course, the 1 hour before the 8 and the 3 hours, because now I'll be up till maybe about 1 o'clock looking at the screen. Not only me, I would come check into a spa for the next 5 days. But I don't have that kind of money. But spa is another assignment. Tell me, where are you from in the Northeast?
I'm from Manipur, but I belong to Naga community.
All right, that's okay. So can I make another statement here?
Please.
India is blessed to have the Northeast.
Sure.
Yeah. Right? India is blessed to have the Northeast and all its children. India's children from the Northeast. You girls, boys, and all of you who come from the Northeast are so special that we only have much to learn from you. You bring poise, you bring dignity, and you bring such brilliant behavior and attitude that I'm in love with all of you, right? I just love it. I haven't done much of the Northeast, though I was director operations for Whirlpool. I've done the Northeast, but not as much. Keep rubbing your good behavior and good mannerisms and good culture on all of us. We will be enriched.
Sure.
Right?
Thank you, Mr. Khan.
May God bless you all. You are our worthy brother and sisters, right? And all those ones who ever say Chinky or Chinese, right? They need to just come down and to earth and recognize the Northeast as India's most worthy children, right? I have immense respect for you, and I hope I have made a statement and it is reaching somewhere, right? Tamyola, God bless you. Keep coming back. Do well. You work for a great hotel, right?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Khan. Thank you all.
Thank you so much and congratulations. And I'm sure that statement's going to go down the history. So thank you once again, Tamyola, for joining us.
Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, with this, we're going to be concluding, but we have our wonderful jury out here. Bhuvnesh, over to you.
Yeah. So Priya is another wonderful person. She has a huge repertoire of knowledge, amazing capability. I'd known her husband, right, who's no more with us. Amazing sports writer, Rajan Bala. And for those of you who do not know, Priya Bala has a Sri Lanka connection, right? So she made Bangalore her home how many years ago, Priya? Madurai, your home?
No, Bangalore is home. 20 years in Bangalore. Yeah.
Your sister is in Madurai.
Madurai, yes.
Yeah. So there you are. And I have to pick up my Sri Lankan food with you someday next time when I'm there.
When you come to Bangalore, yes, definitely.
Maybe Veeru and me, we can both go together. And Priya, you and me, we can go to Jaipur. Rajasthan, you've not had.
We have plans now.
most welcome. And I love Sri Lanka. I was there for a couple of years.
You were there, Samudra?
Yes, I was there for 2 years.
Oh, wonderful property. Yes.
So I love the Sri Lankan people. I love the food. I love the culture. What a great island. And I'm glad you told us, Bhuvnesh. I didn't know that she had the Sri Lanka connection. Thank you.
Can't you make out from her accent?
Yeah, it comes out.
It comes out.
She doesn't speak nowadays. It's changed now because she's been living a lot in India. So there is a...
Yeah. I've spent 30 years in India, yeah.
So how many years in India? 30. 30 is a long time. So tell me, where in Sri Lanka from?
Colombo. I grew up in Colombo. My dad was working there. Yeah.
So there you are. So Veer was on the Golface Road. The
Yeah.
Samudra. Right?
Beautiful
Amazing
hotel, yes.
property. I was there last year.
Oh, wonderful.
Great. So that brings a close to this part, but I shall have to close the session today and the day and bring in the next day. Yeah. Veer is somebody I really look up to, and I shall keep looking up to him forever.
Very, very kind of you, Bhuvnesh. Thank you so much. We've really enjoyed this session.
It was good.
Yeah, and our jury members were outstanding.
Outstanding.
They were all, yes. So I really want to thank them, compliment them for their support and for selecting making sure that we get the best winners. So thank you so much, Bhuvnesh. Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you, Priya.
Always a pleasure. Priya, God bless you. See you soon.
Thank you, Bhuvnesh. Yes, we'll speak later. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Veer and Priya. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd request Bhuvnesh Khanna, CEO BW Communities, to give a vote of thanks to all the winners and our lovely audience today.
So,
Let's wrap it
Bhavna,
up.
you've been another day of good moderation by you. Right? So
God bless. Thank you.
Yeah, you're an amazing moderator, amazing anchor, and more than anything else, a very good person. Having said that, I have no notes today. Like I started the day, I want to close the day by thanking the sponsors, right? Blue Star, thank you. You've been wonderful. You're a great partner, great associate partner to have. Thank you. I keep saying this, my third time or fourth time I'm saying, thank you, Mr. Tyagarajan, Priya, Sara, and my good friend, Mr. Mukandan Menon, right? And today, Senthil Tangam also came in. So, yes, the industry must support Indian brands, right? Start substituting for foreign brands, especially, I don't want to say it in the open, but I don't mind. Start substituting the Chinese brands, right? Start from where we can, pick the lowest hanging fruit first, right? And do India a favor and the industry a favor, right? It's been an excellent day. We've had 4 sessions today. We started the day by celebrating the unsung heroes, the COVID warriors, the ones who've shined. So a lot of people have missed out on not being able to see the session at 10:10 today, where we started playing for 14 minutes or 15 minutes, the entire recording of all the unsung heroes, right? Don't worry, we won't disappoint you. We'll take out this time. We will play the same video again. We'll replay it tomorrow morning. You can all come watch, take screenshots and do that. So that was the first session, which was the unsung heroes. But the first session per se, the panel session of the day was by Dilip Puri, amazing hotelier and man of extreme capability, very articulate, a great hotelier. And imagine such a mentor. If children at the Indian School of Hospitality have, what kind of talent will they churn out? They'll churn out brilliant talent. Dilip Puri is a Fauji son, right? Air Force son, a man of great repute, a great hotelier stock. And if he's there at the helm of affairs at ISH, let me tell you, ISH has great future. Now, apart from that, thanking, I have already thanked Blue Star, Beanley. I'll also thank all the associations again. I don't need to do that repeatedly, but I will also thank the second session, which was brought in by the rising star of Marriott, Jatin Khanna, with all the operations heads. I don't need to repeat the names. They're all there. They're all bright, very, very bright lads, right? And then the next one was led by Professor Rahul Pandit, who's some kind of a statistical genius. He pulls out numbers from God knows where, but he does them well. And the last session of the day was procurement, led by Dr. Nitin Nagrale. Can somebody also make me a doctor? No, it's too late in the day. I've just got a few years to go. Nitin is a genius in his own space, in the procurement space, and he's supported BW Hotelier through thick and thin. And it's not a quid pro quo, but well, almost. He supported us, and I support him like hell. Having said that, let me get in the next day. Let me speak about it. Yes, we start the day with the Unsung Heroes session again. We do a replay at 10:10, right? Then tomorrow morning, Yati is right now transiting from Bombay. He's going back home to Geneva. He actually lives in Lausanne. He used to head Ecole Hotelier Worldwide. He was the CEO. Amazing. He's actually a Rajwada from Gujarat. Rajwada are people who are the royalty. He's Yatendra Singh, who are called Singh, Rajput stock, Kshatriya, very much, who's been living for years in Switzerland. He now leads his own practice. More of him tomorrow. He will do the hospitality, education, and HR show tomorrow. You have Mr. Kamal Khan Pant, who's the principal IHM Pusa. You have Mr. PV Murthy, HR head IHCL. You have Major Rajesh Chauhan, who heads HR for the region, right, including India. He's based in Dubai for IHG. You have Sanjay Bose, who heads HR for ITC. You have Gurmeet Singh, who's a former Fauji, who was a captain or a major in the army. He heads HR for Marriott. So he comes in. Then coming in all the way, this is a very special session which you must watch. This session is on travel and tourism, which is going to be piloted, moderated, hosted, and anchored by Dr. Suman Billa. In the travel and tourism industry, if somebody does not know Dr. Suman Billa, then you don't know anybody. Dr. Suman Billa was the former Joint Secretary, Ministry of Tourism. Now he is the Director General of UNWTO. It's the United Nations World Trade Organization. He is India's bureaucrat export by the government of India. After India was elected to head UNWTO. So he heads UNWTO out of Madrid and Spain. He will log in all the way from Madrid tomorrow. He's a genius. He is a walking, talking encyclopedia and a very humble man, very polite person. And sharing the show with him will be Deepak Deva of Sita, Deep Kalra of Make My Trip. You will have Rohit Khosla. Deep Kalra, of course, his father was my great boss when I started my career. A very bright boy, very, very bright St. Columban, very bright boy, extremely humble, but very sharp, razor sharp. In fact, his father-in-law was also my senior in another company, right? In two companies, in Whirlpool. He was in Kelvinator when we took over. I came with Whirlpool to India and we took over Kelvinator. So his father-in-law was there, much my senior, a man of great repute. Rohit Khosla is another genial hotelier who is with IHCL, a man of great stock, very humble man, very polite man. Be there, hear him out. And then you have George Etiel. George Etiel is based in Germany. He heads Lufthansa for India. So he will be logging in from there. It's a great show for anybody who's into travel and tourism. After all, travel and tourism and hospitality dovetail into each other. They're married and joined at the hip, right? And the next show is about chief engineering and housekeeping and environment and all that goes with it, conservation and all. And who is heading it is a genius who logs in from Bangalore. All of you must be knowing him. He's a man of great reputation and great stock. Niranjan Khatri. He heads the show Safety Through Technology and Distancing. The show is at 1:15 p.m. With him on the show is Madan Sharma, who's Vice President, Chief Engineering at IHCL. H.C. Vinayaka, who heads Chief Engineering for ITC. Bhaskar Gurunath, who's Director Engineering for Marriott. He logs in from Mumbai. Bhaskar Masinani, who heads Engineering for Leela. He logs in from Bangalore. You have Serena Kocher, who's Vice President Housekeeping for Lemon Tree Group. You have Meenu Tugnata, who's the Corporate Housekeeper for ITC. And you have Harinder Kishore, who is the Director of Rooms for Hayat Andaz, right? And the last show of the day is IT in the post-COVID era. Very, very good show. Extremely good speakers. It is headed by Harish Chandra, my friend who heads GHTP, in India. He's from Sarovar. GHTP is their association. And you have Ashish Kale, who is the head of IT for Marriott Asia Pacific, right? He logs in from Singapore. You have Vinay Deshpande, again a great IT professional who heads IT for Taj, IHCL. You have Hemant Khattar, who heads IT for Radisson Group in India. You have Nilesh Patel, who's the IT head for Accor. And you have Rajesh Chopra, who heads the IT for Oberoi. What better can you ask? What a great show. Brilliant 4 shows tomorrow and again a replay. I shall take leave from you. It's been a long day. My screen show time is 8 hours, 11 minutes and almost 8 ghante ho gaye. Great show. I was delighted to be with you all. I'm happy you enjoyed the show as much as we did bringing it to you. So see you tomorrow, which is day 4, 2 more days to go. And let me tell you, I love the IHA. I love the hospitality industry. I love the professionals as much as we all do. Right, over to Bhavna to bring in curtains on the day's proceedings.
Thank you so much, Bhuvnesh. So ladies and gentlemen, firstly, thank you so much for being a lovely audience. See you all tomorrow at 10 a.m. for day 4 of BW Hotelier IHA 2020 and the North Zone Awards ceremony. Thank you so much. And on behalf of BW Hotelier, this is me, Bhavna Bhatia, signing off for the day. Thank you.
Customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust.